This is a test message.
Okay, what's happening, everybody? I was muted. Check out this revenue. I really need to find a better. I need to find a better way to do a sub overlay. I don't know how to. I don't really. Looks bad there. I don't really want to put it. If I put it here, it covers chat, or chat covers it. If I put it here, I don't know. I need. I should find one that I can like integrate into my webcam. Is what I should do. Really. Like if I keyed out. If I did something like this, and then I like keyed out the like the black. If I just had like sub goal 2 out of 10. I don't know. Maybe we'll just put it like that. Transform center horizontal. All right. I don't know. Good enough. Why did it have like a? It has like a little white. There's like one line of pixels that are white on the left side and not blue. Why is it? Why? I'm a little late, okay? But I have good reason for being late, kind of. What's up, Poland? For the like first time in like 2 days, I actually did a thing that I did, or that I say I'm gonna do all the time when I like I'm doing great. Usually when like I'm late, I'm like my excuse for not streaming is like I need to work on shorts. I need to work on shorts. I need to lock in and work on shorts. And I never do. But today I actually did, guys. You'll never believe it. It's accent. You mentioned what? This is a short I made, guys. I uploaded it to a lot of things. What did Zach? I actually did it. It's wild. Palestinian child, 10 years old, apparently died yesterday and is really following by around. Does that? I haven't read up on it since I stopped streaming. But I heard there were rumors one person died. Alright, sorry, I did hear the rumors that someone died, a child died. I didn't know if it was I don't know if it was confirmed yet. Oh, it finally updated. Kind of. The ad revenue hasn't updated. The get a job motherfuckers are seething right now. When the $4.73 checks start coming in, it's over for them. It's over for them. But this is just the subs. It doesn't actually. It has 1 cent in turbo revenue. It doesn't show any of my ad revenue. And I played ads. I should have at least like a cent in ad revenue. The fact that it's not showing even a single cent in ad revenue makes me think that it just hasn't calculated it yet. And that's what I'm really interested in knowing, because I know how much subs get me. I just have no clue how much ad revenue to expect. All right. I was just browsing Twitter, and I saw this Bloomberg article, which seems to have confirmed a lot of my suspicions. We're going to chat about this for a second, just as more people work their way in here. Hold on, I do want to see. Palestinian child, 10 years old, killed Hold on. It doesn't say. It said, so there was a 14-year-old boy that disappeared that we read about. That's the person who started to death in Gaza. Child is killed on average every 10 minutes in Gaza. Capitalism turning into techno-feudalism. I mean, they're not really. I don't know. I don't have it. I want to be able to stake out a strong position, but I think like as much as it is like the meme of the like World Economic Forum, you own nothing and be happy. As much as that is like a meme among like right wing people, it is true to some extent. Like we definitely are. They really are moving to a place where you're not going to own much. Yeah. You redeemed highlight my message, really? I wouldn't have a strong position, really. But we're definitely not moving in a great direction with that. I would never call it. I just wanted to spend some points, yeah. The problem with techno-feudalism is it sounds really fucking harsh and dystopian. Like, we're probably moving in a not great direction, but I don't want to. I'm not a doomer, man, okay? It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine. I saw this article anyways. It has a cool graph. I want to just play around it for a second. About the return on investment of public schools. So you're right or left wing? I'm pretty left wing. If you didn't get into whatever Ivy League, a public school is a better investment. Almost everyone wants to get into an Ivy League school, but if you don't get in, and most don't, your next best option isn't necessarily the most prestigious college that accepted you. Bloomberg News analysis of more than 1,500 nonprofit four-year colleges shows the return on investment at many elite private institutions outside the 8 Ivies is no better than far less selective public universities. In fact, the typical 10-year return on investment of the so-called hidden Ivies, a list of 63 top private colleges, is about 49% less than the Ivies, and 9% less than state's most prominent universities, known as public flex. I just realized I have to text my teacher this because he would love this. That's according to an ROI calculations provided by Georgetown University at the Center on Education and Workforce, which relied on publicly available tuition and earnings data of graduates who accepted federal financial aid, meaning the analysis doesn't include information on those who paid out of pocket. No one's fucking paying out of pocket. Oh my god, no cursing. I just cursed. I can't. It doesn't even have a. It has a time frame, right? It's 10 minutes, so I can swear again at 8:48. I can say, God dang it, right? Are actually going to talk about Fresh and Fit a little bit. I want to see. I want to see what Brett Cooper said about it, but I'm worried once I do it, it'll get copy strike. Fuck. Hold on. Let me Google Messages. I want to text my teacher this, but I don't know if I can. God damn it. Okay, wait. I might have to use my phone for a second, which right now I'm using as a webcam. That's it. Listen, it's free drama, okay? I love the I love the slop content. I actually cannot stand making it. Like I can't even react to like Jubilee if I'm not like actually interested in it. I hate it so much. But now that I'm Twitch affiliate, I can do whatever I want. I don't have to worry about my average viewership. If I listen, I'm gonna be reading dense legal articles, and if my viewership falls to one person, who the fuck cares? Okay. The $4 the AdSense checks might not be that big, but public flagships out of university are actually, holy shit. They were outperforming elite private. And then public, oh my god, oh boy. Hold on. This is huge, guys. I don't, I wish I could make the slop content though, because it would do better, well on YouTube. I actually really liked this curator, Food Shops. I still like her stuff, but she's like a small political streamer. And she used to do like, good debates and stuff. And now it's just like the drama content that's so good that she like is like only drama content now. Heated confrontation on Destiny's game show drama with producer. How Keemstar's recent editor drama exposes him as the real lolcow. Yeah, it's like, it's insane. Brianna Root joins Twitter Space. Is trans a mental illness? It's wild. It's wild. Like Katie Bug's final response to George not found was I can't even read the title because I can't. Oh my god. This is I can say pissing. This is pissing me off, dude. Yeah, and now it's just like all drama farming. And it's like the content can still be like entertaining. It's just When it comes down to how much money is in a graduate's bank account a few years out, a time when many are looking for financial freedom from parents and the ability to build wealth by saving for a home or retirement, those who pay less for school tend to hold an advantage. Damn. So let's say the problem is I don't know I don't know enough about colleges in North Carolina. Kyle, do you think Guilford, yeah, okay, well, Guilford College is on here, not GTCC. 60,000 after 10 years. That's bad. Oh no. I don't know. I think NC State was or I should say Chapel Hill was a public flagship. Chapel Hill actually does really well. Hold on a second. I need to use my phone to go on the Google Messages real quick. Oh fuck! It's still streaming. Pair your phone? I gotta click the fucking butterfly. Oh my god, sorry, I can't, dude, it's so ingrained into me. You know, when my mom found out I was doing this, she watched some of it because she made me tell her about it. I didn't really want to tell her about it, but I finally did. And she was like, you could say the F word a lot less. Yeah, I never, even, I don't swear that much outside of like online. Or just did. An analysis on the ROI. Public versus private. Okay. Well, this was fun. Let me take one more screenshot. Don't need the stuff down there. Okay. One thing I want to react to. Not Brett Cooper. Nope, shut up, Brett Cooper. Not you yet. Nope. Okay, so this YouTuber slash podcaster, who I really like, Cosmic Skeptic, who now just goes by his real name, Alex O'Connor. He's a big atheist. He used to be a big vegan. Now recently or not that recently at this point, it's been years. Basically, he had some some digestive tract issues or something where basically he couldn't be vegan anymore without some extreme level of discomfort constantly. So he's like, yeah, I'm not vegan anymore. And because of that, he stopped making videos on veganism because he didn't want to make videos on veganism, arguing for veganism when he wasn't actually vegan, which makes sense. And that was good of him to do. Recently, he made a really interesting point. I'm sure Vegan Gains, who is vegan, will dive into this. Basically, there's something called crop death. So even if we stopped eating animals, right, and we just farmed crops, there are some animals that still die in the process of farming crops. Yeah, whether just because you use pesticides and that kills some animals, or and that pesticide will actually pollute the environment and can run off into streams and kill even more animals, or you run over a little mouse with your combine. There's some level of animal death that happens even if you only farm crops. So the argument goes, if you're a vegan because you believe something like unnecessary suffering of animals is wrong, what that means is not only should you not eat meat, you shouldn't even eat things that are junk food. You should eat basically the bare minimum of what you need to survive, because any excess beyond that will cause some level of unnecessary suffering to animals. And yeah, that was basically Alex O'Connor's point, which he said he hadn't heard before. So it's like, I'm curious to see Vegan Gains' response here.
Episode of Wow, What a Jackass. And the jackass we're going to be talking about today.
What a Jesus, okay, coming off a little harsh, but
today is named Alex O'Connor. He runs the YouTube channel known as Cosmic Skeptic. He recently changed the name to Alex O'Connor, his birth name. I'm guessing because he's not very skeptical or all that cosmic. But more importantly, Whoa. Alex O'Connor is the guy who said he had to quit being vegan because he pooped his pants. And no, I'm not joking.
That's that's technically true, okay? But why are you, dude, this, he made an actual philosophical point, and you're combating it in the stupidest way possible. Oh my god.
I'm being absolutely serious. Alex claimed he couldn't be vegan anymore because he pooped his pants.
In practice, in my life, I found it difficult to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. That's it, really. I understand why that would annoy people or upset people, especially given that I'm somebody with a public platform, but that's what this breaks down to. Now, for most of my life, I've had a particular set of health issues, just like most people have some health issues that I must stress are unrelated to veganism. They're not caused by veganism. I had them before I was vegan. It's nothing like that. But for instance, one of the most important or relevant here is IBS, but it essentially translates to having some severe stomach problems. As well.
I already explained this. I don't really.
So what I would do is have a very restricted relationship to food in these instances.
So in Alex's own words, he couldn't be vegan anymore because he kept shitting his pants, and also unfortunately for him, he is far too weak and lacks the muscle mass to
Why are you, dude? He made a good, interesting point, and you have not even addressed it yet, and you're just insulting him for no reason. What
clench his
the hell?
butthole. But Alex is an intellectual. He is a graduate of philosophy from Oxford University, and for the past year, he has been thinking long and hard about shitting his pants, and also
Dude, oh my god.
veganism. Just the other day, he uploaded a video about his new updated thoughts on veganism. But before we get into that, I have a question for you, Alex. Can you name the trait that is lacking in animals that, if also lacking in human beings, would justify killing and eating human beings?
Dude, Alex O'Connor was a vegan for years. He's probably going to agree with you on this. Oh my god.
So that you don't shit your pants. I don't know how you can justify murdering innocent animals just so you don't.
What's the non-fun Q&A? I don't think I have enough fans to do it like proper Q&A. The non-fun Q&A is when people ask me questions in Twitch chat and I answer them.
Don't shit your pants. You wouldn't kill and eat me, would you? Do you want to fight me to the death in a cage match? I'm sure in that circumstance, if you could either choose between shitting your pants and fighting me to the death, you'd happily shit your pants because you're even too chicken shit to debate me. I've tried to reach out to you multiple times to have a debate on this topic, and I still haven't heard a peep from you. Like, this is a guy who claims to be an intellectual, who's a philosophy
Dude, okay, this is
graduate from
unhinged.
Oxford, and you're too much of a chicken shit to debate me on these topics that you seem to care about, like veganism. Did you actually get that degree, or did they just gift it to you because they were sick of you just shitting
God.
all over
Dude,
this?
I'm a vegetarian, okay? I agree with a lot of vegan gains' arguments. But holy shit, it's this combative for no reason, and he hasn't even addressed the actual argument.
Cool. Well, anyway, here's the intellectual juggernaut that is Alex O'Connor talking about his new updated thoughts on veganism.
Dude, 3 minutes in, finally.
In terms of philosophy, nothing that I've said about factory farming has changed. Factory farming is still a moral abomination. However, the thing that has changed is, I suppose, my approach to solving the problem. This is what I spoke about on trigonometry, where my approach has shifted from a sort of individual boycott approach to a top-down legislation and industry reform type approach. And if you want to hear more about that and a discussion with the trigonometry
Better be
boys,
watching
then
my YouTube
I'll
because
put
I
a link
need
to
to make
that in
sure
the
I don't get
description.
copyright.
So there's that, but factory farming is still a moral abomination.
Okay, so I don't know why he mentioned factory farming specifically. No matter what method of farming practices are used, you're still murdering the animal. Murder is just wrong, period, whether it's on a factory farming system or
So
a
true,
grass-fed
Gaines.
free-range
Thanks for your-
system. They all end up in the same place. They all end up in a slaughterhouse. So I don't know why he would say factory farming specifically is bad when all forms of animal agriculture are terrible. Like, Alex, as far as
Because some things can be worse than other things? I don't understand. Why would this guy say the Holocaust is bad when all forms of murder are bad? What? Like, because obviously it's a spectrum, my dude.
I can tell, you haven't been factory farmed. Is it okay for me to kill you? Oh, by the way, you know what? I actually had some diarrhea this morning, so maybe you should watch your back. Now, Alex also claimed that he's gone away from advocating for individual boycott to advocating for legislation to, say, ban animal agriculture. I'm sure that's not motivated reasoning because this genius who graduated from Oxford University couldn't figure out how to eat a vegan diet without shitting his pants. But I don't understand how he's acting as though individual boycott isn't meaningful. I mean, people are, at the end of the day, responsible for their choices, and your individual choices...
I think he mentioned, like, he doesn't want to advocate for an individual boycott when he can't himself do it. Although he can't do it for health reasons. Because he keeps shitting his pants, as this guy loves to bring up.
Have an impact. The animal agriculture industry is really no different than what was happening in Nazi Germany, where Jews were being holocausted. If you were in Nazi Germany and you knew people who were in the SS or the Gestapo, and you could convince these individuals to not kill Jews, to personally save the lives of innocent victims, would that not be a meaningful thing to do? Sure, if you have the power to convince Hitler to stop killing Jews, that would have a much greater impact than just changing, the viewpoints of some individuals. But that's not to say it wouldn't have any impact if you can convince certain
I mean, okay. His actual point here is valid. The comparison to the Holocaust is a little unhinged, but his actual point here is somewhat semi-valid.
people, just plain individuals, to stop eating meat, that could, in theory, save the lives of hundreds of animals each year. So why wouldn't you? Oh, right. He shits his pants.
Oh my goodness.
And I have to ask this. If Alex were to get his way, and we were able to lobby the government to ban animal agriculture, how is Alex going to figure out how to not shit his pants?
However, there is a crop deaths related consideration that we should reflect on, and it's to do with this concept of unnecessary vegan food. And like I say, it started with the junk food consideration, but a better example, a more concrete example, and one that I spoke to Peter Singer in my second podcast with him about, is the concept of a vegan bodybuilder. So a bodybuilder, at least when they're
Which Vegan Gains is, by the way. Vegan Gains is a vegan bodybuilder.
bulking, when they're trying to grow, is somebody who will intentionally eat an extra maybe 200-300 calories every single day, maybe even more. And they're doing so for reasons that, strictly speaking, are completely unnecessary to their health. It's health related in that they're trying to sort of reach peak performance or peak size or whatever it is, but you don't need to grow to remain healthy. You can eat your maintenance calories for the rest of your life and be perfectly fine and thrive indeed. So if you're bodybuilding, if you're trying to build muscle, you are eating food that you do not need to eat to be healthy. Here's the thing. So long as animals...
Dude, I love how he went literally 7 minutes before playing this actual clip, which is the actual argument that Alex was making.
Are killed in crop production, then as long as you're eating food that is unnecessary to your health, you are causing unnecessary suffering and death to animals. That means that if you are a vegan bodybuilder, if you're eating a few hundred extra calories every day on purpose of vegan food, you are causing unnecessary suffering and death to animals.
Cool, yeah.
Now, of course, it doesn't follow from this that therefore eating animals is fine. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I suppose I'm trying to answer the question. I mean, the question is not, justify eating meat or something. The question is, has anything about your approach changed?
Okay, so there are some problems with this critique that we're going to go over, and it makes three basic assumptions. The first assumption being that we are going by the Vegan Society's definition of veganism, that we are utilitarians, and that plant agriculture causes more animal deaths than would otherwise occur, say, in nature. So the Vegan Society's definition of veganism...
Okay, the first two seem completely reasonable. The third, wait, I'm sorry.
is more animal deaths than that we are utilitarians, and that plant agriculture causes more animal deaths than would otherwise occur, say, in nature. So the vegan...
Plant agriculture causes more deaths than what would otherwise occur in nature. I would assume... yes.
Vegan Society's definition of veganism is the one that uses this phrasing of reducing animal suffering, death, exploitation as much as possible. I don't go by that definition of veganism. Many other vegans don't. The definition that I go by is that veganism is a philosophical belief and ethical practice that grants animals the same rights that would be granted to trait equalized human beings. So basically, in the same context that...
Every time I go to a burger restaurant, I make sure to order 2 patties just so one vegan in the world doesn't make any difference. So true.
You would grant humans rights, you'd also grant animals the same rights. So this isn't a utilitarian ethic where we're trying to reduce, say, suffering and death as much as possible and maximize utility or well-being. This is a deontological belief where we believe certain individuals should be granted rights and those rights should be protected. So in the case of crop deaths where there are animals that are, say, invading onto a farm field and some of them incidentally get killed by mechanized equipment or are being killed by pesticides, if these were, say, mentally disabled human beings...
Opinion of 2024 election. What do you mean? Like, who would I vote for? I'm voting for Joe Biden.
Beings that were living on these fields or destroying crops, we'd also be fine with killing these mentally disabled human beings. So if you're going by, the definition of veganism that I go by, this isn't really an ethical issue. Now, even if you were to go by the Vegan Society's definition of veganism, and even if you were a utilitarian, this still isn't a good critique because, again, it assumes that more animals are dying due to plant agriculture than would otherwise occur in the wilderness. Now, I don't know if...
I would assume that if a mouse is being run over by a combine thing, by a farm equipment, that would not otherwise happen in nature.
You've ever been outside before, Alex? You do look like you could be one of those kids that have been locked in the basement all your life by your parents because you're an embarrassment.
Oh my God.
You do shit your pants after all. But
dude, he's combative for no
If you
reason.
were to go outside, you would notice that the wilderness is not a very hospitable place. Animals kill and eat each other for survival. They fight over resources. A lot of animals can't get enough food or nutrition.
I don't understand. So that justifies killing them early when they invade farms? I don't...
And they starve.
I mean, humans killing animals plays an important part in a cycle of life. That can be true, but there are the argument is, we don't really have to do that anymore. Like we do factory farming now, And if we wanted to, if all of human society woke up tomorrow and decided to be vegan, we could do that. Like, there's nothing actually stopping us from doing that. I don't know. There might be. I mean, the negative effects on the environment would be probably minimal because we don't get much of our food from hunting anymore. It's all factory farming.
To death. The weather is inhospitable. There's hot and cold seasons, rainy and dry seasons. So I don't know why you would assume more animals die on, say, a square mile of farmland where corn is being harvested versus a square mile of wilderness. It could very well be the case that fewer animals die on a square mile of cropland versus a square mile of wilderness. And if that's the case, we would be even more motivated to ecologically take over and have more human habitation, more farmland, more towns, more cities, because there is less suffering, less death, and less rights violations taking place in human habitation versus in the wilderness. By the way, this is what Cosmic Skeptic Alex would look like if he were green. Isn't that terrifying?
Is Zach still here? I don't think Zach's still here. Oh, God damn it. Is he here? I don't know if he is here. Can I mention people who aren't here? At PewDiePie. I don't think I can mention people that aren't here.
So Alex is making little to no sense as usual when it comes to veganism, and if he wants to debate any of these topics with me, he knows how to reach me. We can debate veganism, ethical issues within veganism, shitting your pants, whatever. Again, you know how to reach me. And be sure to...
Okay. He made like one good point that the whole video. I know. Listen, obviously there's some history between these people that I don't fully know. But oh my God, I don't blame Alex for not wanting to debate him. If this guy uploads a video and he only actually responds to what Alex said 7 minutes in, after saying for 7 minutes, this guy shit his pants, this guy shit his pants, this guy shit his pants. Holy shit, guy.
For a long time, people have been trying to marry the reduced inequality in worker-managed structure of firms under socialism.
This guy's so base.
With the benefits of efficient market structures under capitalism. Most commonly, this will come through some type of worker ownership of the firms they work at, called worker cooperatives or just co-ops for short. But tying labor and capital together this way makes the market less allocatively efficient. In a capitalist economy, labor and capital flow to its most profitable use. So firms with a high return on capital receive lots of capital, and firms with a high return on labor receive lots of labor. But with co-op
Wow, this guy in the short, this guy is so right. I haven't even thought of that before. Wow.
Firms are forced to take labor and capital together. So firms with a high return on capital but a low return on labor aren't able to raise an efficient amount of capital, and vice versa. This means co-ops would decrease that investment by impeding the efficient allocation of labor and capital, thereby hindering overall market efficiency and growth. For a long time, people have been trying to...
That's so true. I'm going to play one of my own YouTube shorts every time that I need to edit the titles. How many views does it have? 84. Do you like Linus Tech Tips? I mean, yeah, I enjoy their stuff. I'm not like a huge fan or anything, but yeah. Oh, it does have 75. Let's go. Let's go.
Are you the one that said, fucking losers out the window?
Dude, TikTok, I don't understand. They killed my channel. These stupid shit posts got 700 views. And then I started making real content. It's like, the largest one has 30 views. Oh my God. How's the Instagram doing? 21 views. 4 likes. That are all my friends. Adam, who is that? I've heard his name before. Adam. Oh, I know this guy. Pro-Trump TikToks debunked. I'm not just gonna react to his content because it's like good content, but I'm sure yeah. We'll react to one TikTok being debunked.
So TikTok has been dominating the political landscape among people. Rain that Trump was the same. So I think it's worth it to go into the trenches to combat some of this disinformation that we see, because whether we like it or not, a lot of people do get their political takes solely from their favorite TikTok content creators. And this 60-second video format doesn't really allow for you to get through all of the facts in a fair way. It's just sort of a highlight reel of your best opinions of the day, or sometimes your worst opinions of the day. So this guy, unfortunately, is our first victim, our first breakdown. He made a TikTok called Top 10 Reasons Why Joe Biden Truly Sucks, and let's dig into
Let's
it.
see them.
Today I'll be ranking my top 10 reasons on why Joe Biden truly sucks. I was trying to just pick 10 reasons was truly hell, but here we go.
We haven't even started, but I can already tell this guy's list is going to be insufferable.
Number 10 is Joe Biden running his presidential campaign as a great unifier, and then when he becomes president, doing everything
Dividing our country. True.
but unifying. He consistently calls out MAGA Republicans and continues to divide the country more than it's ever been in recent history.
Biden has been incredibly fair when it comes to calling out Republicans, because holy shit, our Republicans been unhinged. And he has very specifically always said MAGA Republicans, and he's always he always prefaces it with oh, there's very few MAGA Republicans, most Republicans are good. Oh my god, Biden's been so fair on that.
Number 9.
Homie, you're voting for the guy whose claim to fame in American politics was coming up with nicknames for people he didn't like.
He's probably going to mention that, but Trump literally ran saying, lock her up, lock her up.
Like kindergartner. He comes up with nicknames for Democrats, for Republicans that he calls Rhino Republicans. This guy spends all of his time on Truth Social attacking the media like a little child, like an infant, and whining about things that don't go his way. Donald Trump couldn't even keep a cohesive cabinet while he was in the White House because he was dividing the people in his cabinet. I mean, there's a list of 30 people that worked for him in his cabinet, including people like Mike Pence, people like Mark Esper, that will now not be endorsing him. Donald Trump is the most divisive person ever, and to act like Joe Biden is somehow divisive when he's pretty boring. I mean, I don't find him boring, but he is not divisive whatsoever. Joe Biden is the guy that constantly says, I am not a president for Democrats. I am not a president for Republicans. I am a president for all Americans. And this guy points to the single quote that Republicans love to pull up where Joe Biden talks about MAGA Republicans. But if you watch the entire speech, you see the context of that full minute where he's talking about this. What he says is, I'm not talking about all Republicans. I'm not even talking about most Republicans.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the sect of MAGA Republicans that are holding
Biden has always done
the
that.
entire party hostage. But they love to take this one quote out of context, and somehow this one quote supersedes all of the divisive rhetoric that Donald Trump has used over the past few years. I mean, this guy launched a riot at the Capitol while Mike Pence was certifying the election results. This guy, Donald Trump, knows how to divide people, knows how to get people riled up.
Joey promises students free college.
And somehow is dividing our country. Yeah, I don't know.
He needs votes in the midterms. Joey promises students free college. Problem is, Joey knows he doesn't have the authority to forgive student loans, so it's been held up in the courts.
Biden
Whatever.
has forgiven tens of billions of dollars in student loans. Just yesterday, he passed a $7.4 billion bill to pass student loan relief. His plan was never to do the Bernie Sanders thing and wipe out all student debt in America. He has always been for targeted, means-tested student loan relief towards the people that need it the
God,
most.
he's
But
so
God
base.
forbid some school teachers who are struggling to get by get their debt wiped. Or God forbid people who dropped out of college and still have all of this debts are able to have their loans relieved. I don't think we should be relieving student loans for doctors, people that are going to be out-earning the average citizen anyways. But if there is a teacher who is struggling to pay off their loans, of course we should pay off these student loans. But this guy, I guess, is against any of that. He'll probably call it socialism or communism, even though Biden is far from a communist.
And I'm going to refer you to this video.
I know, yeah. It's so, I don't, this is, I guess, a semi-normal thing for, I should be subscribed. This is a good video. Semi-normal thing for, a president to try to do something, and, the court to say, oh, what's up? And for the court to say, oh, hey, you can't do this. And Biden, after the court said, hey, you can't do this, then Biden did what he could do. I don't how many thanks for the follow, man. How many things did Trump do that were shot down by the Supreme Court for much worse reasons? Trump's Muslim ban was shot down by the Supreme Court multiple times, and that was for a much worse reason than what Biden's Supreme Court thing was, or what Biden's student loan forgiveness thing was shot down for.
Nation that can be defined in a single word.
That's right.
Yeah, Joe Biden's old, but he would run
He
circles around your
stutters.
guy, Donald Trump, when it comes to any topic, especially foreign policy. Imagine if you sat down Donald Trump and Joe.
I know, yeah. This is he's doing good. I don't want to. I mean, he's making all the points I would make, but if we just look at what Biden has accomplished versus what Trump has accomplished, even if you don't like Biden's policy, I think it's very clear Biden has accomplished way more. Biden got the infrastructure bill done. He did all the COVID stimulus relief stuff. He's I have more stuff written down. The Ukraine aid, I should remember that. Biden must air attack Iran. You think Biden should air attack Iran? That would bring us into war with Iran. I don't think Iran is going to do anything past this attack. They've sort of signaled that they're not going to Iran basically signaled that they're not going to attack anymore after this. I think as soon as we get past some of this stuff, we're going to talk about the strikes, and Biden literally called Netanyahu and said, hey, Iran is done attacking you. Please don't attack Iran again. Please don't attack. Yeah.
Joe Biden and you ask them to explain the history of Israel and Palestine, Biden would absolutely wash Donald Trump. And if we're going to play this game of pulling 5-second clips out, then Joe Biden would totally win that game. Donald Trump has so many clips where he's saying the most egregious stuff. And notice how this guy conveniently doesn't talk about Biden's State of the Union speech, where Biden did amazing. He barely stuttered at all. He did an amazing job articulating what we should do going forward. But, of course, even with his State of the Union speech, Republicans pulled out these 5-10-second clips and acted like that was evidence of dementia or whatever. They did the same thing with election fraud. I mean, there's that case that I always talk about in my videos.
Oh
where
my
they pulled
God.
a suitcase of ballots underneath from a desk. But this is a 5-second clip. This is a 5-second clip where if you look at the full context like the judges did, then you see that this 5-second clip was taken out of context. But I guess that's how Republicans get their news. They need it fed to them in 5 because Donald clips on TikTok, bumbling idiot.
Biden. Number 8 is bumbling idiot. Now following that bumbling idiot trend, coming in at number 7.
Yeah, because Donald Trump isn't a bumbling idiot.
Biden choosing Kamala Harris as his
Why? No one cares about Kamala Harris.
vice president. She may have accomplished nothing in her vice presidency, but at least she can tell a good fake story.
And I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things.
Coming in at number
I mean, first of all, how do we even know that story is fake? It was literally, again, a 5-second clip where she could have been telling a broader story. That is a totally believable story, and I hate to keep bringing it back to Donald Trump.
Wait, Biden taking money from China. I'm super curious
If you
what
don't
this
like
one will
somebody
be.
lying, maybe you shouldn't vote for the guy who spews lies out of his mouth every single second.
I mean, no one even cares about Kamala Harris. Because she hasn't done shit. Like, what has she done as vice president? I don't actually know a single thing she's done as vice president, except be the tiebreaker vote in the Senate sometimes, and like she just votes with the Democrats. So
Donald Trump can't go one speech without lying or without talking himself up in a way that just isn't fully true. So Kamala Harris was a great VP pick. The first ever woman vice president who was a minority in multiple ways. Yeah, that was a great pick. And she is someone who will keep Joe Biden in check. During the debates in 2020, yeah, she said some bad things about Joe Biden, but the reason Joe Biden picked her, and he said this himself, is because he wants someone who can challenge him, who can keep him in line, and who can keep him up to date. Because, yeah, he is old. Sure.
This is Joe Biden taking money from the Chinese government. China has donated over $54 million
that's just straight up. There's no way he did that. I've never even heard this claim before.
to UPenn, where the Biden Center is located. Number 5 is
What? So Biden taking money from China, but then you point to UPenn, which China donated to. But again, I'm going to bring this back to Donald Trump. He conveniently leaves out, or he just
Hold on, I have it. The University of Pennsylvania. So some Chinese company gave sordid donations to UPenn after Biden's daughter left. Really convincing evidence. I've been so focused on the fucking Israel Palestine shit. I haven't even followed the election shit.
All right, this just in, President Biden will approve another $7.4 billion in student loan bailouts today. 277,000 borrowers are going to have their debt canceled as a part of the Biden administration's SAVE plan.
Oh, isn't it convenient?
I thought this would be about the article, but they just autoplay the student loan forgiveness shit. But as soon as they said unbelievable, I got drawn in.
Students and young Americans, so here comes more money. The administration has already cut $153 billion in loan forgiveness.
God, it's such a stupid. It's like me when I do good things and people vote for me because I did good things. It's like literally, I don't understand. If you're the president and you build a bridge and like I don't know, you send money to like repair a bridge, right? And the people in that city vote for you. Did you fucking buy their votes? Is that what? I don't get it. It's like, yes, people vote for you if you do good things for them. That's how politics works.
That Donald Trump and the cronies under him, people like Donald Trump Jr. or Jared Kushner or Ivanka Trump, were making deals
I super hate.
making deals with Saudi Arabia and getting billions of dollars. They were using Donald Trump's presidency to boost their own business. So this idea that Joe Biden getting donations from China, which didn't even happen, UPenn got donations from China. Look at that slippery little trick he pulls. That this is somehow bad or egregious. I really just don't understand it. And I can already see number 5 right here. Racist comments. Like Jesus Christ.
racist remarks specifically against the black community.
Let's see them.
No, I meant Biden. Take
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids.
Oh my god. Everybody fucking knew what he meant here. It's just bad faith criticism.
Well, figuring out what you're from here, Trump, and you ain't black.
Everybody knew what he meant.
He clearly misspoke. This is not a guy who has a history of racism. Joe Biden was the VP for the first black president. You think Obama chose a racist vice president? Joe Biden is absolutely more welcoming than someone like Donald Trump. Or
I know, it's like literally, it's so clearly just bad faith criticism. Like
Republican Party. And I could go down the list about Donald Trump's racist remarks and racist policies. I mean, there's a difference between a simple misspeak, which is what Joe Biden does, and actually enacting racist policies like a Muslim
and I was about to, he's bringing up that the Muslim ban was literally shot down by the Supreme Court.
ban, which affected my family personally, but I don't want to keep pivoting it back to Donald Trump. Even though it's fair to do, I want to try to keep breaking down what he's saying.
Potatoes here, guys. Number 4 is the Chinese spy balloon. That was
Oh my god.
allowed to fly over the entirety of
It's just so this guy knows he's lying, because there's no way this guy doesn't know the reason that we didn't shoot it down until it was over the ocean is because we were worried about debris falling in people's homes, and we like literally like our intelligence agencies like assessed the risk of like, you know, oh, it might collect this data, but it also might harm this amount of people if we shoot it down, so let's just wait till it's over the ocean. Like, we assessed that risk and decided let's just wait till it's over the ocean. And then number two, this was all classified when Trump was president, but multiple suspected Chinese spy balloons flew over America when Trump was president. Chinese spy balloons during Trump. I don't think we knew. I don't think we knew that they were spy balloons at the time. We just didn't know what they were. Chinese spy balloons under Trump, not discovered until Biden took office. Yeah. But to be fair to Trump, there was no. We didn't know that they were Chinese spy balloons at the time. We didn't know what they were.
the continental U.S., with the Biden administration doing virtually nothing. As our commander-in-chief, you could have shot it down a lot earlier, but I do understand that means you wouldn't have received as much money from China.
What? I mean, maybe the president of the United States had some intel that you didn't have, TikTok guy, and maybe his intelligence was telling him, hey, we should hold off a day or two before we shoot this down. And the dude trying to tie this back to Joe Biden taking money from China is just absolutely absurd. I really don't get it. But yeah, Joe Biden probably had some intelligence. He probably had a team around him telling him, hey, we should figure out exactly what this is before we decide to willy-nilly shoot it down. And I'm almost goddamn sure that a Republican administration would have done the exact same thing. They would have waited until they had all the intelligence, because that is how things work. Or maybe the Republican...
I think the reason was they were concerned about the debris from it, because it was like the comparison was like it was the size of 2 buses or whatever, and yeah, they would be literally dropping 2 buses from the sky onto people's homes. You really want to be dropping this over a residential neighborhood?
Administration would be so impulsive that they shoot down everything that's flying in American airspace. Maybe, I don't know.
The top 3, these 3 things really grind my gears, and I'm airing gear, so I know. Number 3 is the inflation crisis that has struck our country. Record high gas prices.
I'm gonna shoot myself.
Grocery prices, interest rates. But don't worry, because Biden says he's adding a lot of jobs. What he doesn't tell you is that those jobs are virtually all minimum wage and are just jobs that we're regaining from the COVID crisis.
Are you
I'm gonna shoot myself.
talking about the worldwide inflation that was seen everywhere in the world due to the supply chain crisis?
Let's look up. I mean, I'm sure this guy's gonna mention it, but U.S. inflation versus G7. Oh, look at that. We're the lowest out of the G7. Now let's look at U.S. growth versus G7. Oh, look at that. We're the highest. We have the highest growth rate and the lowest inflation rate. The highest growth rate and the lowest inflation rate. Highest growth, lowest inflation. Highest growth, lowest inflation. It's just such a dumb question. If you're... Hold on. Give me a second. Before I started taking notes on Notion, online on my Notion, okay, I had this. It's reversed. You can't see it right here. Dark Brandon Handbook. Okay. And then here we have the page on Joe Biden inflation. It's just if you're going to bring up the Joe Biden inflation thing, okay, you can't just say there's inflation, because economics, okay, it's all about trade-offs. You can't just say inflation. You have to bring up all the trade-offs that inflation had. And first of all, obviously some of this inflation was supply side, okay? Yeah, because A, it was worldwide. Everyone saw inflation because it was due to supply chain holdups and stuff. And B, you can look at in 2008, we cut interest rates to 0. Hold on, I have it written down. In 2008, interest rates were set to 0. $1.7 trillion was spent on quantitative easing, and $700 billion was spent to bail out the banks. And we saw very low inflation, okay? Well, not very low inflation, but we saw 3 to 4% inflation. Obviously, some of this inflation is supply side. Obviously. It wasn't all because of the stimulus. But even if you're going to say some of the inflation was due to the stimulus, which some of it probably was, okay? you have to talk about all of the benefits it had. First of all, these are programs that kept 18 million people above the poverty line. Without these programs, 18 million people would have fallen into poverty. Okay. We also just have to talk about the output gap, which is just the difference between potential GDP and real GDP. If people weren't spending money, our GDP would have fallen. Okay. Hold on. Let me. Output gap. Look. Like if we had the capacity to make stuff, the factories were all there. Yeah, these two. I mean, they don't know economics, man. The capacity to make stuff was there. Okay, all the factories were still there, but no one was spending money. That's an output gap. If there's no actual demand for products that we have the capacity to make, that's an output gap. There's also capacity utilization. Jesus, why can't I fucking speak? Capacity utilization. Like, you have to talk about like the effects this have, and it also probably prevented. There's something called the paradox of thrift that the stimulus prevents. Basically, individuals start saving more money. That means other people's income fall, which means those people whose incomes fall start saving more money, which means someone else's income falls, and it ends up reducing total savings. And then even with all this inflation, okay, with all this inflation, real median cash balances went up for 80% of Americans. All right, hold on, where's the things? Real median cash balances. Are you kidding me? Why doesn't it? Is it this? It might be in here. Yeah. Real median cash balances went up for 80% of Americans. There was a record wealth boom. There were so many benefits. We saw wage growth, and we even saw wage compression. Where's the graph I want? Hold on. I have it saved somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, so wages grew fastest at the bottom. So by the way, that thing where he said, all these jobs are minimum wage, it's bullshit, because wages grew faster at the bottom than they did at the top. Significantly faster at the bottom than they did at the top. We saw a significant wage compression. Yeah. So and he's obviously not going to mention the trade-offs of any of the inflation. Yeah, and also the record low unemployment and avoiding the paradox of thrift. Yeah, that's from I need to digitize these notes. It's from the Dark Brandon Handbook.
And that America actually had the lowest inflation in the world due to things like the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, Republicans will stub their toe.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Blame it on Joe Biden. A lot of the economic crises that we were seeing were a direct result of COVID and Donald Trump's lackluster, terrible response to the COVID crisis, and also Donald Trump adding $8.4 trillion to our national deficit. They always say Donald Trump is very intuitive when it comes to our economy, but he put us in a terrible position. I mean, this is another case of Democrats having to come in and clean up the mess that Republicans made. We saw this again in 2008 during the housing crisis. Then Obama comes in early 2009. In January, he was inaugurated, and by about 2014, the stock markets were already back to all-time highs. Things are basically moving back to normal. Democrats constantly have to come in and clean up the mess from Republicans, and then people like this guy, Aaron Gears, blame it on the Democrats. It makes zero sense. But yeah, inflation is reducing, consumer sentiment is increasing, we are seeing things get better across the board, and that should scare people like you, Aaron, because I don't think he actually cares about the American economy. He just cares about attacking the other side and making it seem like they're at fault for everything.
And number 2 is a classic, the southern border crisis.
Oh, the border.
Kamala Harris flies to South America one time in the past 2 years to figure out the root causes millions of illegal immigrants have flooded our country. The number one reason.
This one is too easy to debunk. First of all, nothing fundamentally changed when Joe Biden took office. He didn't all of a sudden click a button on his desk and open the border up. The border has been a mess for decades. It takes people a while to immigrate over, so they do it in illegal ways, and they do it in ways that aren't very optimal.
Didn't Biden... Oh, no, I'm thinking something else. I think the Mexican president said, to solve the border crisis, Biden should start like investing in like Mexico and other countries to try to address the root causes, which is pretty based of him. But I thought that I don't think Biden ever actually proposed that policy. That was just an interview that the Mexican president did over 60 minutes.
System is broken. But Joe Biden tried to pass a historic bill that would provide border security that 17,000 border agents signed on. And they actually said this bill would help us a lot. But Donald Trump, who has all of Congress wrapped around his finger, or at least all of Republican Congress wrapped around his finger.
Biden was the guy talking about ice cream. Yeah. Yeah, Biden's awesome. It's chocolate chip. What's that after a school shooting? I don't know that was after a school shooting, but it was awesome, man. Oh, Biden makes ice cream joke in first day. Oh, he just made an ice cream joke in a statement after the school shooting. Dude, this was awesome.
We're so excited what you're doing for the country.
Well, thank you.
Mr. President, what did you order?
Chocolate chip.
Oh, yeah. Mr. President, what is your message to Republicans who are prepared to block the January 6th commission?
Eat some chocolate chip.
Yeah. That was base Joe Biden. Yeah, I would assume he just didn't know that the shooting happened. Or maybe he just forgot or something. I don't know. Not really that big of a deal. Like,
told them to shoot it down because he
like who do you think is like Biden proposed, I think, 2 different gun bills, right? So he'd had the Safer Communities Act in 2022, and I think just recently he proposed another one. Biden gun control after a more recent shooting. Like he just recently. New action plan to implement bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Oh, to implement it, I guess. I don't know. Biden's gun control agenda. Biden administration approves expansion of background check and gun sales. Biden administration announces rule that will require more background check. Yeah. Obviously, Biden. It's probably better for guns.
Knows that having a crisis at the border helps his chances of re-election. So the current crisis that we see can be blamed on Donald Trump. And I hate to try to shift blame around, but we literally had a bill sitting there that had funding for the border. It had funding for
Poland. Literally lives in Poland. I don't know why he even thinks of Trump. Yeah, people got mad. He was the one in Texas.
for Ukraine, and Republicans decided to nuke it. They nuked the entire bill. You can look this up. It happened. So this idea that Joe Biden just wants there to be an open border is not true at all. But what do you expect from a TikTok dude?
Why Joe Biden truly sucks.
Let's see number one.
Oh, wait, I didn't realize he goes over just this one TikTok the whole video. I'm so sorry, Adam Mockler. I'm so sorry I just reacted to your content.
Not wait to see how you top this.
Install it. I'm sorry, man.
Of the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan.
The withdrawal.
Oh my god. Wait, why is that number one? That's really the biggest deal? The withdrawal in Afghanistan. The reason that went bad, okay, is because Trump set up the timeline. Trump set up the timeline. He didn't, even in the negotiations, I remember people criticized it, he didn't include the Afghan army in there. So Trump set up the timeline and then decreased their troop numbers significantly. So Biden, basically, when he came into office, he had like two options. Wasn't it? Yeah, it wasn't like that bad. I think Biden had two options, basically, okay? He could either scrap the agreement, in which case the Taliban would just attack because we had already substantially withdrawn our troop numbers, right? We were like incredibly weak. Or he could withdraw, and it would probably be a little bit of a mess. But at the end of the day, we got out of the country, okay? We've got out, I think maybe 11 service members died in one attack. But like we got out of the country, which we probably needed to get out of. I give Biden massive respect for having the balls to actually withdraw and not just talk about withdrawing like every other fucking president did. Okay.
All that Donald Trump set up via the Doha agreements, the withdrawal that Donald Trump had the timeline placed out for that Joe Biden just followed. I mean, there was no reality in which the withdrawal from Afghanistan would be perfect. We were there for so long and had spent so much money that it was just time to get out and stop risking American lives. But this is the guy who will say that Joe Biden loves endless wars. And then when Joe Biden pulls us out of one of these endless wars, one of the best examples of an endless war, this guy all of a sudden thinks it is disastrous. Joe Biden did what he could with the information he had. We lost a few lives, but this was bound to happen. In any reality, any of the million different realities, this would have gone.
I think the only other option he really had probably would have cost more American lives.
not optimally. But I'm actually proud of Joe Biden for not being afraid to get a little bit of egg on his face and just pull us out, knowing that it would be a hard decision. Knowing that presidents like Donald Trump and even Barack Obama failed to pull us out, Joe Biden decided it is time to stop this war. I guarantee if I talked to this guy and I asked him why Donald Trump didn't pull us out of Afghanistan at all, he would say, oh, it was due to the deep state, due to this or that. But when Donald Trump does attempt to, he lays out a timeline, and Joe Biden simply follows that timeline. Of course, it's somehow Joe Biden's fault. Just like it's Joe Biden's fault that the economy sucks. Just like it's Joe Biden's fault that the border sucks. When all of these things can be traced back to Donald Trump's mishandling of COVID, Donald Trump nuking the border bill. Over and over, we see projection, we see deflection on anything that can be used against Donald Trump. So going into this video, my plan was to break down 3 or 4 separate TikToks, but I think this guy provided us plenty of content with his...
Okay, god damn it. I just reacted to his... god damn it. God damn it. His statements made me believe that that like there were going to be multiple TikToks. And I was like, I'll just react to the first one, but I ended up reacting to the whole video. God damn it. Oops. Oops. Oopsie daisy.
In March, a big number, 303,000 jobs were added to the economy.
50% more than expected. To find a higher number, you go back to January of last year.
And the unemployment rate actually moved down to 3.8%. Hourly income up a sharp 0.3%.
These really are very...
Hell yeah. So base. Okay. Now we can get into drama farming. Hell yeah. Uh-oh. Why'd that happen? Uh-oh. What? Why'd that happen? Let me see Fox Business struggle to get Biden credit. Yeah, I know. It's wild. Why did it do that? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna hope that doesn't happen again. Oh, I hate this stand. Why do they look like that now? What the fuck? Okay, hopefully when we get back from ads, they'll fix it. Why does it look so much worse now? It's not using the right camera, but I don't know why it's not using the right camera. Why is it not doing that? Why is it... Why? This hasn't happened. Oh, no way. Okay, we're good. We're being chillin'. Alright, I have not followed the Fresh and Fit drama that much, because I don't really care.
Welcome back to the comment section.
But when my favorite Gen Z icon, Brett Cooper, goes over it, I can't just ignore it. I can't ignore it. If Brett goes over it, are you kidding me? Alright, I have to be careful because this might get me copy striked on YouTube. And I don't want to just be a React streamer, but that's what we're doing right now, kind of. Well, there's still ads going on, so. Let me get some W's in a chat for this. He's not very happy. Do you think he likes Brett Cooper?
I'm Brett Cooper. So I am sure y'all know about the red pill bro manosphere culture, whatever you want to call it. These are people online, mainly on Twitter and on their own podcasts, who claim that women are unredeemable, marriage is a sham, there's no good reason for a man to get married in 2024. They give men terrible advice, superficial advice on how to be masculine and
Thank
alpha.
you, Brett Cooper.
Men. most of that advice would give normal women the ick.
Ew, no, David.
Now, anyway, one of the biggest podcasts in the space is called Fresh and Fit. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. It predates the Whatever podcast, I believe, but it has a similar format where a bunch of women will come on, they will talk to and get critiqued by the two hosts, whose names are Walter and Myron. I think Myron actually has a different name, but he goes by Myron. They also go by Fresh and Fit, respectively. The guy's got 3 names. I don't get it. Whatever, do your thing. And all of this is done under the guise of male improvement. And considering the struggles that men are very obviously facing in today's culture, you would hope that these incredibly influential, popular alpha bros giving advice would be good role models, right? We would hope that. We would assume that. Wrong. Before we get into this, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section upload. All right, so just to give you guys a baseline, if you do not watch Fresh and Fit, if you've not seen some of their clips, we need to watch some of their popular viral videos. Here we go.
If your dad cheated on your mom, how would you feel?
Okay, don't care. We all know who Fresh and Fit are. Manosphere.
Mother and hearing him, I'm
awesome
so glad
people.
loyalty is everything. It also says Myron presents the weak man's image, talking about their standards on him.
Is that intimate?
Believe that women's behavior can be changed. It should be changed, but that is besides the point. Remember what he said about accountability. Here's another video.
Guys don't like it when girls say signs and crystals and all other shit.
I'm so up on the Ab and Fit lore, thanks to Ab and Preach. I don't even. I don't. Do you know what? I don't even know what happened. I saw Destiny talk about it a little bit. All I saw was that I think it was Myron allegedly got some girl pregnant, and I was hoping Brett Cooper could get me up on it.
Basically, what she does is she takes accountability away from herself.
How does she speak so fast? It's in 1.5 times speed.
And she puts it.
Circumstances black and white? Absolutely not. Spirituality in the form of signs and crystals. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. But the point is, you guys might have noticed a through line in those last 2 clips. Women need to take accountability. Women are not taking accountability. This is wrong. You need to fix that. If they're not married, it's their fault. If they're too promiscuous, it is their fault. If their man cheats on them, it's their fault. Our lives are our faults. But are all of these circumstances black and white? Absolutely not. Can men be at fault in relationships and be promiscuous? Obviously they can be. They are every single day. But it seems like the Fresh and Fit guys don't totally agree with that. In fact, I wonder if they believe that men should take any responsibility whatsoever, especially after seeing that Walter, the other host of the show, allegedly got his girlfriend pregnant and then demanded that she get an abortion. Sounds like not taking accountability.
Fresh got to go pregnant, and she showed a call of him like begging her to get an abort. I saw some of that. Yeah. Was it ever revealed? I think what Fresh said after that was that girl was an escort, which really only makes it worse because then he got an escort pregnant. That doesn't make it any better. Was that ever? I need to know, was that confirmed? And was it ever confirmed that it was actually his kid?
Ability, doesn't it? Let's just listen to this phone call that is allegedly between him and his girlfriend.
I want the baby because I don't want to kill the baby. I don't want to kill nobody.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
I don't want to.
You're not. They just give you a pill and it's over.
No. I'm pregnant.
First of all, that is such a lie that is being pushed by both the medical industrial complex, by feminists, apparently by men who don't want to take responsibility for their actions, for their unprotected sex. It's just a pill. Just take it. It's not. Do you not understand the havoc that the abortion pill wreaks on a woman's body? The pain that it puts her through, both emotionally and physically. It is not something that should be taken lightly at all.
I mean, if you're early on in a pregnancy, my understanding is that the pill, it's obviously more than just like a pill and you take it and it's over and whatever, but like it's like pretty safe and it's pretty, like prior to 6 weeks or something, it's like pretty, it's not a massive thing.
And women are being fed this lie that it's
we can watch it after this video, GDX.
Easy fix. It's not. This is never an easy fix. This is an incredibly serious, awful thing that you are doing, both morally and what you're putting your body through.
I want to keep the baby.
Okay, well, like I said, I just don't want any kids.
Oh, you don't want any kids, bro? Then you shouldn't be having sex. Or you should have gotten a vasectomy if you don't want to have children. Those are your 2 options. Because having sex comes with the possibility of a pregnancy. If you are engaging in sex, you have to know that that is a possible outcome. You are a grown man. You should know that. You cannot sit on your podcast and preach about how terrible women are, about how they take no responsibility, and then tell your girlfriend that she needs to kill her unborn child because it's not convenient for you right now. Oh.
Holy shit, Base Press Cooper. GDX, please, can you just chill out? Can you just be a normal chatter for once in my life?
You just don't want any children. No, that is you not taking any accountability. What you rag on about on your show 24/7. Somebody commented and said, what a degenerate. Knocks her up, doesn't take accountability. Don't they drone on and on about how women don't take accountability? Disgusting individual. Yes. Somebody else said, so let me get...
Do GDX, what I'm going to say sounds mean, okay? I usually get tested for ASD because, oh my god, what the fuck do you mean? How is that not normal?
Get this straight, no accountability. I mean, the jokes truly write themselves at this point. Another person said, real talk, most of these alpha male podcasts just promote gender war propaganda. I completely agree. They create an insane divide between men and women. We are already so divided, we do not need more of this propaganda. That's a great way to put it. He goes on and says, these men love to excuse weak behavior and love mental gymnastics. Real men don't have to express how much of a man they are. Real men don't treat people like garbage. Real men don't run. That last line hits hard. Now, Walter's girlfriend, whose name is Daisy, obviously recorded that conversation. She posted it. She also posted screenshots of their texts online, and there are plenty of them. Many of them are very vulgar. I'm going to read one of them to you. This was on her story. Fresh, aka Walter, said, you should have a kid with somebody who you are in love with in the same household. It won't be what you expect. Man up. I'm telling you now so that you know. She told him to man up. As she should have. I don't expect anything anymore since we're not together. I got pregnant with you when I was in your house and when I was in love. You wanted to have the baby. If you didn't me with your own pleasure. Be logical and be a man. I didn't get pregnant by myself. Oof, it is not fair for the baby. No, it's not. What are you saying? We are not together and won't be. Why would that be good for a kid? So why did you decide of me? Also, things happen, and yes, feelings change, but bringing a kid into this world without both parents' love is cruel. We both thought you wouldn't get pregnant. You can't just think that you won't get pregnant. That is not how.
So true, Brett. Thank you, Brett.
Walter on blast. They're calling her a grifter, a snake, that she's a gold digger just trying to get his money. But we see the pregnancy tests in the text, like tests from doctors, not just to clear blue. Now, maybe she is insane. I don't know her. Maybe it's all made up. Maybe she is just trying to get his money. But she also could be honest and be scared and
Okay, wait. But she is definitely... she literally hopped... She was, like, in a Discord VC with, like, a few people. And she was literally... Sorry, I think she literally said that she wanted his money, and she fuck, I don't remember. I should have been commenting on it because I don't remember. But from what I remember, she is not a great person. I think she did specifically say, like, oh, I don't actually want Myron in this kid's life. Like, even if Walter, sorry, even if the like kid grew up and wanted to like see their dad, I wouldn't actually. Maybe the high value man is actually just normal man.
desperate.
Yeah.
So she's gone to the public to show them the real man off camera. That is a totally valid option. Things I'm sure he would.
What's the flaw in my question? TLR, break it down. Okay, so right now, we are watching a video, okay? We're just reacting to a video on my Twitch stream. Why on earth do you think it would be at all appropriate to ask that question, which is personal, sexual, and irrelevant?
Would much rather keep private. But you know what? He should have thought of that before he got her pregnant. Just like you need to think about that before you log online without ExpressVPN. Using the internet without
Oh my god, okay.
my partner because allegedly ever he be. Maybe not this guy after what he did, but I won't say that. She also said in a live stream that she would do a DNA test whenever he wants to prove that this is actually his child.
That question is not actually relevant to anything in the video.
And she also posted notes app screenshots detailing the timeline of their relationship, including when he allegedly told her he loved her, wanted to be exclusive with her, and then introduced her to his mom, said he would have a
When would it be relevant? It's not going to be relevant ever because we're never going to be talking about that.
baby with her, which is why she went off of birth control and had unprotected sex with him. And that, people, is the most ridiculous part of this entire story in my.
Why not? Why would I ever be talking about that with someone? Like, if I was in a VC talking about that stuff, then maybe the question would be relevant. It still wouldn't be appropriate to ask, and you still shouldn't ask it. But it would, yeah.
My opinion, because they are both at fault here.
It's
They
not actually
apparently
relevant
only
to
met
this.
In November, and without true commitment, decided that it would be fine if they just had a baby together and had unprotected sex. And then soon after, she learned that, oh, he just isn't a monogamous person. Like, girl, just
You're not interested in hypotheticals? I'm not interested in irrelevant, inappropriate hypotheticals. No.
run. Just be smart. Do not have unprotected sex with a man simply because he says, I love you once. That is the worst idea on the face of the earth. I'm sure you wanted to believe the best in him, but just do not trust. And to men, because this involves you as well, because it takes two people to make a baby, as this commenter said, it's a great lesson for young men. If you want to bang broads you have no intention of marrying, this is what you risk.
So true.
Fresh's legal relational trouble is simply the fruit of his degen lifestyle. Completely.
The Gen lifestyle.
Again, sex comes with risk. Be smart. It is that simple. You cannot cry about getting a girl pregnant and having to pay child support and man up when you did not use protection. And when you allegedly told her you loved her and
So why do you want to react to this? I just wanted to know what happened. You just didn't even tell me that much about what happened. It's just only stuff I already knew. And I wanted to know what Brett Cooper said, because Brett Cooper's like obviously on the right a little bit, but I mostly agree with her here. I mean, obviously, like, I'm pro-choice and like yeah. So
not something the
watch the Avon preach. Russian fit Andrew Tate claimed there was the first bit they did on it. That's going to be so long ago now. Green chat. Okay, well, we're timing out Jidiox now. Thank you. Time out at Jidiox. 900 seconds. Bro. What the hell do you mean, bro? What's the first video they did it? Oh my god, oh, there's so many.
Today's topic seems that our friend Walter Weeks, Mr. Fresh Prince CEO, got his sister pregnant, and she's keeping the baby, and she's exposing him. Yes, sir. Alpha male guru, whatever, red pill, knows the truth of the world, got caught up with a sex worker and got her pregnant, and now he's begging her to get rid of it. The guys who were supposed to tell you not to get these first pregnant got her pregnant. Now, can I ask you a question? Is that fresh? I'm just asking. Is that a new one? God. Or is it just the most stale-ass mistake you can make in the world? God damn it. You know what they calling him online? Pug CEO. Oh,
true.
They got a nickname called Pug CEO. Yeah, they are killing this man. All right, so her name is Daisy Fit. Okay, she's putting in my bless.
You mean to tell me that Fresh fucked with Fit?
No.
Good one, bro.
No, that's fire. I didn't see that look. I'm just saying.
Well, you didn't see that shit when you said it?
Because that's the thing. Fresh offers pretty much nothing to the podcast. So it's almost like Fit got him pregnant, got to pay child support. If I've seen any girl's Instagram and it has preaching it, I will never talk to her. It could be the baddest. It could be the second coming of Megan Good. If she got preaching to Instagram, you better get the fuck away from me. Ain't no way I'm getting no Megan Good pregnant. That's gay. Yo, she gonna be the whole incarnate of Halle Berry. Halle Berry. It could be Halle Berry. And if her middle name's Preach, bitch, you gotta go.
Halle Preachberry?
No, she gotta go.
You're not clapping.
No.
You're not clapping Halle Preachberry's cheek.
I want to for that actually start talking about shit.
The laws of logic and, for example, non-contradiction, or for example, 2 + 2 = 4. If you don't believe in any of that, then you can't have a conversation with anyone about anything because there's no common ground. You can never find out what truth is.
Okay, so creation itself, who decided 2 + 2 = 4? Man did, right?
Sorry, they're comedians.
I'm just saying, on a basis, 2 + 2, who decided that?
Who decided 2 + 2 = 4? Is that a serious question?
Yeah,
With respect,
I'm asking you.
No one decided 2 + 2 = 4.
So how did it come about?
Oh my god. Genius insight there from President Fit. Oh, what's up, Aiden? Thanks. Maybe I should turn the Nightbot spam protection back on.
No, that shit was funny, right? But who decided? You know what? There's nobody who can stump you like a stupid person. So Miss Fit, the one that Fresh was, she writes, she sent a picture of the pregnancy test. She took 2 of them because she needed to confirm that she had Pug CEO's babies. You always told me you wanted to be your baby's.
I don't think he's all like us, and I hope he's not. If he is, I'll ban. He's on, I don't know if he's here anymore, but he's on very, very, very thin ice right now.
You wanted me to be your baby mother.
Mother, okay. I loved you and I did everything to be a good
I've given him too many chances.
Happening, you walked away. I think I want to keep the baby. I don't want to kill alive. I want you to think carefully and take the responsibility. I'll call you shortly. Take your time. And he says, I can't have kids. And she says, take responsibility for your actions. She goes, and he goes, what's this? She goes, read it, blood test, pregnancy blood test. So she got all the tests to make sure she knew. I know, but what does it mean? I don't understand the numbers.
Because 2 + 2 = 4.
And then she highlights.
True. So they go through the text messages. I don't really care about reading all the specifics. I need to know. I already know this stuff. Okay. I just need to know if it was actually his kid. We interviewed her at Fresh. You are the father.
Today on episode 2 of Surviving Fresh and Fit, I want to get to the bottom of this fiasco. If you haven't seen part 1, be sure to go check that out for more context. How did you know Pug CEO was the man to bust his
actually call him Pug CEO?
I have no idea. I just feel like maybe everything happens. It was meant to be, to meet him even. Out of all the people in Miami, every day I go out, I get so many approach every day, wherever. The night we met at the party, and there were other guys. They were like another guy. He's really, really into me. So Fresh was there as well. And
this is about just how she met him. I don't know. What are they talking about in this one?
Sodomites a bunch of time, and they played a
Oh man,
Yeah, that's Mean Gene.
Wait, who's Mean Gene?
Mean Gene is a character that I have when I dance whacking.
Whacking?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
I used to dance whacking. I don't dance anymore.
No?
No.
You make money moves?
Yeah, man. I was also teaching that dance.
So yeah, they saw it as they were calling you a sodomite a bunch.
That's fine.
They got me over here.
And you're gay because you dance south. Oh my God.
Now here's the thing. People DM'd me a bunch of times. A lot of people hit me up, right? And look, I saw Andrew Tate in the comments being like,
What is this surprise me zero? Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Andrew.
And here's the thing. I think this is one of the funniest insults online because to me,
it's not one.
And this is also something that I think is like really common for black folks, especially because everything is sus.
Whereas do they actually?
These fists are gonna chase your fucking face, and you're gonna get your shit rocked. You bitch ass motherfucker. You're a and you fucking know it. And no one.
Okay, thanks, Myron. Okay, we're done. We're done with that. We're done. Oh my God. Okay. Your fault for being curious. That's fair. I don't want to, I should just sit down and react to multiple drama videos on something and then upload it as a YouTube pod. And it would do well. It'd do well. Okay, Jidiox has wanted me to watch this video. Jidiox is, how long is 900 seconds? Is that 15 minutes? Jidiox is, timed out right now for completely fair reasons. But I don't know if he's still here or not. But we'll watch it anyway.
Your body and everything, because it is amazing, isn't it?
In the naughty corner. He's on very thin ice right now, though. If he says any other shit, then Kyle, I give you permission to ban him. I'll probably ban him before you. But
the brain control you, or are you controlling the brain? I don't know if I'm in charge of mine.
No, do I.
There's a surprise.
People who go to study philosophy usually do so because they want to get the answer to the big questions, the existential questions, the questions whose answers will tell you how you should live your life. After you study philosophy for a while, you realize that there is no such thing as the answers. But there are answers. Every philosophical question has several answers, and some of them are good answers. You can then pick up the answers that seem most right to you,
I've read
and they
the
can
book.
help you manage your life and have a satisfying and happy existence. There are, however, some philosophical questions that defy good answers, and one of them is the question of the freedom of will. Practically every philosopher tries to answer this question, and substantiate their answer by relying on the philosophical worldview. In other words,
My
show
answer is
how
the
it
only
fits
one
with
that
the
matters.
solution to the other philosophical questions. But when you go through with the answer to its logical conclusion, at least for me it always ends up being unsatisfying. It either doesn't fit my lived experience, or doesn't integrate with the explanation of how other things in the universe work, or doesn't feel like what you think freedom of will should be like, or simply tells you
I don't completely disagree with that because I don't really believe in free will, and it obviously doesn't fit with lived experience because we don't go about life like thinking that we don't have free will, right? Jordan Peterson makes this point a lot, and he's right when he makes this point. It's just not really. It's just like tangential. It's like people who don't believe in free will still go about their life basically believing that they have free will,
that you have no
or their actions seem like they make it. Their actions make it seem like they believe they have free will because you still go about your life normally and stuff. It's just because evolutionarily, the same thing that makes it impossible for us to have free will, which is the fact that your brain is a physical thing. We also evolved not to think about that, basically.
free will. Eventually, you end up asking yourself what is freedom and what is will, and what kind of answer would actually satisfy
I
you.
believe in free will.
And you realize that even those questions are frustrating. So this is a subject I don't like to think about. Last year, I watched Sam Harris talking to Dave Rubin on the Rubin Report, and part of the discussion was about Sam's view on free will, or lack thereof. I watched with interest because Harris is a neuroscientist, so I thought that maybe he'll have some original insights into the matter. But I quickly realized that the talk was going over the same points that philosophers have been discussing for millennia, and there was nothing new there for me. So I zoned out, but but I noted to myself that maybe I should pick it up later. Because there is a question that I have for the philosophers who hold Sam's position, and maybe as a neuroscientist he can give me another perspective on it. So now I'm returning to it, and I want to present Sam Harris with my question. Now, Harris wrote a book about this issue, a book which I did not read, but I did watch these 6 videos on YouTube, in which he discusses the matter. That may
I mean, this lecture is I've watched this lecture. This lecture is almost the same as the book. It takes a few parts verbatim even.
not sound like a lot, but together these 6 videos amount to 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours of listening to Sam Harris intoning about that subject that I don't like to think about. I didn't get an answer to the question I want to ask, and I assume that this means that the book will not provide an answer either. So I'll just go ahead and ask directly. As mentioned,
If you think there's no free will, are you considering the future is also predetermined? I don't like the word predetermined, okay? It's just deterministic, okay? If I roll a dice, it's not necessarily predetermined how or what number that dice will land on. But if you the way the dice rolls is deterministic. It's not actually random. If you rolled the dice the exact same way with the exact same error resistance on the exact same table, it would roll on the same that same number every time. I basically think the same is true of human actions.
Harris does not believe that we have free will. I'll let him present his arguments.
Now, the popular conception of free will rests on 2 assumptions. The first assumption is that each of us was free to behave differently than we did in the past. If you could rewind the movie of your life to some moment 10 minutes ago or 10 hours ago, 10 years ago, you would be able to proceed differently than you did. If you chose A, you could have chosen B. If you became a firefighter, you could have become a policeman. You had chocolate ice cream, you could have chosen vanilla. It certainly seems to most of us, most of the time, this is the universe we're living in. The second assumption is that each of us is the conscious author of our thoughts and actions. So that the part of you that thinks and perceives and experiences your life in the present moment is actually the author of your thoughts
Keep
and
watching my
choices.
YouTube.
Subsequent
Make sure I don't
behavior.
get a copy strike.
Now, the problem, unfortunately, is that we know that both of these assumptions are false.
Right, I think that's presented well enough, and there's no need for me to elaborate. In the end, we hear Sam claim that we know that this belief is false. In other words, that this traditional notion of free will is refuted by current scientific knowledge. So what do we have then?
The first problem is that we live in a world of cause and effect, and either our wills are determined by a long chain of prior causes, and we're not
Or they're
responsible for them,
indeterminate, law of excluded
or
will.
they're determined by some random influences, and we're not responsible for them. And no matter how you turn this dial between the iron law of determinism.
What's the evidence there's no free will? There's a few things you can go into. Basically, hold on. I think the easiest way makes no sense for. So the first thing I will say, obviously, we all sort of feel like we have free will, right? But this feeling of having free will is totally compatible with even something like time being already predetermined. Just because you have this experience of feeling like your actions or feeling like you're in control of your actions, that experience alone is not enough to prove anything. It's entirely compatible with time already being totally planned out. Now we know that time isn't already planned out because of Heisenberg uncertainty or some shit. I don't remember. So you're also saying it's not like we're entirely oblivious to the determining. We can measure it and we're understanding why it's determined. It's not like what? Sorry. It's not like we're entirely oblivious to the determining. We can measure it and understand why it's determined. I mean, yeah, if we're learning more about the brain.
The argument
This
against
is
free
a
will, in my
really good argument, like a simple argument.
we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic.
Which
The
Sam Harris was
proposition
talking
that
about.
P must either be true or false, and it can't be both, it can't be neither. We can simply ask a question of any kind of mental activity. Is it determined or is it not? That is it determined by anything else or is it completely undetermined by anything? If it's undetermined by anything, then it's random, and you're by definition not in control of that which is random. If it's determined by something, then it's either determined by something further inside your mind or it's determined by something external to your brain. If it's determined by something external to yourself, if that's what's determining the action, then clearly you're not in ultimate control of that action. If it's something inside of yourself somewhere, then all you do is push the problem back and you ask the question again, is that thing determined or is it indeterminate? Either of which you are completely out of control in. If you say that it terminates in something like a soul, people like to do this. They say, well, look, with a religious philosophy, we have the benefit of introducing a soul. That doesn't solve anything. It's not a matter of having to explain the mechanism by which the soul brings about actions. That may well be a mystery. But if it is the case that whatever it is that's doing that is either determined or it's not, and that if it's not, it's random and therefore out of your control, and that if it is, it ultimately terminates in something outside of yourself or something random, and both of which are out of your control, free will cannot exist. The argument...
Yeah, it's basically law of excluded middle. Any action, any mental activity either has to be determined or indeterminate. If it's determined, you're not in control of it because it's determined. If it's indeterminate, the only things that are like indeterminate are quantum mechanics, and it's just random. It's probabilistic, which you're not really in control of either. Yeah.
And randomness, this notion of free will doesn't make any more sense. There's no way of combining chance and determinism that makes sense of free will.
This is a common materialist view. The universe is made entirely of matter, and matter obeys natural laws.
Well, I mean, if he's not a materialist, then it makes sense. But I'm a materialist.
Cannot act otherwise. So either the universe moves in an entirely deterministic fashion, or there is some random element. I'm guessing he takes the idea of randomness from quantum physics.
You say, Hillary, going forward, what do I not do to get timed out? Be a normal freaking person. Don't ask irrelevant and inappropriate questions constantly. Yeah.
But the Epicurean philosophers said essentially the same thing 2,000 years ago. They philosophized that the universe is made of atoms of matter, and the atoms all move in a mechanistic fashion, but there's also a random element that makes them sometimes swerve a little, for no reason. This is how they explain the existence of free will, but Sam is right that this is not a satisfying answer.
So I can never bring up a topic that's not irrelevant. I mean, you can bring up a semi-irrelevant topic, but it can't be totally unhinged and insane.
Neither the idea...
Wait, what's his name? My stream was lagging. Whose name? Sam Harris? You're talking about... Do you mean Sam Harris or Alex O'Connor? The short that we watched was by a guy named Alex O'Connor, and then the video that we're watching is a response to Sam Harris.
The idea that I'm caught in a deterministic system, nor the idea that I'm controlled by random chance, make me feel like I have free will. To say...
The short, Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic. So I don't really see nothing endgame in this conversation. Like, actually, nothing changes by living life with free will isn't real in mind. Well, I think life... I mean, okay. Well, there's two things. So, like, on an individual level, if you're not really... Like, we feel like we're in control of our actions. If you think that you aren't actually in control of our actions... the guy he's talking to, do you mean Ben Shapiro?
The argument against free will, in my view, we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic. The proposition that P must either be true or false.
Yes.
It can't be both, it can't be none.
Yeah, he's talking to Ben Shapiro. He had a debate with Ben Shapiro about religion. So I think, like, on an individual level, but I want to quote, I can quote from this book because he talks about it. I think he has a good way of explaining it. He talks about it in here. It's called fatalism. Okay, we'll read like 2 pages of this just real quick. It's from Sam Harris's Free Will. There's one of the chapters, Might the Truth Be Bad for Us? Many people worry that free will is a necessary illusion, and that without it, we will fail. Jesus, I can't read in the purple lights. We will fail to live creative and fulfilling lives. This concern isn't entirely unjustified. One study found that having subjects read an argument against the evidence of free will made them more likely to cheat on a subsequent exam. Another found subjects to be less helpful and more aggressive. It is surely conceivable that knowing or emphasizing certain truths about the human mind could have unfortunate psychological and/or cultural consequences. However, I'm not especially worried about degrading the morality of my readers by publishing this book. Speaking from personal experience, I think that losing the sense of free will has only improved my ethics by increasing my feelings of compassion and forgiveness and diminishing my sense of entitlement to the fruits of my own luck. And again, this is the thing, I was talking about it on an individual level before. On a societal level, if you don't believe in free will, then there's a lot of things we'd have to change about like our criminal justice system, obviously. Is such a state of mind always desirable? Probably not. If I were teaching a self-defense class for a woman, I would consider it quite counterproductive to emphasize that all human behavior, including a woman's response to physical attack, is determined by a prior state of the universe, and that rapists are at bottom, unluckily, being themselves victims of prior causes they did not create. There are scientific, ethical, and practical truths appropriate to every occasion, and an injunction like, just gouge the bastard's eyes, surely has its place. So, I mean, obviously you just have to consider you're influenced by your environment, yeah. There is no contradiction here. Our interests in life are not always served by viewing people and things as a collection of atoms, but this doesn't negate the truth or utility of physics. Losing belief in free will has not made me fatalistic. It has, in fact, increased my feelings of freedom. My hopes, my fears seem less personal and more indelible. There's no telling how much I might change in the future. Just as one wouldn't draw a lasting conclusion about oneself from the basis of a brief experience of indigestion, one needn't do the same on the basis of how one thought or behaved for vast stretches of time in the past. Yeah. But he has a thing in here about fatalism, because, like, hold on. Can we actually fly? I know cosmic septic. Ben Shapiro. How's it going? They actually talk about it in here too.
I mean,
Oh, they don't have fucking chapters?
Something's certain. We don't do cold opens or soft starts here.
There is no free will, but I suppose, and this talk, the principal disagreement that I think I had with you, Ben, is that there was a subtle, or not so subtle, implication, in my view, that yes, with no God, there's no free will, but somehow having God can solve this problem. I mean, you said
hold on, they talk about
this is going to be sort of Straussian in its implications, but that may work for you. You're a very high IQ individual who can somehow reconcile the idea of living a very purposeful life with the idea
driving you to do that's outside of your control. That make people do what they nihilistic, if you like. That's a separate Schopenhauerian view that you can do as you will, you just can't will what you will, and that you are essentially just a biological machine reacting to its to its internal and evolutionary drives. That's what's happening. Now, call that nihilistic if you like. That's a separate question, but as to the question of how this would make one act, the idea that this might cause us to sort of lay around in bed all day or something, the very mechanism that I think is responsible for eliminating the possibility of free will, that is, the drives that make people do what they do, like I say, do exactly that. Make people do what they do. They make them get out of bed in the morning. Why do you get out of bed and go and make your breakfast if there's no free will? So you go and get breakfast because there's no free will and something is driving
you Jewish? I'm not.
Driving you to do that's outside of your control.
For sure. So to get back to the nihilism point, which you kind of put aside, so that means that this conversation is essentially worthless in any sort of real sense. I mean, effectively, we were driven here by evolutionary biology and environment to have this conversation. Everybody who's
why? That seems a little sus.
Who's watching this is driven by evolutionary biology and environment to have a particular reaction to that thing, and ever round the cycle goes. That seems like a very purposeless life. Again, I'm drawing from a realm that is not evolutionarily biological.
Okay, Jidiox. Oh my God.
The word purpose is really, teleology obviously has been taken out of the realm of science pretty thoroughly by atheists and by many people in the sciences, although I would argue that, again, most scientists speak in the realm of teleology literally all the time, and they're borrowing language from the language of teleology, even when they're describing functions of particular body parts, right? The heart pumps blood in order to keep you alive, right? They're constantly using language that's teleological in nature. The real question that I have, and this is what goes to the question that you were asking at the beginning, before the sort of pre-question, which was the good of religion to society. One of those goods is people believing that their free will matters, and this actually is a useful thing. So I believe that it is deeply important for people in society to believe that they have the capacity to change themselves and to make different decisions than what biology would drive them to do. So you say, well, it's biology that drives you to get out of bed in the morning, which is almost Calvinist in sort of the way that it's described, right? It's like you're predestined to get out of bed in the morning, so thus you get out of bed in the morning. But the reality is that we are constantly making decisions as though those decisions make a difference in the universe. And what social science actually does tend to show is that when people believe that they have control over their own actions, that when they believe that they're capable of changing the way that they live, they do make those changes with more alacrity and in better directions than if they don't believe that. If people tend to believe in a deterministic universe, they do act worse. So it may work. This is going to be...
Oh, wait, fuck. That's the wrong video I closed. No, that's the right video I closed.
Straussian in its implications. But that may work for you. You're a very high IQ individual. Believe that they have control over their own actions. Then when they believe that they're capable of changing the way that they live, they do make those changes with more alacrity and in better directions than if they don't believe that. If people tend to believe in a deterministic universe, they do act worse. So it may work. This is going to be sort of Straussian in its implications, but that may work for you. You're a very high IQ individual who can somehow reconcile the idea of living a very purposeful life with the idea that actually there's no purpose to anything. But for the vast majority of people, that is not actually how they live. And I would suggest that even in your daily life, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, man, my biology is driving me this morning to get on the bike, have a great day, the sun is shining. That's my biology doing this. And I don't think that most people who live purposeful lives, even if they believe that everything they're doing is predetermined by the world around them, by their own biology, I don't believe they actually feel that they have to engage
Just remember you're
what
on
they
thin
themselves would term an illusion in order to feel a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives.
Of course, but that's what the evolutionary process, in my view, in my worldview, I should say, has done so well, is provide precisely that illusion. I mean, it's not as that, I mean, you say, look, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, gosh, look at my biological
My neurons
drive.
are firing, yeah.
First of all, love the correct title of the stream. Listen, we got sidetracked by chat, yeah. Yes, it's just retaliation. They did an attack. Secondly, hi.
Of course not, because if I did, then the whole...
Oh, wait, were you just complimenting me when I said retaliation? I mean, it's a retaliatory strike. It's not... I don't think it's justified, but it's still a retaliatory strike. You do gotta be changing titles, bro. I mean, I listen, I've changed it like twice, okay? But he was just saying he liked it because I had retaliatory. Because technically, Iran did do a retaliatory strike against Israel because Israel technically attacked Iran first, but Iran has been funding 3 different proxy groups that have been attacking Israel for decades. So
illusion serves would fall away. I mean, you say that this is a fairly purposeless.
Yeah, we're gonna finish it. We're just this is like relate. This is actually related to the video, not your version of relevant.
The implications that it's a bit of a depressing one. I didn't come here to inspire optimism in people. I just think it is in fact the case.
By the way.
It is in fact the case that free will doesn't exist, and we may feel very nihilistic towards that, but as a wise man once said, facts don't care about your feelings. And I will say that the argument against free will, in my view, is based upon something broader than just scientific analysis or empirical research. Rather, we can build an argument, I think, from...
And then he just does the law of excluded middle again. Okay. Yeah. Basically, the same things that make me believe that we don't have free will, which is that we sort of just have these desires that are kind of built into our brain, and we don't exactly know where they come from, and we can't control them. And even if we could control them, we'd have to have the desire to control that desire, and we can't control that one. Even if we could control that one, we'd have to desire to desire to desire. Yeah, you get the picture. Yeah, it's turtles all the way down, man.
If we will, we are going to have to suggest another possibility. Harris doesn't acknowledge that such a possibility exists, and that leads him to his conclusion that there is no free will. One of his arguments is that we do not choose the circumstances by which we are brought into the world.
From the perspective of your conscious mind, you are actually no more responsible for your next thought than you are for your birth into this world. You have not built your mind. And in moments where you seem to build it, where you finally take the reins of your life and you decide to acquire knowledge or learn a new skill, the only tools at your disposal are those which you've inherited from moments past. No one picks their parents.
We can get better at living around desires, but by this logic, the previous factors have already determined that you're going to... Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think, hold on. Just because I had the book open to this page already. Okay? He has this good example. Well, it is true to say that a person would have done... Oh, wait, sorry. Okay. This example. Let's say your life has gone off track. You used to be very motivated, inspired by opportunities, physically fit, but now you're lazy, easily discouraged, and overweight. How did you get this way? You might be able to tell a story about how your life unraveled, but you cannot truly account for why you let it happen. And now that you want to escape, this downward trend and change yourself through an act of will. You begin by reading self-help books, you change your diet and join a gym, you decide to go back to school, but after 6 months' efforts, you are no closer to living the life that you want than you were before. The books fail to make an impact on you, your diet and fitness regime proved impossible to maintain, and you got bored with school and quit. Why did you encounter so many obstacles in your life? You have no idea. You tried to change your habits, but your habits appear to be stronger than you are. Most of us know what it's like to fail in this way. These experiences are not even slightly suggestive of freedom of will. But you woke up this morning feeling even greater resolve. Enough is enough. Now you have a will of steel. Before stepping out of bed, you had a brilliant idea for a website, and the discovery that the domain name was available for only $10 filled you with the confidence. You are now an entrepreneur. You share the idea with several smart people, and I think it is a guarantee to make you rich. Jesus. The wind is back. The wind is at your back, sails full. As it turns out, a friend of yours is also a close friend of Tim Ferriss, the famous lifestyle coach and guru. Ferriss offers to consult with you about your approach to diet and exercise. You find this meeting extremely helpful, and afterwards you discover a reservoir of discipline in yourself that you didn't know was there. Over the next 4 months, you swap 20 pounds of fat for 20 pounds of muscle. You weigh the same, but you are fully transformed. Your friends can't believe what you have accomplished. Even your enemies begin to ask for your advice. You feel entirely different about your life. The role that discipline, choice, and effort played in your resurrection cannot be denied. But can you account for your ability to make these efforts today and not a year ago? Where did this idea for the website come from? It just appeared in your mind. Did you, the conscious agent you feel yourself to be, create it? If you pay attention to your inner life, you'll see it just goes into like, basically you don't really control your thoughts. You can change your life and yourself through effort and discipline. But whatever capacity for effort and discipline you have in this moment, and not a skilliant more or less, you are either lucky in this department or you aren't, and you cannot make your own luck. Based.
Or the society to which they were born. No one picks the moment in history in which they live. No one picks their genes or the environmental influences that determine the structure of their brain. You are no more responsible for the exact structure and state of your brain in this moment than you are for your height.
So our existence, and who we are, is foisted upon us, and that's already taking away a big part of our freedom. However, I would point out that this is not enough to show that there is no free will. When we talk of free will, the question is if we are free to act within the circumstances we are thrown into. As Dan Dennett puts it in his talk with Harris, the sailor can't control what the sea will be like, but he can control the boat. Harris, however, does not believe...
But he basically just answered that. Hold on. I'll go back to the beginning of this clip.
You have not built your mind. And in moments where you seem to build it, where you finally take the reins of your life and you decide to acquire knowledge or learn a new skill, the only tools at your disposal are those which you've inherited from moments past.
The only tools the sailor has are the ones inherited from his genetics and environment, which he wasn't in control of.
We talk of free will, of atoms in our belief that we can control what the sea will be like, but he can't control the boat. Harris, however, does not believe that we control the boat.
He also talks about Daniel Dennett in here. Compatibilists like my friend Daniel Dennett, it says, even if our thoughts and actions are the product of unconscious causes, they are still our thoughts and actions. This isn't super related to it. Anything that our brains do or decide, whether consciously or not, is something that we have done or decided. The fact that we cannot always be subjectively aware of the causes of our actions does not negate free will, because our unconscious neurophysiology is just as much us as our conscious thoughts are. Which Sam Harris disagrees with, because he's like, at this moment, you are making countless decisions with organs other than your brain. But these are not events for which you feel responsible. Are you producing red blood cells and digestive enzymes at this moment? Your body is doing these things, of course, but if it decided to do otherwise, you would be the victim of these changes rather than their cause. To say that you are responsible for everything that goes on inside your skin, because it is all you, is to make a claim that bears absolutely no relationship to the feeling of agency and moral responsibility that had made the idea of free will an enduring problem for philosophy. There are more bacteria in your body than there are human cells. In fact, 90% of the cells in your body are microbes like E. coli. Many of these organisms perform necessary functions They are you in some wider sense, but do you feel identical to them? If they misbehave, are you morally responsible? Blah, 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 blah. Imagine that a person claims to have to eat no food of any kind. Rather, he can live on light. From time to time, a young Indian yogi will make such a boast, much to the merriment of skeptics. A compatibilist like Dennett could come to this charlatan's defense. The man does live on light. We all do, because you trace the origin of any food, you arrive at something that depends on photosynthesis. By eating beef, we consume the grass the cow ate, and the grass ate sunlight. So the yogi is no liar after all. But that's not the ability the yogi was advertising, and his actual claim remains dishonest. This is the trouble of compatibilism. It solves the problem of free will by ignoring it. How can we be free conscious agents if everything that we consciously intend is caused by events in our brain that we do not intend and of which we are ultimately unaware? We can't. To say that my brain decided to think or act in a particular way, whether consciously or not, and that this is the basis for my freedom is to ignore the very source of our belief in free will, the feeling of conscious agency. People feel that they are authors of their own thoughts and actions, and this is the only reason why there seems to be a problem of free will worth talking about. It doesn't respond to the specific compatibilist claim that Dennett was making here, where it's like, do you have the freedom to oh shit, my book is fucking up my monitor. To sort of work within your circumstances, but it does. It was responding to another compatibilist
believes
argument.
that everything we do in our life is predetermined, that the position of atoms in our body at the moment of our birth already determines all the actions that we will take until the day we die. Or there could be some random element, which saves us from determinism, but over which we have no control either. So, to him, our life is determined by the circumstances we are thrown into.
I don't like the word predetermined is so cringe. It's deterministic. If you had the exact same atoms arranged in the exact same way, the same thing would happen. Yeah, and that's true of human actions too. Because I'm a materialist. I believe our brains are just material things made up of atoms, and also, he might get into the neuroscience a bit later, but no neuron acts free of history. Neurons just do the only thing they can do. Neurons either maintain a negative charge because they're not sufficiently excited by another neuron, or they gain a positive charge because they are sufficiently excited by another neuron. They're just doing the only thing they can do. So when you order vanilla ice cream, that translates directly into a bunch of neurons in your brain either becoming positively or negatively charged. There's no other way those neurons could have behaved. That's the only way those neurons could have behaved physically, unless something in the environment was different, or something in the way your brain was made was different.
And there is no freedom to resist.
Thoughts just emerge in consciousness. We are not authoring them. That would require that we think them before we think them.
So, like, jumping ahead, but what should be people taking away from this? Because it doesn't seem very positive or motivating. I mean, it isn't very positive or motivating. But Alex O'Connor, brought up, facts don't care about your feelings. I think what you should be taking away from it is that you should be a lot less angry of a person. Because at bottom, everyone is a victim to their own luck. Yeah, I think the reason conscious intentions matter is because conscious intentions are like the best predictor of like what someone will do in the future. Okay, if someone accidentally ran over a child with their car, well, they're probably not really. They probably didn't, since they didn't want to run over that child with their car. They're probably not going to run over a child again with their car again. Okay, if somebody purposely ran over a child with their car, the reason that conscious intention matters, the reason it makes them a worse person, is because they're probably going to do it again. They actually wanted to do it. They had a desire to do it. And that desire makes them a danger to society, so they should probably be locked up. Yeah. And obviously, if a person accidentally did it and they were reckless, they should probably still be locked up. But yeah, because that's indicative of the fact that they might be reckless again. I don't know what you should take away from it, man. I think basically you shouldn't be as angry at people because they're at bottom a victim to their genetics and environment.
If you can't control your next thought, and you don't know what it's going to be until it arises, where's your freedom of will?
This is Sam's main point. Thoughts just pop into our mind, and we have no control over the process. The thoughts are born on the unconscious level. We become aware of them only after they were formed, and they drive us. So, not only did we not program our brain to be like it is, we also don't control the thoughts that our brain thinks and the decisions that it takes. We are just observers of the process, as if we were watching it on a movie screen. At no point, according to Harris, do we have any ability to steer the boat. So how can we say that we have free will? Again, there is nothing new here, nothing that philosophers haven't said before. So why do I think that it might be interesting to put my question to Sam? Because of this.
And consciousness clearly is not in the driver's seat. For instance, there's now a tradition of doing experiments where you give people a very simple choice, just to push one button, the
Oh
left
no, the Lebet experiments. Oh no.
button or the right button, and they can push whichever they want whenever.
Okay. The Lebet studies, which is what he's getting into, these style of studies are called Lebetan studies. Okay. The Lebetan studies alone do not disprove free will. They are a little bit of evidence against free will, but they alone do not disprove free will.
They want. And the only other task you give them is to watch a special clock where they can discriminate time in a very fine-grained way, and they just have to notice what time it was when they finally consciously made up their mind. What you find, and what the first person who did this, Benjamin Libet, did, a physiologist who had people hooked up to EEG while doing this, but it's since been replicated with functional magnetic resonance imaging and even direct recordings from the cortices of surgical patients, you find that the time at which a person consciously thinks they have consciously decided to push the left button versus the right, comes some seconds often, at minimum half a second, sometimes up to 5 seconds or 7 seconds after the brain has already decided. You can tell what the person is going to do before they know what they're going to do by looking at the brain data.
This is knowledge that those past philosophers didn't have, and it gives Sam a different perspective on the matter, which I would like to challenge. So, finally, I'm now going to go ahead and ask my question. My question is this. What about what is known as the train of thought? Indeed, Sam, I agree with you the thoughts just pop in the mind, seemingly out of nowhere. But once the thought exists, it can stay for a while, and develop itself. Maybe all decisions are made in the subconscious before I am aware of them, but the decision my subconscious makes is surely determined by where I took the train of thought to. If I had gone in another direction somewhere along the line, the decision could have been different. And so, this is where I feel like I do.
But what does you mean? I think you are your conscious agent.
Have control over my thought. Actually, I shouldn't say that I have control over my thought. I am the thought. I am driving myself, going according to my own logic. Of course, there are a lot of distractions, like outside stimuli or random thoughts that can come out of nowhere, but it is still possible for me, the thought, to maintain myself for a certain period of time. And this is where...
But you have to have the thought to control the thought.
Maybe, free will does reside. Let's look at it from a different angle. As I understand it, when we look at the brain through our instruments and see a thought, it appears as electric currents moving in certain paths, causing certain neurons to fire. What I am suggesting is that when there is a train of thought, it is the thought itself that determines which path it will take in the brain. To put it differently, it is the content of the thought that determines which neurons will fire. I am interested to know, Sam, how does that idea square off with our current knowledge of the brain?
Now most people think we have a strong subjective experience of free will. And the problem is just that we can't map it onto physical reality. This, I think, is an illusion. I think we actually do not feel as free as we think we do. This relies on us not paying very close attention to what it's like to be us. If you pay attention, you can see that you no more author the next thing you think than the next thing I say. Thoughts simply appear in consciousness.
I disagree. I don't think that this is a subjective experience. If it was like that, then every thought would appear momentarily, and then be immediately followed by a thought that is completely disconnected to it. That's...
I don't see why they would have to appear momentarily. I don't see why they couldn't stick around for a while. You're good, Kyle.
Not what happens. Some thoughts are extended, and go down a certain path.
Wait, don't mute the tab, not the stream. That way when the ads play, I still get money. Remember when Cutie Cinderella did that? And she was like, I didn't get sponsors for my event, so everyone play this stream and mute the tab, not the stream, to get AdSense money. That was awesome, dude.
A train of thought is not controlled by randomness, nor is it deterministic. It has several routes it can travel, and it chooses one of them. Also, Sam.
I would assume. Yeah, I remember. The Cutie Cinderella thing was insane. I'm going to do that with my streams. I wonder if Twitch shows me how much ad revenue I got. But I don't see why where a train of thought goes wouldn't be deterministic. At least from like a materialist perspective. But it doesn't have the ad revenue yet.
What do you mean by saying that I don't author the next thing that I think? Are you suggesting that I am something different from my thought? Are you suggesting...
Well, okay, we have a conscious experience. So Sam Harris part of like Sam Harris's thing is that we are experience, okay? This is what he has his whole meditation app, man. We are just our experience. But we feel like we have this sort of what he calls the illusion of self, which I don't know if I totally agree with. Where we feel like we're this one conscious being and thoughts can enter into it. And the reason he has his meditation app is because he says he wants to break that illusion. He says he wants you to realize that you are just your experience.
A soul? Evidently you don't, because elsewhere you rule out the existence of something like a soul, or a self, or a subject. But it seems to me that you are inadvertently falling into the trap of implying its existence. Whenever you make the argument that we are not the author of our thought, an argument you make often, it sounds like this is what you are doing. When I say the word I, meaning myself, there are two things I might be referring to. First, it can mean the human organism that I am. Secondly, it can mean the consciousness of this organism at this moment. Now, the organism also stores memories, which I, the consciousness, have access to, and that makes me feel like I am an entity, a subject that has a history. But I agree with Harris that there is no subject, no entity that exists in my body like a ghost in the machine. What I am is just the current consciousness, and the memories are thoughts within this consciousness.
I believe in a soul because I'm religious, but I do believe in free will. I don't agree with this guy fully, but he makes it. So, I mean, this is definitely like an argument I haven't heard before. It's definitely like an interesting argument. I don't necessarily see why a train of thought wouldn't be deterministic. And he made like the 2 points. I don't see why thoughts that appear in your conscious experience would have to only appear momentarily. And I don't see why it isn't deterministic how long they stick around.
So let's examine these two versions of I,
or where they go,
in light of Sam's argument. If we are talking about the organism, then I am definitely the author of my thought.
And it's just like, also, just like, you can, even if you can to some degree control your train of thought, you'd have to have the thought to do that. And did you control that one? And you just keep pushing the problem back. It's the same thing with like desires. Like even if you could control a first order desire, you'd have to have a desire to control that desire, so on and so forth, until like you terminate and like basically, well, my brain is just physically wired in this way to prefer pleasure over pain, and that's why I have these desires. Yeah.
The subconscious is also part of the organism, and the thought was created in it, so I authored it. And if we are talking about the consciousness, then I am the thought, and I am authoring myself. I didn't have control over being created, but once I came to be, I'm steering my way in the brain. I am self-driven, and therefore, to some extent, free.
But I don't think you are self-driven.
Again, this freedom is very tenuous, as it is hard to keep a train of thought going. So if we are talking about something that I have to decide on the spot, it can be said that I didn't have much control over the decision. However, if we are talking about a decision that I have been deliberating for weeks, then we are talking about an accumulation of many moments in which I had the ability to affect it. And this is where, perhaps...
No, don't fucking do that, no.
I do have control over my destiny.
We're about to get into the Israel
right,
stuff, and I'm going to swear so much. Oh my god.
That is my question, and I'm interested to know what Sam Harris thinks of this possibility. From you, my viewers, I ask that you help me get Sam's attention to this video. And, of course, tell me what you think about it.
I mean, that's definitely an interesting argument I haven't heard before, but we describe your experience as a self-train of thought, being purposely directed. I think that is a very misleading analogy. Maybe it's better to think of it as a river, an emergent phenomenon that has similar appearances of direction, but there's no little driver in charge, just countless. Yeah, I would probably agree with this comment. All right, I'll send it later. I mean, you can listen. It'd be funny if you do it now. I'm like, you don't have to listen to me, okay? But yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it was an interesting video. My ads are over. Oh, what a video's over. How do you not have ads? You're not even subbed. Only my subs aren't supposed to have ads. God damn. It might be, I don't know. Might have something to do with the fact that you're in Poland. You might also have ad block. Bro, I'm 18, okay? I'm still a relatively horny dude, okay? I don't go into random fucking people's Twitch chats and ask them stupid questions, okay? That's the difference. Even when I was 16, I didn't do that. I'm in England? I thought you were in Poland. You've definitely said you were in Poland before. Like last night you said you were in Poland. I don't have ad blockers. Did you use Twitch at 16? I didn't use Twitch as much, but yeah, I did. Like I still have an account and stuff. I didn't stream on Twitch at 16. I streamed on YouTube. This first. I'm so glad this is trending now.
All right, Ben, it's my first day
I said I'm from Poland. Okay, that makes
here.
sense.
Do you have any advice for me? So here's the thing. Never go in the dressing room when Knowles is in there.
Keep your back to the wall and never be alone in a room with Michael Knowles. The guy's an animal. He's a total animal.
Timing YouTube recommendations. Okay. We still have more stuff to read, baby. Okay. The first thing I want to do is just check the updates on it. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I forgot to hit start recording. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to download a Twitch VOD again. Oh my god. I'm gonna... myself. Hold on, I wanna... Yeah, it's a different topic.
On that front, let me ask.
Bell curve revisited. Oh no. I don't like Sean, okay? But his video on the bell curve is good. I don't remember everything on it, or everything about it, but I don't think the bell curve has been... I don't think the bell curve is well respected anymore.
Let me ask you finally about...
Group differences. Jesus. It's just like the average IQ of the US in the 50s or whatever was 70, right? Now the average IQ in the US is much higher, but that's just because we... That's just, that's just because we got more educated as a society. You say, I mean, okay. The problem is, I would say I'm an agnostic atheist. The problem is, like so agnostic, when people hear the word agnostic, they basically think either you think it's like 50-50 God exists or doesn't exist, or that you just haven't put much thought into it. But I would say I'm a level 6. Are you gonna watch that bell curve video? I don't necessarily think it's TOS. I just it's just I don't think I want to watch it. I don't think I want to deal with the race realism stuff, man. It's just not true. It's short, please. It's not that short. It's 15 minutes long. That's 10 minutes long. Do you think, JD, do you think there are actually group differences? just hold on. Let's go to wait. Shit, this isn't. Well, actually, I want to check my analytics. Hell yeah! Oh, we got another subscriber on YouTube. Potentially, just look at the argument from the expert. Consider and respond. It's just obviously not true. It's just like
Hello,
the differences in IQ are just because of the resources the society has. The average IQ in the like American 50s was much lower because no one was getting educated.
Today, we're going to be talking about The Bell Curve. The Bell Curve is a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J. Herrnstein and political scientist Charles Murray.
Please just
And
stop
by
it.
way of an
You don't
introduction here,
control
I'll
my
read the
stream.
description of the book that's on the back of my copy. Breaking new ground and old taboos, Richard J. Herrnstein and Charles Murray tell the story of a society in transformation. At the top, a cognitive test into English in 1908 and distributed thousands of copies of the
An IQ isn't even like a. I'll make a deal. I'll watch some of that Sean video if you watch. I don't need you to watch a Sean video. I don't. Hold on.
the United States.
I just want to find the one part in this.
Those who point to the legacy of slavery and discrimination. Here is some very basic comparisons between the United States and other countries. They scaremonger about the possible effects of welfare programs which exist in Europe in abundance, for instance. But since in the United States, we would expect the scores of the black students to be, on average, lower than the white students, if you follow. So what happens next is the college takes a look at this group of applicants and decides to admit some of them using certain criteria. So test scores, but usually various other things like extracurricular activities and whatever else. So all the accepted students get in, and all the denied students go off to apply.
Damn it! I'm not gonna. I don't. It's gonna take forever to find the.
Are substantial differences in cognitive ability between different designated racial groups. But what Herrnstein and Murray never say.
Oh no! Let's watch some of this.
On that front, let me ask you finally about.
Think about how much less crime, higher IQ, less public spending, less radicalism. Oh my God, Kidiox. Why are you doing the race? Do you actually think black people are just genetically more violent?
The Bell Curve, extremely impressive and interesting book. I guess you're most controversial, and that's saying something. 20 years ago, I think, right?
Yeah, 22.
What, I mean, how does it stand up in your opinion? I mean,
in case I need more of your sus chats for the next. I don't think they're genetically determined, but social intelligence is partially genetic. Okay, man.
Foresaw the by raising this issue of IQ that no one wants to think about. I don't know what the right term for it is exactly, meritocracy, or sort of the layer cake, or whatever, the way in which good intentions and good policies that we would probably defend, letting people into universities based on merit, not on birth and not on family name and so forth, and then people marrying each other from those universities, which again is fine, and you can't very well object to it, and their kids then going to those universities, and given how much of IQ is hereditary, and given that the environment those kids are going to have is better anyway, because the parents will
It's a very good
well.
you're doing in the book.
Is that okay? Well, no, but this is all aside from all the scientific work you and Richard Herrnstein did on the actual IQ question. But I mean, so 20 years later, is it more that way? I mean, is there anything you missed? Is there anything different?
I think that when Dick and I predicted the emergence of a cognitive elite, I don't think anybody would say we're wrong at this point. Right. I mean,
that was the term
those
you
guys
used
used
that
cognitive
term.
elite back in 1994.
That is really early.
Yeah, and so people don't realize that I recycled in the first couple of chapters of Coming Apart. I recycled the material in the Bell Curve on the development of this cognitive elite.
I wonder when I get copy striked if I watched most of the Sean video.
I said I was doing it in a footnote, but none of the reviewers in the book noticed because nobody really read the Bell Curve. The interesting thing about the Bell Curve, I will say very quickly, is there any scientific assertion in the Bell Curve which has been overturned? The answer is no, and because we were so
I don't know if that's true.
cautious. But the Bell Curve is going to become relevant again for a reason that was not the Bell Curve's topic, and that has to do with group differences. Because the genome has been decoded, we are now identifying specific single nucleotide polymorphisms known as SNPs, which are the thing that determine differences. We've identified hundreds of those related to educational attainment, which of course is a proxy measure for IQ. We're learning lots about the genetic determinants of personality characteristics. We're learning lots about the physiological differences between men and women and cognitive differences and the rest. And the short statement is, and again, I stress it's not the topic of the bell curve, but it's what created the controversy about the bell curve, that we are going to, we, the geneticists, which do not include me, are going to unravel this story over the next 10 years, to a large degree. Well, the picture won't be complete in 10 years, but...
It seems like, again, fuck, I really wish I knew the part in his video where he mentioned it. But, like, we have so many examples of societies having, like, low IQ people, and then as they develop, they become high IQ. It just seems like all our evidence points to, like, even if you took a baby from one who made a short remixing.
Bell Curve is a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J. Herrnstein and political scientist Charles.
Race realism, we're true. It's a segment of, oh my god, Jesus. It's a segment of Ashkenazi Jews who promote secular liberal disproportionately doing it. Out of Kevin McDonald's group. Evolutionary strategy. Or just, what do you mean evolutionary strategy? Just Ashkenazi. I don't even understand this message. Or just Ashkenazi hierarchy being too high for its own good, leading to secular liberalism in education. What is Kevin McDonald's group? He has a group? Hold on.
Seriously concern themselves with is why this supposed divergence happened. Population groups don't evolve to be different for no reason, do they? If one group developed better cognitive skills than another group, there would have to be...
The fuck is this? This is some unhinged shit I'm reading. I've got Kevin McDonald's group. It's a place of that Jews engage in a group evolutionary strategy. Again, Antifa are the kind of people who are only criticize anti-Semitism as long as it comes from Americans of their skin tone of choice. You'll never find them criticizing this guy, even if he espouses the same shit as David Duke. Antifa are the same radical extreme leftist opinions, whose opinion of Jews aren't far from the extremist right. I'm not trying to insult you by posting shit from a Antifa website. You might as well be posting propaganda.
be some mechanism there that was leading to higher cognitive ability in that group, or I suppose leading to lower cognitive. Hello, everyone.
Watch some of this.
The progress in doing it is exponential. They have extremely powerful new methods of doing it. And for those with eyes to see, it is already quite clear, which should be obvious to everyone, and it should not be scary to anyone. Groups of people are different. I'm not talking about whites and blacks. I'm talking about Welshmen and Irishmen, for heaven's sakes. I'm talking about French and Germans. There are all sorts of ways in which groups of people who have been identified sociologically or anthropologically as groups are also different genetically. And they will have different outcomes in life for reasons that are genetic in origin.
It just seems like all those effects on IQ are so small, because it seems like the Nigerian immigrants that come here can get just as high of IQ as American people.
And are not the fault of the unfairness of society, and that goes in spades for males and females. All of this runs against the prevailing, it's more than political convention, it's dogma. The dogma is that if men and women are different in important outcomes of life, it's the result of the unfairness of structures and systems. If blacks and whites are different in outcomes of life, et cetera, et cetera. We are facing over the next 10 years a headlong crash between a deeply held dogma of the social sciences and the way the world works as revealed by the physical sciences. And I must say I am looking forward to it as...
No, McDonald does it. I just read it. Promotes secular liberalism and other political... To do so as a way to demoralize Gentiles in order to benefit... Oh my god. Nigerian immigrant... that is true. Yeah, because only the rich Nigerians moved to... But that way... that's true. But the argument JDR is making is literally race realism. Those Nigerian immigrants, even if they're rich Nigerian immigrants, are still the same genetically as the other Nigerians.
I'm fighting Schadenfreude as a
Right,
problem at this point, because it's going to be a story that we should have known is coming. It is coming. But I do want to say on record, it's not a story to be scared of.
I don't know whether I should. I don't know if JDX, you're on thin ice with this dude. Fucking, oh my god, I need that.
Human
I
beings are
can't.
not stacked being
Okay.
superior to inferior groups, neither are sexist. But
I'm
it's
not a
the
race
way
realist.
and the
But it's not inconsistent with the American way of life or
10:59.
or
Exactly.
founding. I'm asking, is that
I
right?
can swear
Yeah,
again.
it shouldn't be understood as a challenge to that particularly.
You know, the answer to all of this, we must treat people as individuals.
I'm just asking questions and analyzing the argument. Oh, just asking questions. Oh.
Individuals, the fact that you have different...
Where's the clip? Do you see even Ben Shapiro? I wonder if I hope I can find a clip. Ben Shapiro just asking questions. I wonder, he just went over this. Yeah, they're not doing it. Fuck. I don't know when he did it, but even Ben Shapiro had to, after Candace Owens, had to like debunk the like just asking question things. Ben Shapiro just asking questions. Candace Owens. I originally saw the clip from a Destiny video. I wonder if I can find it.
Want to say in public
2 months ago.
Any single person, let's be honest.
Show transcript. Questions.
Jewish man attacking me. It's just like the weird. It's like the weird. Whenever somebody's like, I genuinely just have questions about the Holocaust. Really? For how long? I don't know. For like 4 or 5 months, I've had questions. Okay, well, what are your questions? Well, like, did 6 million really die? Well, I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. It seems like it's hard to track that many people dying. Oh, well, do you know how they did it? No. Do you know where that number comes from? No. Do you know what the records are like?
just
There
ask
it is.
But
I don't know why I can't find the original video.
there must be some sort. And you're just asking questions. You don't know, right? This is the game that is played by so many corrupt commentators. Just asking questions. I don't have to show you evidence that something terrible is happening. I don't have to actually demonstrate how the thing is happening.
I think you missed my super chat. Hey, Destiny, are you and Amy Dangerfield still?
Don't care.
We are, yes.
I don't have to tell you who the problem is. Wink, wink. But I can just tell you right now that there is a problem. But even, and if I'm asked about it, hey, I'm just asking questions. Now, let me tell you something about just asking questions for a second. Just asking questions is a game for children. My son is 7. He can just ask questions. My daughter is 10. She can just ask questions. If you are 50 and you are just asking questions, I don't think you're just asking questions. I think that your level of curiosity is actually quite low. I think that you don't care enough to know or know enough to care. I think that the vast majority of people who are in the just asking questions business have an answer that they want
I mean, you're 16,
to
man.
suggest, but they know there's no evidence for it, so instead they hide behind.
What did it take to get him over here? Oh my God, we're getting the Jews back to the center left, and it's because Ben Shapiro sees the Israel shit happening. But like, bro, you cast your lot with Trump. You're in the ultimate jacking off crowd. This is the ultimate crowd of just asking.
I don't know why the fuck I couldn't find the original video. I don't want to just play Destiny clips. I love Ben Shapiro. He's referring to like his super young children. Yeah.
Contributions, it becomes meaningless, because if you're an astrophysicist with an IQ of 145 and you happen to be an African American, you're still an astrophysicist with an IQ of 145. And the same goes for any kind of stereotype about people that you just treat people as individuals. But Bill, I say that, which is the American ideal. That's what we were founded on. And now you think of the enormous structure for treating people by groups that pervades the law and practice in this country. Are we just going to throw all that out?
Yeah.
What's going to happen when the material hits the fan?
And people can deny reality a long time. You know, I mean, it's nice to think that when my father famously said that a neoconservative was a liberal who's been bugged by reality, that was very clever, not quite true, accurate, I'd say, because in fact neoconservatives had thought more about these things than the mugged by reality, conveys. But Mike Scully, I don't know if you remember him, a young man who died quite young, unfortunately, was sort of a protege of my dad's. There were all these neoliberals in the early 80s, Gary Hart and those people who were kind of trying to accommodate some of the criticisms of the Great Society, but still be kind of more big government, welfare state people. And they wrote a lot of things. And I think Mike, I'm not sure if Mike wrote this or said this, but it's in the oral tradition anyway. Mike said that neoliberal is a liberal who's been mugged by reality and refuses to press charges, which I think is a very deep. I've said that a couple of times in these conversations, but I think it's a very deep insight. I mean, people have a great ability. Nations have a great ability. All intellectual classes have a great ability to get mugged by reality and resist it for a long time. Now, ultimately, one assumes one pays the price for that, and the Soviet Union comes tumbling down and so forth. But you can have a lot of resistance and a lot of damage done in the resistance, actually.
Is who's dad? Wait, what? Which guy? Wait, he's Bill Kristol's dad. Invaded. He's a son.
Let me offer why I think this time will be different. Good. Look, if Dick Herrnstein and I present data based on correlations and patterns within the data and scores on subtests of the IQ in trying to infer such things as genetic role, all of that, you can argue that from kingdom to kingdom come, and they have. It doesn't make any difference how good your analysis was and how strongly the weight of data is on your side. It can always be litigated endlessly. Hard science is different. There are ways of overturning the findings of hard science, but it's a very demanding thing. You have common ground rules everybody has to play by. At this point, they are able to predict about 10% of educational achievement purely on the basis of specific.
He might have. I don't know. I kind of doubt it.
What happens when you can explain 30%, 40%? How do you argue against that being true? You can't.
40. There's no way you can explain 40%. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Billy Crystal.
Do it the same way you can argue against social science data. I take your point about people resisting to extraordinary lengths. This is going to be a kind of challenge they have not had to face before. And I think that cognitive dissonance is going to come into play here too. Because I think a lot of the academics who have asserted they believe about
I wish I remembered everything from this video.
a gender topic or a racial topic.
But you're right.
Already don't believe it. And this is going to cause a cognitive dissonance problem there too.
That would be interesting. And we'll have to have a conversation about that. When does this sort of, I'm sorry to tell, of course, but is there inflection point, do you think, when, are we talking about something that's 2 years away or 10 years away?
I'll be serious. I think that 3 years.
Really?
That we will know so much in 3 years that it will then start
Ooh. Damn.
to seep into the mainstream media. I mean, it's already out there. But of course, nobody has to pay attention to it. But I follow this literature closely, and hardly a week goes by that there's not a new thing being published. I think it's only a couple of years away.
We'll have to have a conversation about it in less than a couple of years.
That will be fun.
That sounds great. Thank you, Charles.
My pleasure.
And thank you.
Fuck, I kind of want to watch this now. I'm asking your opinion. If race realism is definitely true, what the reason? I don't know, because race realism 1 isn't true. But if it were true, would the reason why Ashkenazis use disproportionately the ethnic group tend to be secular liberal? I don't. What? Such a dumb fucking question. If race realism were true, I don't know why the Jews would be doing that, because. Good night. Gonna watch your stream till I fall asleep. Bye. Enjoy your night. Thanks for watching, Poland. I appreciate your support. I love it so much. Hold on. Look at you guys. Chat is being so nice. Except for Gidiox. Look at this guy. Look at him. He doesn't get in any arguments online. I'm so jealous of him. You can swear more. Oh, I totally forgot. I'm not even supposed to swear. I probably have sworn. Sorry. Thank God, though. He's so fat. You guys can't see how fat he is, but he is incredibly fat. To leave. Okay, goodbye. I want to read shit on Israel, but like, I don't want to watch this video so I can remember what's in it. But it's a 2-hour long video. 2 hour 39 minute. And I'm worried, and I think if I watch it on YouTube, I might get copy striked. We'll watch some of it.
Everyone, today we're going to be talking about
Dumpster dog, no way. Wait, isn't that a sub email? What? You're not subbed, are you, Jidiox? Did I miss you subbing? Are you the other direction? I don't know. Maybe that's the non. Maybe it's the sub emote, the one going that direction, but JDX isn't subbed. I don't know. I don't know why he can use it. Wait, this one's called non-fawn dumpster dog. Oh, he edited it. Okay. Green door. But I thought you subbed and I thought I missed it. But I would never do that. Everyone, sub right now and I will see it and it will pop up. And I'll be like, oh my god, thank you for subbing. I will suck your dick now. That's what I'll say. I'll say it. Do it right now. Can we add animated emotes? I can. I just didn't have any. I didn't have any to add, but I'm open to suggestions about animated emotes. Jews aren't a religion. Orthodox Jews are political. Jews are a religion. There's a Jewish religion. I want 30% cut of the month for making the. I don't know if you get 80%. I don't know 80%. It hasn't told me my ad revenue yet. I have 1 cent in Twitch Turbo revenue. But I can somewhere add animated emotes. Somewhere. It was in community, but it's not. Go to emotes. It's under viewer rewards, okay. Yeah, 5 open slots. And there's more for tier 2 and tier 3 subs, but no one's gonna do that, so. I got you, bro. I will pay you $1. Can we get some Culver's Burger in chat? I get so much more. Yeah, I bet. I need. What should I have for standard emotes for tier 2 and tier 3 subs? What about this picture of Markiplier? Image format not supported. Damn. What about this Big Mac? It's not square shaped. God damn it. I gotta go to image square. Oh, wait. Oh, it doesn't let me do that. God damn it. What about this picture of clicks? Yeah, tier 2 subs. Now I get this stupid clicks emote. Perfect. Now tier 3 subs. Get this stupid capybara emote. It might have already been square. Hell yeah. Okay, someone tier 3 sub right now. Oh, bits tiers. I forgot. I don't know. We don't have enough channel memes to fill out all of these things. Screw you. Photo. Why can't I really can't click and drag the image? Man acts like religion is genetic. Well, Jews are an ethnicity as well. But Jitty acts on weird shit sometimes, so. Why is it broken? They're not, no. See, little reason to think religion isn't genetic. Where you're born into does have an effect on what religion you are, just because it's partly like a cultural thing. Like someone born in India is way more likely to be Hindu. But it's not because of their genetics, it's because of their environment. File too large? Are you kidding me? Okay, they get the stupid Fortnite emote. A little pervert makes accusation of no bias. Okay, one more. What about this photo of Ness with the speech bubble? Too large. Oh my god. Blah, 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 blah. Use compressor. Download all. Oh wait, I can just download. Save. Oh my god, it's 1.1 millibyte. It's still not. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? This guy, yeah, true. Oh, I can link it. Don't worry, guys. Go to image compressor. This stream is sponsored by image compressor. You redeemed stretch. This stream is sponsored by imagecompressor.org. How is this? Why is this not? Okay, there we go. All our emotes are filled out except for the animated ones. Perfect. Now if someone tier 2 subs, they get clicks. If they donate 10,000 bits, they get Nest React. Can we get 10,000 bits in the chat right now? Afghanistan to Luxembourg. Okay. No, we're gonna need Russia. Kazakhstan's the big one, right? Right? Yeah, I was right. Okay. And then probably Ukraine, Romania. I didn't need Romania. Do I need Hungary then? I need Hungary? Wait, what do I need? Poland. Germany. Yeah, sick. I did not, in fact, need Armenia. Racist radio at Swede is his brand? True. Are you gonna keep the little Radiohead racist Swede cartoon as you? I don't know why you're assuming his name's Robin. Oh wait, it is. The cartoon is slightly offensive racially. I mean, probably. I don't see any reason to change it. That is my brand. His name is Robin. That is my brand and everything. Blah blah blah. To be honest, when I first saw you, I thought you were a white nationalist because you were a white young person in line. What a awesome assumption to make, man. You're gonna get hunted down by whoever owns it? I don't think that's true. But what else would it be? What else would I... If I had my Garfield thing, I feel like I'm more at risk with the Garfield one than I am with this one. And then... I don't know. I can make it... I mean, my Instagram picture's my face, but I don't really like it. Thought you were a communist at first. Pretty left-leaning, but I'm not a communist. That's what my most recent short is about, guys. Everyone go like the short right now. Everyone. Yeah. All right. We need to read some of these rough Palestine stuff. But we also should probably watch some of this. So maybe we'll watch... I don't know. We'll watch a little bit of this. And then get into the other stuff. I'm trying to edit my kick title, but it won't. It doesn't want me to do that. I don't think I can edit my YouTube title because it's going to be too long. Oh, I can. Guys, it's accurate now. Let's
Hello
go.
everyone. Today we're going to be talking about The Bell Curve. The Bell Curve is a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J. Herrnstein and political scientist Charles Murray, and by way of an introduction here, I'll read the description of the book that's on the back of my copy. Breaking new ground and old taboos, Richard J. Herrnstein and Charles Murray tell the story of a society in transformation. At the top, a cognitive elite is forming in which the passkey to the best schools and the best jobs is no longer social background, but high intelligence. At the bottom, the common denominator of the underclass is increasingly low intelligence rather than racial or social disadvantage. The Bell Curve describes the state of scientific knowledge about questions that have been on people's minds for years but have been considered too sensitive to talk about openly. Among them, IQ's relationship to crime, unemployment, welfare, child neglect, poverty, and illegitimacy, ethnic differences in intelligence, trends in fertility among women with different levels of intelligence, and what policy can do and cannot do to compensate for differences in intelligence. Brilliantly argued and meticulously documented, the Bell Curve is the essential first step in coming to grips with the nation's social problems. Even though it is now 25 years old, the Bell Curve's ideas have had quite the lasting impact. Richard Herrnstein passed away shortly before the Bell Curve was released, but the other author, Charles Murray, has in recent years, among other things, been on an episode of Making Sense with Sam Harris. He's been interviewed on Stefan Molyneux's YouTube channel, had his ideas discussed on the Joe Rogan podcast, and regular viewers of my channel will remember the Bell Curve being cited in a recent Steven Crowder video. At the time of the book's release, the backlash against it in certain sections of the media and scientific community was furious. Dozens of articles were written by scientists and journalists attacking the book. Studies were conducted to debunk its claims. Whole books were written to debunk its claims, actually. And these criticisms were often phrased very harshly. Columnist Bob Herbert, writing for the New York Times, described the book as a scabrous piece of racial pornography masquerading as serious scholarship. Mr. Murray can protest all he wants, wrote Herbert. His book is just a genteel way of calling someone the N-word. This controversy ignited by the Bell Curve has also had quite the lasting impact. When Charles Murray is invited to speak at college campuses, for instance, people turn out in protest, often with angry cries of racist, eugenicist, and so on. And from the enraged reaction to the Bell Curve, a new reader might expect the book to be blatant and unapologetic racist propaganda, a neo-Nazi screed arguing for the supremacy of the high IQ white race and such things as that. However, when we actually sit down and read the book, things aren't quite that simple. Consider the following quotes. If tomorrow you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that all the cognitive differences between races were 100% genetic in origin, nothing.
We're going to critique a different link. I don't. It depends how long it is and what it's about. I don't know. But like this video is the critique of okay. So 11 minutes. This looks like a unhinged website again. P. Diddy exposes gay gangster rappers controlled by satanic Jewish music industry moguls. We're not touching that, man. We're not touching. Listen, we're not. Nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing P. Diddy exposes satanic Jewish moguls. I disagree with it, bro. I don't even think I can watch it on stream. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Change. The knowledge would give you no reason to treat individuals differently than if ethnic differences were 100% environmental. In any case, you are not going to learn tomorrow that all cognitive differences between races are 100% genetic in origin, because the scientific state of knowledge, unfinished as it is, already gives ample evidence that environment is part of the story. If the reader is now convinced that either the genetic or environmental explanation has won out to the exclusion of the other, we have not done a sufficiently good job of presenting one side or the other. It seems highly likely to us that both genes and the environment have something to do with racial difference.
Dude, I don't even know what happened with P. Diddy. P. Diddy... The only thing I know about P. Diddy is that he was in a history documentary for no reason. I hate that it does that. He I remember like just in history class, we were watching a documentary and they just had P. Diddy on to interview, and it was so I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense because he's not qualified to talk about anything. Harassment, blackmail, trafficking. I don't actually know the details though, because I saw because Candace Owens was the one talking about it. I don't trust anything she says. If you think this is boring, wait until I force a streamer to watch equally boring critiques of it. Critiques of what? Critiques of this video? Oh boy. Bro, we're not even gonna watch all this video, I don't think. I don't know how deep we're gonna get into this. Yeah, this video. What? Okay, send the critiques of this video, and then we can decide how deep we want to get into this.
What might the mix be? We are resolutely agnostic on that issue. As far as we can determine, the evidence does not justify an estimate. For virtually all the topics we will be discussing, cognitive ability accounts for only small to middling proportions of the variation among people. It almost always explains less than 20% of the variance, to use the statistician's term, usually less than 10% and often less than 5%. What this means in English is that you cannot predict what a given person will do from his IQ score. So what's going on here? It seems, from these quotes anyway, that the bell curve is actually a fairly
There's like some of them so I can say like how long they are and like what they go over.
reasonable piece of work. These are all relatively mild, middle-of-the-road statements here, so this hardly seems like a scabrous piece of racial pornography so far. Charles Murray has used quotes from the bell curve, such as we have just read, to defend himself and his work against accusations of racism. Murray and other defenders of the bell curve cast the attacks on the book as resulting from a cowardly reluctance to discuss what they see as difficult scientific truths. In particular, a reluctance to discuss possible differences in intelligence across designated racial groups. So this is what we're going to talk about.
Well, there's two from different people, and they're both about an hour and a half. I actually haven't seen any of one of them though I believe.
Talk about today. We're going to take a look at some of the arguments in the bell curve, discuss some of the most common counter-arguments, and see if we can figure out what all the fuss is about. Did the bell curve deserve its harsh criticism, or is it the case that its critics simply cannot handle the truth? Before we get to all that though, as you can see, this video is rather long. I expect people may have to watch this one in multiple parts, so firstly here, let's just take a second to lay out the format of the video today. First off, we're going to briefly talk about intelligence and intelligence testing and quickly mention a few concepts that are going to be important going forward, such as Spearman's G and factor analysis. Then we're going to introduce the bell curve and summarize the arguments of
This
each
is a
of its
response
four
video to the YouTuber Sean on his video about the bell curve.
Battlefield, oh no, it's so long. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Well, this might be a whole arc that we go on later. But no, we're not gonna go on the whole arc now. Add a page. Bell curve. Why doesn't it let me? Hello, Notion. Why doesn't it let me? It doesn't let me choose the icon. That icon. Is there a bell curve icon? The bell. Okay, so we have Notion, hello. This video. Okay, well, I don't like. Hello, Notion.
This is a
no,
response.
don't play it. No, just go away. And then we have Sean's video itself. I was gonna say, oh wait, second one. Alt hype Sean's bell curve. Oh, I don't know if I.
In a video about stop there. Of course.
From Zigma, who has 1K subs. Vosh dumber than crap. Yeah, they're re-uploads. Oh, then should I trust any of this? Why are they re-uploads? Why was this channel removed?
main sections as fairly as we can. After that, we'll move on to counter-arguments in sections primarily concerned with the concept of a general intelligence, the possible problems with IQ testing, the bell curve's calculation of IQ versus environmental factors, and finally the political arguments and policy proposals found within the book. I will include timecodes to all of these sections below so you can drop out and come back as needed. Right then, let's get started. And if we're going to be reading a book that is about intelligence, we should start off by briefly talking about exactly...
Well, I know alt hype. I know it's in videos. Or even spicier than his release realist content. The other guy, I think, was allegedly an engineer, and he was worried about his videos impacting his career or something. Okay.
What that is. Let's imagine that we want to design an intelligence test.
I just like if they're were so bad that they're re-uploads. One, I don't trust the information presented to them, and two, I don't even know if I can watch it on Twitch.
Test from scratch. And to do this, we first have to answer two difficult questions. The first is, how exactly do we define intelligence? And this is a particularly tricky thing to do, as we'll see. Let's start with the dictionary definition of intelligence, which is as good a place to start as any, I suppose. And this is from the Oxford English Dictionary. Intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. Now, our first problem here is that this...
Why would you go on them? Why? What's the point? Why?
This definition is rather broad. Think about all the activities and groups of activities that could fall under this definition of intelligence. Is one's ability to solve complicated mathematical sums governed by intelligence? How about the ability to solve a difficult chess puzzle? I'd imagine we'd say those things are associated with intelligence, right? Well, how about the ability to write a great novel or compose a great piece of music? Are those things influenced by intelligence, or would we merely call that creativity? Is knowing whether to pass or shoot in a game of basketball or football influenced by intelligence, or would we merely call that talent? Or are all of these things some mix of intelligence, talent, and creativity? We can certainly imagine a novel that is written intelligently, for instance. Could we say this is some sort of creative intelligence, or are intelligence and creativity strictly two entirely different concepts? Is there a difference between memorizing and applying a mathematical function, say, and memorizing and carrying out a piano piece, or a dance routine, or a set of football plays?
Okay, so I don't know. Creativity versus intelligence. What's creativity versus intelligence? Learning and applying a math equation. More indicative of intelligence than learning and applying. Yeah, it is a learning and applying. Dance routine.
If there is a difference, what is it? By what metric are we declaring some of those things to be governed by intelligence and others not? Are there such things as social and emotional intelligence? What we might call the ability to read a room, to be aware of the emotions of others, and to react appropriately in interactions with them. Is intelligence involved
That's like the one that you don't have, Gidiox.
there, or should we just call that something like being sociable? All the various things I just mentioned can be argued to fall under the umbrella of acquiring and applying knowledge and skills, right? Defining exactly what intelligence is a very difficult thing to do, and there is a wide range of opinions among scientists and academics about the best way to go about it. Following the publication of the bell curve and inspired by the harsh criticism it received, a public statement entitled Mainstream.
I can't recall Sean's rhetorical answer here, but the answer is that what we often call intelligence when referring to IQ test is general intelligence, or G. Yeah, I know he goes over that, which is a statistical factor that is a artifact of the fact the performance of one cognitive test performs on the other cognitive test. Would say that it is likely most or all of the things he listed would be G-loaded to some degree. I have good social intelligence. I don't think that's true, JD. It's just from the way that you've chatted in my chat. I would have to disagree with that. Some of them we can actually demonstrate to be G-loaded, like math or chess or skill. Yeah.
Mainstream Science on Intelligence was written by Professor Linda Gottfredson and published in the Wall Street Journal. The statement sets out to outline conclusions regarded as mainstream among researchers on intelligence, in particular on the nature, origins, and practical consequences of individual and group differences in intelligence. The statement was sent to 131 researchers, of whom 52 signed it, many of whom are themselves cited in the bell curve. Important for us here is that Mainstream Science on Intelligence gives the following definition of intelligence. Intelligence is a very general mental capability that, among other things, involves the ability to reason, plan, solve problems, think abstractly, comprehend complex ideas.
Why is this always on top? I don't want it to be on top of everything. Okay. Why can't it? Hello. No, why is it doing that? No shit, why are you doing that? Can I not put this under the bullet? It is under the bullet point. Then why when I hit enter, it just gets... I can't go down without... Dude, this sucks. What the hell? Okay, whatever. I guess it's there now.
Learn quickly and learn from experience. It is not merely book learning, a narrow academic skill, or test-taking smarts. Rather, it reflects a broader and deeper capability for comprehending our surroundings, catching on, making sense of things, or figuring out what to do. My favourite part of this definition is among other things, because intelligence is apparently all of this and some other stuff too. My point here is that even among researchers who are cited in the bell curve and would put their name to a defense of its ideas, intelligence is a very broadly defined concept. And even if we can agree on a definition of intelligence, the second difficult question we have to answer is this: how exactly do we measure it? It's not as simple as testing for some other human abilities. We can measure how fast someone is by using units of time and distance, and we can measure how strong someone is by using units of weight. But what do you use to quantify how smart someone is? What we need here is an intelligence unit. We need a way to express someone's intelligence as a number. Now, most people today will recognize IQ as the most common intelligence unit, and let's briefly talk a little about how that came to be. So way back in the old days, if we wanted to determine someone's personality traits and abilities, we could measure their skull, calculate the volume of their brain, or simply look at their facial features. Phrenology, however, has fallen out of favour with scientists of late, although it should be noted the technology sector is currently in the process of reinventing it. Now, I won't be going all that deeply into the history of intelligence testing today, so I'll just start off here by saying that researchers eventually, for the most part anyway, stopped measuring people's skulls and started trying to measure what was going on inside them. The first practical IQ test was invented by French psychologist Alfred Binet in 1905. This test set out to determine the mental age of school children and was designed with the purpose of identifying those children who were underperforming compared to their peers so they could be given extra help.
I don't trust this UK person. That's not phrenology? What do you mean that's not phrenology? I'm pretty sure that is exactly what phrenology is. AI predicting things based on facial mythology. Oh. I don't know why it's so for lefties here.
Such noble beginnings here. Now, Binet, for his part, stressed that intelligence was affected by environmental factors, was not expressible as a singular fixed numerical value, and was not exclusively genetic in origin. His test was designed to identify those who were struggling in school, and not to rank people into some sort of eugenic hierarchy. Binet died in 1911, and has since spent the majority of his time spinning in his grave due to everything else we're going to.
Well, I don't think it was was it predicting IQ? I think it was just predicting
measure their stopped measuring people's skulls and started trying to measure what was going on inside them. The first practical IQ test was invented by French psychologist Alfred Binet in 1905. What
I don't have enough control with this stupid.
Of his time fallen out of favor with scientists of late, although it should be noted
To find best applicants. Oh, it just says to find best applicants.
Sector is currently in the process of reinventing it. Now, I won't be going all that deeply into the history of intelligence testing today, so I'll just start off here by saying that researchers eventually, for the most part anyway, stopped measuring people's skulls and started trying to measure what was going on inside them. The first practical IQ test was invented by French psychologist Alfred Binet in 1905. This test set out to determine the mental age of school children and was designed with the purpose of identifying those children who were underperforming compared to their peers so they could be given extra help. Such noble beginnings here. Now, Binet, for his part, stressed that intelligence was affected by environmental factors, was not expressible as a singular fixed numerical value, and was not exclusively genetic in origin. His test was designed to identify those who were struggling in school and not to rank people into some sort of eugenic hierarchy. Binet died in 1911 and has since spent the majority of his time spinning in his grave due to everything else we're going to talk about today. An American psychologist called Henry H. Goddard translated Binet's intelligence test into English in 1908 and distributed thousands of copies of the test across
It's not an argument against white nationalism, but it's an argument against race realism.
The United States. And in 1916, another American psychologist named Lewis Terman, working for the Stanford Graduate School of Education, revised the test into what we know today as the Stanford-Binet IQ test. Both Goddard and Terman also worked together with other psychologists to create the Army Alpha and Army Beta tests, which were intelligence tests administered to US military recruits during World War I. Before we go any further, I'd like to pause for a second and propose a question about our intelligence tests here. How do we know that they are actually measuring intelligence? They're called intelligence tests, sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are actually measuring intelligence, does it? As we discussed earlier, intelligence is a very broad concept. How do we know we're not merely measuring a tiny segment of it? Well, in the early 20th century, English psychologist Charles Spearman used a statistical technique called factor analysis to identify what he called the G factor. Spearman noticed that people's test results across a range of subjects were positively correlated and reasoned that this was because of an underlying general intelligence factor, which he dubbed G. And this G factor supposedly underlies all mental performance, so no matter the subject being tested, they are all influenced by this one general intelligence factor. And psychometricians claim that IQ tests measure this G factor, psychometricians being people concerned with psychological measurement there. Now, G answers both of our difficult questions, if you'd noticed. Thanks to the G factor, the vast range of potential human intelligence is no longer a barrier to us testing for it,
I'm not gonna
because
try
it's supposedly all linked to a single underlying factor that is able to be measured and expressed as a single numerical value. It's very handy, isn't it, this general intelligence factor? Suspiciously handy, one might say, but we'll talk more about G and Spearman's factor analysis later on. Now, before we conclude our little history lesson here, there is something else that must be noted, and it's that early proponents of IQ testing in America and elsewhere were not motivated solely by some neutral scientific curiosity. They were eugenicists. They wanted to use what they could learn from intelligence testing as a way to improve the
What do you
genetic.
think your IQ is? Like, I don't know. What's the average IQ? I think I'm 105. Oh, it is 420. I don't know. Oh, I that's exactly average. I don't know. I just threw the number 105 out there. I don't know. God, maybe I'm IQ like 110. I was able to guess that. I mean,
Genetic quality of the human population through what amounts to selective breeding. Henry Goddard, who translated Binet's intelligence test,
are
proposed
you asking
segregating
me if I'm an anti-communist? I mean, I'm mostly a capitalist. I don't know what you would consider communist, but I guess in a cringe way, I would never like brand myself as an anti-communist, but
the so-called
I'm a
feeble-minded into
capitalist,
colonies
so
separate from the rest of society. And Louis Terman, author of the Stanford Binet test, wrote the following in a 19...
Dude, I just answered your fucking question. I just said I'm a capitalist. I just told you, and I would never brand myself. Have you debunked? I don't like the way the Lord Keynes thing is laid out. So I haven't read any more into that. But okay, well, how would you respond? I don't think race mixing is communism. I think race mixing is just race mixing.
1960.
And communism, when I hear communism, I think state ownership over the factors of production. And that has nothing to do with race mixing.
Work called The Uses of Intelligence Tests. Thus far, intelligence tests have found their chief application in the identification and grading of the feeble-minded. It is safe to predict that in the near future, intelligence tests will bring tens of thousands of these high-grade defectives under the surveillance of society. This will ultimately result in curtailing the reproduction of feeble-mindedness and in the elimination of an enormous amount of crime, pauperism.
I mean, I didn't like how it was laid out. Like, it wasn't super good to read on stream because of how it was laid out. Like, if I go to Debunking Marxism 101, there's stuff here. It's all this stuff. It's like, I kind of want to start here. Like, I don't... Like, some of them are super short and not super useful. How did you respond to these protesters? It's possible that there were definitely communists in, like, the black movement. Race mixing is... I just don't think it... When I hear communism, I think state ownership over the factors of production. And that's just not what race mixing is at all. This was literally during like the Red Scare. That is literally the meme of everything I don't like is communism. Because they're wrong. I just told you why. It was during the Red Scare and there was the meme of everything I don't like is do you think just because they said it that makes it true? I'm so confused.
And industrial inefficiency.
It's good ones that are just book recommendations for short things, but but some of them I don't know. I just didn't like, I definitely need to read. Oh, it's just like weird stuff. The protesters are just racist who are mad. And because it was during the Red Scare, they said race mixing is communism because communism was a dirty word.
End quote. And tens of thousands of Americans were forcibly sterilized during the last century, and low IQ test results were used to justify many of those sterilizations. The eugenics movement lost a lot of momentum as a result of the Second World War, during which eugenics became irrevocably associated with many of the worst crimes of Nazi Germany. And in the following decades, many countries distanced themselves from eugenics policies, and many scientists became more suspicious of not just eugenics itself, but also the extent of the worth of intelligence testing as a concept. Now, not to spoil the end of my video here, but this is a good chunk of the reason that the reaction to the bell curve was so harsh. The idea that we can use intelligence test results in order to inform political policy was only half a lifetime before the book was written, getting people sent to gas chambers. So it's not surprising that people would be rather suspicious about it. Let's just say that anyone attempting to resurrect this idea needs to be incredibly aware of and respectful of exactly where what they're proposing can lead. So people are fleeing eugenics in droves simply because it was used to justify an indefensible crime against humanity, and scientists are increasingly skeptical of the extent of the usefulness of intelligence testing and IQ and efforts to rank people according to biology in general. And all this brings us to the bell curve. The Empire Strikes Back. And in this book, Herrnstein and Murray come to the defense of IQ and say, now, everyone calm down. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Intelligence testing and IQ are important and useful concepts, and crucially, what we can learn from IQ testing should inform our politics and be used to...
What the fuck? White women aren't the problem.
It wasn't that long ago that pro-white men were lamenting that there weren't more pro-white women. Now that we have them, there are people who seem dedicated to scaring them off. They yell about taking away women's rights.
This is all bitshoot.com? What the hell?
Lowering the age of consent and imposing white Sharia.
White Sharia.
They call white women traitorous whores, without mention of the men who marry outside their race. Or they're criticized for having standards that are too high, which causes those men to go date other races. It's never men's fault. Women are always to blame, all the way back to the story of Eve. Women get blamed for white countries being invaded, as a small percent held up signs welcoming people who they thought were legitimate war refugees. And of course men held up these signs too. And the women haters never focus on all the men whose job it is to protect the borders.
This is unhinged.
Actually allowed the invaders to flood in. White women didn't vote for diversity. They didn't rewrite the immigration laws. They were not in any positions of power when our schools were integrated. In fact...
Okay, I'm done with that. Nope, we're done. We're done. We're done. Started bringing up integration at schools.
to change our society. So, eugenics, but nice this time. And since we've now arrived at the bell curve, I think it's...
Like, do you think misogyny, sexualization of white women are Jewish or anti-white nationalist psyops to get... No. Obviously not. What the fuck are you talking about? You're unhinged right now. Why are you being this unhinged when you're on this sin of ice? Do I think misogyny or sexualization of white women are anti-white nationalist psyops?
It's time for us to read it. Not all of it right now, we'd be here all day, but I will briefly summarize it here for the most part using the introductions that precede each chapter. In the introduction to the book, Herrnstein and Murray begin by talking about intelligence. They offer Spearman's definition of intelligence as a person's capacity for complex mental work, and argue that general intelligence can be measured by IQ tests, saying, furthermore, the classicists point out, the best standardized tests, such as a modern IQ test, do a reasonably good job of measuring IQ. When properly administered, the tests are not measurably biased against socio-economic, ethnic, or racial subgroups. They predict a wide variety of socially important outcomes. They also defend the practice of IQ testing from critics within the scientific community, notably evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould, whose 1981 book, The Mismeasure of Man, was, quoting the back of my copy here, immediately hailed as a masterwork.
Oh no. Renegade Tribune are white nationalist socialists. They critique communism and laissez-faire capitalism. And they've argued before that misogyny, I don't care. Why would I care about what any of these unhinged people say? So, if so, would you rather side with Jews or white? Why are you asking? That's a totally unhinged, stupid-ass question. Oh my god. I'm so close to banning you, my dude. I'm so close to banning you.
Answer to those who would classify people, rank them according to their supposed genetic gifts and limits. In this book, Gould is highly critical of everything from phrenology and craniometry to modern IQ testing. He argues against the concept of a single general intelligence, and he highlights cases where eugenicists and psychometricians had relied upon bad data and flawed statistical techniques, including the case of Cyril Burt, an early proponent of the use of twin studies for examining the heritability of intelligence, who, after he died, was revealed to have just been making up his research data. That's one way to do it, I suppose. The Bell Curve was written with the mismeasure of man in mind, and is in some ways a response to its claims. A newer edition of the Mismeasure of Man was printed with an extra chapter responding to the claims of the Bell Curve, and a newer edition of the Bell Curve was printed with an extra chapter responding in part to Stephen Jay Gould. Gould and Murray probably should have just met up and had a
Thanks for the follow, man. X-Cupid, stupid X.
fight at this point. On pages 22 and 23, Hanstein and Murray summarise their main claims about intelligence, which are the following. 1. There is such a thing as a general factor of cognitive ability on which human beings differ. 2. All standardized tests of academic aptitude are...
Oh wait, by the way, NOK Life is streaming right now with other people. He told me he was going to invite me to shit. He didn't even invite me. He didn't even... Hold on. Dude, I hate Twitch's ads.
Simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what...
Awesome. Oh, my ads are starting soon too. Let's go. To be fair, I think he told me I was invited to the panels, not to this stuff. Is his mic even on? Is he even doing anything? Your life is playing games, not politics. Open to political discussion.
I'm gonna off watching that haul.
Ignore me. Doesn't want me.
Yo, non-fun didn't even invite me. I didn't even know that you played non-fun. How am I supposed to know this?
That's fair.
Wow, what a shot.
Okay. Just start racking up debate wins until like 100 debates, then you can face the final boss.
Achievement
True.
measure this general factor to some degree.
Who's the final boss? Spencer Piro?
But IQ tests expressly designed for that purpose measure it most accurately. 3. IQ scores match to a first degree whatever it is that people mean when they use the word intelligent or smart in ordinary language. 4. IQ scores are stable, although not perfectly so, over much of a person's life.
Mr.
5.
Girl's the
Properly
final
administered
boss.
IQ tests are not demonstrably biased against social,
I have
economic,
seen modern day
ethnic, or
debate.
racial
Of course I
groups.
have.
And 6. Cognitive ability is substantially heritable, apparently no less than 40% and no more than 80%. And on that last point, Herrnstein and Murray later write in a section titled How Much is IQ a Matter of Genes? For purposes of this discussion, we will adopt a middling estimate of 60% heritability.
We're not getting into mystical stuff. Oh my
which
god.
by extension means that IQ is about 40%.
Wait, we will adopt a middle estimate about 60% heritability, which means IQ is about 40% matter environment. Oh fuck, I should have closed my notion. I should have been taking more notes, but I don't know. Q is about. Is it really? I don't believe. Is it really 80% heritability? 80% heritable by adulthood. In America, at least. Jeez, I can't fucking type because I'm sitting weird. It's about 40% a matter of environment. I don't know if I believe that. Between 0.7, 0.8 in an adult, 0.5 in. So 0.80, 0.8, 80%, right? It would be. Brandon undergoes morphological development, which suggests that age-related physical changes contribute to this effect. Shared family, shared family, blah, 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 blah.
A matter of environment. So, on to part 1 of the bell curve, which is titled The Emergence of a Cognitive Elite, and introduces Herrnstein and Murray's theory of the cognitive partitioning of society. Since World War II, they argue, colleges in the United States have increasingly admitted people by test score rather than things like social standing or familial connections. Where you could once expect to attend a prestigious college if your father had gone there, for instance, increasingly you now need to have competitive test scores. This has led to high IQ people being found disproportionately in the top institutions and geographically close together. The job market is also increasingly IQ focused, as low IQ jobs are replaced by automation, and the best jobs have apparently become more selective of high IQ candidates. IQ is also apparently a very good predictor of job performance. These high IQ people.
Actually, interesting, similarly related, is that there seems to be a pattern of ex-communist countries of socioeconomic status becoming more heritable after the move to liberalism. In other words, differences in the environment explain less variance in socioeconomic status in liberalism than under Marxism, Leninist planned economies. I believe it's been observed in 2 Baltic countries. That is interesting.
People, economically and geographically segregated from the rest of society, are increasingly partnering with each other, and since we're assuming IQ is largely genetic, are producing high IQ offspring. Society is thus stratifying itself into some sort of intelligence-based caste system. At the end of part 1, Herrnstein and Murray summarized their claims by saying, 1. The cognitive elite is getting richer in an era when everyone else is having to struggle to stay even. 2. The cognitive elite is increasingly segregated physically from everyone else in both the workplace and the neighborhood. And 3. The cognitive elite is increasingly likely to intermarry. Part 2 of the bell curve is titled Cognitive Classes and Social Behavior, and here Herrnstein and Murray make the case that intelligence is tied to behavior and predictably determines various things such as the likelihood of being poor, a criminal, a high school dropout, unemployed, an unwed mother, on welfare, and so on.
I mean, we just looked at. Oh, is this the Soviet era Estonia? Okay. What is S&P? Single nucleate for most. I don't know what that is. What the fuck is that? Zodiacs, you're on thin ice. Race realism within a Catholic context. We're not engaging with that. It's a variation of a single. Oh god, we're getting way too fucking deep into this. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, I don't want it. Okay, go away. I don't care if he's. I don't care what his other positions are. I care that he's posting this one unhinged one.
In order to argue this, Herrnstein and Murray first introduced the source of their data, which is the Armed Forces Qualifying Test, or AFQT. This test was taken as part of the 1979 National Longitudinal Survey of Youth. The subjects of this survey were aged 14 to 22 and were administered...
Okay, I don't know. We're not going to go through this whole video. So, like, after this introduction part, we're probably going to be done with this for today. And we're going into Israel stuff.
Forces Qualifying Test in 1980. Research,
or maybe economic stuff, and probably Israel stuff first. But
researchers then interviewed the group over the following decade, asking them various questions about themselves. Herrnstein and Murray used the respondents' scores on the AFQT to determine the IQ of each person.
Okay, hold on. I need to pay more attention.
And then used their later interview.
IQ, more likely to intermarry. Society being segregated into IQ-based caste system.
Partnering with each other, and since we're assuming IQ is largely genetic, are producing high IQ offspring. Society is thus stratifying itself into some sort of intelligence-based caste system. At the end of part 1, Herrnstein and Murray summarized their claims by saying, 1. The cognitive elite is getting richer in an era when everyone else is increasing. Intelligence is tied to behavior, increasingly segregated physically from everyone else in both the workplace and the neighborhood. Intelligence is tied to increasingly segregated.
This sucks.
Increasing intelligence is tied to behavior and predictably determines various things such as the likelihood of being poor, a criminal, a high school dropout, unemployed, an unwed mother, on welfare, and so on. In order to argue this, Herrnstein and Murray first introduced the source of their data, which is the Armed Forces Qualifying Test, or AFQT. This test was taken as part of the 1979 National Longitudinal Survey of Youth. The subjects of this survey were aged 14 to 22 and were administered the Armed Forces Qualifying Test in 1980. Researchers then interviewed the group over the following decade, asking them various questions about themselves. Herrnstein and Murray used the respondents' scores on the AFQT to determine the IQ of each person, and then used their later interview answers to calculate to what degree a high IQ is correlated with positive life outcomes, and to what degree a low IQ is correlated with negative outcomes. Throughout the rest of this section of the bell curve, Herrnstein and Murray go further than simply arguing for the correlation between low IQ and those negative life outcomes. They make the case that one's AFQT score correlates with them more strongly than socioeconomic status does. Herrnstein and Murray compare the AFQT scores of each respondent against their calculation of the socioeconomic status of the respondent's parents. So, as the book Inequality by Design puts it, roughly in the bell curve statistical comparisons, the parent's class represents nurture and the AFQT score represents nature. Looking at various negative life outcomes like being in poverty, being in jail, being unemployed, and so on, Herrnstein and Murray repeatedly find that for the young respondents to the survey, AFQT score, and by proxy IQ score, is a more accurate predictor of life outcomes than a parent's socioeconomic status. Herrnstein and Murray conclude this section by stating that a smarter population is more likely to be and more capable of being made into a civil citizenry. Part 3 of the bell curve is titled The National Context and is where things start getting especially controversial. This is the section of the book where they discuss differences in cognitive ability across designated racial groups. They review published literature on
differences in IQ across race.
Differences in racial IQ scores and find substantial differences between the various groups. They discuss the ways in which tests can be biased, culturally and otherwise, but ultimately conclude that these group differences cannot be explained away by bias. In Chapter 15, Herrnstein and Murray talk about how they think cognitive ability in the West is declining, stating, "Throughout the West, modernization has brought falling birth rates. The rates fall faster for educated women than the uneducated. Because education is so closely linked with cognitive ability,
cognitive decline because birth rates. I'm pretty sure this is just. Pretty sure if you look at the average IQ, it's gone basically consistently up. I don't think we've experienced any type of cognitive decline yet. Although COVID did fuck our shit up. Birth rates for educated women fall faster than for uneducated women. I'm pretty sure if you look at the IQ of the entire world on average, it's probably gone up too. Significantly.
This tends to produce a dysgenic effect or a downward shift in the ability distribution. Furthermore, education leads women to have their babies later, which alone also produces additional dysgenic pressure. Have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy? Because this is just that, basically. Lower IQ people have more children than higher IQ people, so therefore, average IQ scores are going down. However, Herrnstein and Murray run into a problem here, which is that IQ scores had been going up, not down, in the decades prior to the publication of the bell curve. This is known as the Flynn effect, named for intelligence researcher James R. Flynn, who documented it, and we will talk more about the bell curve's attempt to account for the Flynn effect later on. Part 4 of the bell curve is titled Living Together and is concerned with social policy. This is where Herrnstein and Murray start proposing political solutions to the various problems they outlined in the previous chapters. They discuss and ultimately brand as ineffective all contemporary attempts to help disadvantaged.
I'm sure it'll go through it eventually. I just want to. Is this still happening, or is it? I don't know. It's like it might be leveling out a little. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like it's been going up at relatively the same rate. Like, no matter, like, Africa, which has much higher birth rates. America, which has much lower birth rates. I don't know. It looks like maybe we're slowing a little bit. The one thing is interesting to note that in general, G-loading of an IQ test is actually inversely correlated with the degree to which you observe gains in IQ tests associated with the Flynn effect. What? Hold on. That sentence doesn't make sense in my brain. One thing that's interesting to note is that in general, G-loading of an IQ test is actually inversely correlated with the degree to which you observe gains in IQ on that test associated with the Flynn effect. The general G-loading of an IQ test. What do you mean? The general G-loading of an IQ test? Isn't the entire point of an IQ test is the test for G? What do you mean G-loading? G-loading of an IQ test. That part doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stupid. general. Oh, wait, I gotta fucking.
Children succeed in life. Living democracy, because this is just that, basically. Lower IQ people have more children than higher IQ people, so therefore, average IQ
Different tests have
scores
different
are
DG loadings.
down.
That means some tests are better. Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
Hernstein and Murray run into a problem here, which is that IQ scores had been going up, not down, in the decades prior to the publication of Gifted, Hernstein and Murray environment. This is seen the movie Idiocracy, because Hernstein and Murray run into a decades intelligent account concerned with select later on. Part 4 of the bell curve is titled Living Together and is concerned with social policy. This is where Hernstein and Murray start proposing political solutions to the various problems they outlined in the previous chapters. They discuss and ultimately brand as ineffective all contemporary attempts to help disadvantaged children succeed in life. Things like better nutrition, better school.
Rejects attempts, or rejects contemporary attempts to help disadvantaged children. Better nutrition. Basically, any cognitively demanded test is G-loaded to some extent. Yeah, I agree. I just didn't understand what you meant. But no, I get it now. Yeah.
A better home environment, all these things can possibly temporarily make people smarter to a degree, but in the end, Hernstein and Murray conclude that they will all eventually run into a genetic limit that cannot be worked around. Far more money is spent in ineffective attempts to help the disadvantaged than is spent on the gifted, Hernstein and Murray contend, and we should thus directly shift the resources upwards to support our best and brightest. And this quote is from the introduction to Chapter 18. Some federal funds now so exclusively focused on the disadvantaged should be reallocated to programs for the gifted. Affirmative action in schools, as it stands, should be scrapped, of course. Hernstein and Murray argue for a sort of race-blind, score-based affirmative action. They still support colleges accepting applicants from disadvantaged backgrounds, but only if they have comparable test scores to the other applicants. Affirmative action in the job market should also be scrapped, with Hernstein and Murray arguing that in pursuit of equality, we have actually already overshot it, and that black people actually attain better quality jobs than white people once you account for their IQs, of course. Hernstein and Murray argue for encouraging low IQ parents to have...
Be a little skeptical of that. What's the average wealth of a black family is what, 13 times less than that of a white family? Or their IQ is 13 times less than that of a white family?
Fewer children in a couple of different ways. Firstly, they argue for making marriage a prerequisite for parental rights, and they also support cutting off welfare for low-income mothers, stating that we urge generally that these policies, represented by the extensive network of cash and services for low-income women who have babies, be ended. They also argue more generally in favour of individualism, concluding Chapter 21 by writing, "Individualism is not only America's heritage, it must be its future." Hernstein and Murray conclude this part of the bell curve with the following. Inequality of endowments, including intelligence, is a reality. Trying to pretend that inequality does not really exist has led to disaster. Trying to eradicate inequality with artificially manufactured outcomes has led to disaster. It is time for America to once again try living with inequality as life is lived, understanding that each human being has strengths and weaknesses, and so on. This is the end of the main text of the bell curve. Then follows 7 appendices.
Self-perpetuating nature of unfettered immigration. Oh my god, this is the same thing. We're doing the race-mixing communism thing again. Leftists today argue that immigration is absolute necessity because a mass die-off of baby boomers and increase in demand to labor. The mass die-off of baby boomers. Immigration is just a good thing regardless of this because the PPF curve shifts to the right, which is good for the economy. And the price, if we have things to account, we can look at the price elasticity of population. Mass die-off of boomers wouldn't be a problem for maintenance of the overall population of Western nations. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, would it be a problem for the maintenance of the overall population of Western nations had not social engineering disturbed the natural cycle of Western reproduction? through their satanic schemes of abortion, the queering and over-sexualization of both men and women, but especially men, promotion of race mixing, increase in artificial... Yeah, if you link any more of this shit, Jidiox, you're banned. I'm gonna, like, straight up.
Explaining various things about the data and statistical methods used in the book, among other things.
I've already explained to you why.
Additionally, newer versions of the bell curve contain an afterword written in response to various criticisms directed at the book by various scientists and journalists, and we will be quoting from that at several points later on. So then, that was the bell curve. And before we carry on here, I think it would be worthwhile to attempt to summarize the
I almost guarantee you it's TOS on either YouTube, Kick, or Twitch.
general argument of the book. So here is my understanding.
Even if it wasn't TOS, I wouldn't want to read it. I don't want to read it. I'm not engaging with that. It's unhinged.
1. General intelligence, or G, exists. General intelligence is to some degree heritable, innate, unable to be significantly changed, and unevenly distributed both within and across population groups. 2. IQ tests measure G fairly and accurately. 3. One's IQ is more important than one's social background in determining one's life outcomes. And 4. Given what we can learn from these points, we should implement conservative social policies such as limiting welfare, incentivizing marriage, abandoning affirmative action, and more broadly, we should promote a return to a more individualistic society. Now, I'm sure someone could disagree with the conservative adjective in this last point.
Thanks,
and argue that
Jidiox.
Herrnstein and Murray merely promote whatever policies seem to best address the problems they discuss. They propose better access to birth control, for instance, which is not typically a conservative policy.
Right-wing, left-wing
Overall,
satanic,
though,
true.
their policy recommendations definitely lean heavily to the right. So it's now time to begin looking at the counter-arguments, and we will begin with point 1 on this list and talk about general intelligence. So, if we want to understand...
Okay. We're done with this for now, but... We'll go back to that later, I guess. I don't... We're doing this whole fucking arc. Benita, not love it. Let me do one of these real quick that I can... Yeah. Fuck. Easy one. An easy one. See, this is an easy one. Mexico. Guatemala. Honduras. Costa Rica. Oh my god. Nicaragua, then Costa Rica. Panama. Colombia. Easy. Okay. We're doing the Israel Palestine shit now. But before I do, I gotta my cat needs food. Not always feels, but I keep seeing very confident rhetoric of those types. Thanks, Shitty for the information that we're not even on anymore. Oh, we finished reading that article last night. I think there's some more stuff here. Yeah, okay. Okay. My cat needs food. And I need to get a drink. So I'm gonna run ads. Oh, I can't run ads because ads just ran. Well, JDX is just gonna make it a Jews versus. I don't know if JDX actually has like super strong opinion on it. He's just gonna say, "Oh, well, I think the Jews are this type of fucking ethno-nationalist. The Arabs are this fucking type of nationalist," and it just reduces it down to like race, and it's just not relevant, and it's just annoying. Yeah. Okay. Here's Torque Break. How long till I can run ads? It doesn't give me a time. I don't know how ads work. How long? Manually running ads. Twitch. 3-minute ad break every 6 minutes. A 1-minute ad break. What? This isn't what I want. Okay, I don't know. Who knows? We'll figure it out later. Okay. What the fuck? All right, I'm back. I'm running kind of low. Caffeine. Can we get some bits right now? $20 in bits, whatever that is. Is that 20,000 bits? $20,000 bit. I don't. Okay, wait. Bits to USD. 1 bit now. Oh my god. How much do I? This one. Okay. It's 1,000 bits, $1. No, 100 bits. Okay. So 2,000 bits would be. Okay. I kind of want to read this because this is like a relatively light read, but I don't know where to put it. I don't know. Let's put it here. No, I don't know if it really. Go here. Okay. Slash. Toggle heading 2. Wikipedia bias. No, don't embed. Oh my god. And also, we need to go over Iran. Okay. Okay, let's go over two of these Iran things. I guess I'll put them under my Biden thing. I don't know if I'll actually keep the notes on these, to be perfectly honest. All right. Hell yeah. Now I have my caffeine. Biden seeks to head off escalation after Israel's successful defense. The president told Israel that the interception of all the Iranian drones and missiles used to attack it constituted a major victory, so further retaliation might not be necessary, U.S. officials said. President Biden and his team, hoping to avoid further escalation, leading to a wider war in the Middle East, are advising Israel that its successful defense against Iranian airstrikes constituted a major strategic victory that might not require another round of retaliation, U.S. officials said on Sunday. The interception of nearly all of more than 300 drones and missiles fired against Israel on Saturday night demonstrated that Israel had to come. What even? I don't know anything about the Kendrick Lamar beef. Thank you though, ballsack 123345132. Nearly all of the more than 300 drones and missiles fired against Israel on Saturday night demonstrated that Israel had come out ahead in its confrontation with Iran and proved to enemies its ability to protect itself, along with its American allies, meaning it did not necessarily need to fire back, officials said. Whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and his government will agree, well, maybe you should educate yourself on the subject. I don't think it's a word. I don't listen to Drake or Kendrick Lamar. I don't really care. Well, clearly Google doesn't want me to know anyway, so thanks. I'll do it if you go to my Twitch and donate on Twitch right now. I'll do it. Use your Prime sub on Twitch right now. Exclamation point Twitch in the chat. Whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and his government will agree to leave it at that was not yet clear, as the country's war cabinet met for the next 3 hours on Sunday to make decisions about its next step. The leaders of the Group 7 major industrial democracies echoed Mr. Biden's message on Sunday morning, condemning Iran for the attack and warning that it could provoke what they called an uncontrollable regional escalation in the Middle East. This must be avoided, the joint statement said. We will continue to work to stabilize the situation and avoid further escalation. Although damage from the attack was relatively light, the scope of the strikes went well beyond the small bore tit-for-tat shadow war between Iran and Israel in recent years, crossing a red line with the firing of weapons from Iranian territory into Israeli territory. Had defense not held, scores or hundreds could have been killed. American officials said that it was clear to them that the wide-scale death was Iran's intent. Was it, though, despite the fact that its leadership telegraphed the attack well in advance publicly and privately? Officials said that even as the attack was underway, Iran's government sent word through Swiss intermediaries it considered the matter closed. I mean, yeah, it's definitely just like chest beating for Iran. They didn't actually want war. They told everyone before what they're going to do. Yeah. I mean, look at the size and scale, the scope of what they fired into Israel from Iran proper. More than 300 missiles and drones. John F. Kirby, the national security spokesperson at the White House, said on Sunday on CBS's News Face the Nation, they wanted to cause damage, no question about that, but they were utterly unsuccessful in doing so. Emotions were running high among Israeli officials during phone calls with American partners into the night, and the pressure to fire back was consequently strong. The U.S. official who spoke on a condition of anonymity to describe the sensitive discussions stressed that the decision about whether and how to respond was ultimately up to Israel. Israeli jets early on Sunday hit structures in Lebanon controlled by Hezbollah after the Iranian-backed militant sent 2 explosive drones into Israel, but it was not clear how related that was to the Iranian airstrike. Mr. Biden spoke with Netanyahu on Saturday after the Iranian attack and repeated his ironclad commitment to Israel's security. Mr. Biden urged restraint, telling Mr. Netanyahu that it was time to think carefully and strategically about the risk of escalation if the Israelis respond with kind military force, according to one senior official. Biden agreed to stand behind Israel, discouraging Iran from any further attacks. At the same time, Biden made sure to pressure Israel into not responding. And escalating further. Something I'm curious on. It's just impossible to know. This is an impossible question to answer. Would this stuff have happened if Trump never pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal? Would that if we had the Iranian nuclear deal with Iran, would Iran ever be willing to fire missiles directly into Israeli territory? It's impossible to answer because who the fuck knows where our relationship with Iran would be if Trump hadn't pulled out of that deal. But it would definitely be better. In a statement released after the call, Mr. Biden hinted publicly at a desire for actions that would not continue a cycle of retribution. I told him that Israel demonstrated a remarkable capacity to defend itself against and defeat even unprecedented attacks, sending a clear message to his forces that they cannot effectively threaten the security of Israel, Mr. Biden said. Taken together, Joe Biden's message is clearly too gentle to persuade #Israel not to pursue further escalation. Robert Satloff, the executive director of Washington Institute for Near Middle East Policy, wrote on social media. But they didn't. But we'll get into that. But they didn't end up doing anything. That is likely to generate criticism of Mr. Biden from the conservatives, some of whom quickly went public, urging a powerful military reprisal against Iran, not only by Israel, but by the United States as well. I should also say, Biden also did not support the U.S. attacking Israel directly, which is based. We must move quickly and launch aggressive retaliatory strikes in Iran, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican of Tennessee, said in a statement posted online. Jesus fucking Christ. Speaker Mike Johnson partially blamed the Biden administration for the Iran strike because of what he called its undermining of Israel and appeasement of Iran. He did not mention that he himself has so far failed to permit a floor vote on bipartisan legislation by the Senate providing security and aid to Israel and Ukraine. Well, he's not a fan of the Ukraine aid, so. Representative Steve Scalise of Louisiana, the House Republican leader, said that in light of Iran's unjustified attack in Israel, the House this week would consider aid to Israel, but he gave no details. Mr. Johnson said on Sunday that the House would take up Israel's aid in the coming days. The eruption between Israel and Iran came at a time of great tension between Mr. Biden and Mr. Netanyahu. In a call only 10 days ago, the president threatened to rethink his support for Israel's war in Gaza if Netanyahu did not do more to alleviate civilian suffering in the enclave, leveraging American backing for the first time since the October 7th Hamas-led terrorist attack in Israel. At the same time, the two leaders clash. Israel had just executed an airstrike against the Iranian embassy in Damascus, Syria, killing 7 Iranian officials involved in covert operations in a move that threatened the escalation and Mr. Biden had long feared. Even so, the president made it clear that his support for Israel's security was still unwavering and warned Iran not to respond. American and Israeli officials spent the past few days coordinating military operations in the case that Iran did act, and Mr. Biden ordered aircraft and ballistic missile defense destroyers to the region. Even as the attack began, Michael Herzog, the Israeli ambassador to the United States, and the Israeli defense attaché were meeting with officials at the White House to coordinate the response to the attack. Administration officials were elated at the results, and as U.S. and Israeli forces knocked down nearly everything thrown at Israel, including more than 100 ballistic missiles, a feat that one official said might be unmatched in military history. Jordan intercepted projectiles coming into its airspace, saying it was guarding its own security. American officials said that U.S. fighters shot down more than 70 exploding drones in the attack, while 2 Navy warships in the eastern Mediterranean destroyed 4 to 6 ballistic missiles, and an Army Patriot battery in Iraq knocked down at least 1 missile that passed overhead. The number of drones and missiles that Iran launched, more than 300, was on the high end of what the U.S. analysts had expected, one official said. On Sunday morning, Mr. Biden spoke with King Abdullah of Jordan about the attack and called 2 members of the 449th and 355th Fighter Squadrons to praise them for the successful mission. Even though Iran did little tangible damage, it signaled after the strikes that it was ready to stand down and clearly hoped to avoid direct engagement with the United States. Quote, the matter can be deemed concluded, the Iranian mission to the United Nations said in the statement. However, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It's a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime, from which the U.S. must stay away. So true. Thanks. Dude, I posted on Destiny subreddit. I'm surprised how well this post did. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, should come on to Bridges podcast to address the recent attacks. I mean, at least we'd be saved if they all came together and kick a keep. Do you think he should come on my podcast? I think he'd be open to it. He has a Twitter account, so maybe I should tweet at him and see what he says. The situation was reminiscent of January 2020 when President Donald J. Trump ordered an airstrike on Iraq to kill that general, or one of Iran's general, who was in like a Mexican airport in Iraq, who led to powerful Quds force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Iran retaliated by firing missiles at well-defended U.S. base in Iraq with relatively little damage. Though about 100 U.S. military personnel were wounded, it then sent a private message saying it was done. Mr. Trump chose not to retaliate, and fears of a cycle of escalation faded. In the days leading up to the attack on Sunday, Mr. Netanyahu warned Iran not to attack, saying, quote, whoever hurts us, we hurt them, but because Israel is not badly hurt, Mr. Netanyahu may have some room to declare victory and move on. Israeli officials were not clear in their intentions. Okay, Biden also ordered defensive ships shoot down drones and missiles. It's helped Israel essentially be able to declare victory without any retribution. The campaign is not over yet. We must remain alert and attentive to the instructions published by the IDF and Home Front Command, said Defense Minister, that guy referring to the IDF. We must be prepared for every scenario. Having said this, we have thwarted the most significant wave of the attack, and we did so successfully. The American argument was that because Israel was also successfully took out those senior Iranian officials in Damascus 2 weeks ago without paying a significant price, another round of military action would not be necessary. Okay, then there's another article. There's an update. Basically, just want to grab a quote from this. This quote. Israel War Cabinet will meet this afternoon to discuss how to respond to the Iranian attack. According to two Israeli officials, they said that one possible response to a retaliatory strike was that some of the members of the cabinet had supposed was called off after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke on the phone to President Biden on Saturday, and because the strikes caused relatively minor damage. The officials did not elaborate on content of the call. Biden, most likely, in Israel not to respond. So true. I love Biden. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, Biden. Okay. Okay, how long is this? 14 pages. 18 pages. This is from the World Jewish Congress. I don't use the phrase Palestinian genocide accusation instead of a more neutral term like allegations of Palestinian genocide. I don't see a significant difference between these two. I don't see a very significant difference between Palestinian genocide accusation and allegations of Palestinian genocide. Those are. I don't see how one is significantly more biased. Leading the entry to focus primarily on the accusation without adequately exploring the merits of the accusation, just creating a bias in the title itself. I don't really think that's fair. Focus on allegations against Israel. The entry focuses predominantly on accusation against Israel, giving little space to Israel's perspective. Well, the article is about allegations against Israel. Arguments against the genocide claims. This creates the impression that the accusation is credible or unassailable, despite the existence of numerous sources that challenge them. This is as there is substantial evidence indicating that Israel's actions do not meet the legal definition of genocide as a key factor of intent that's missing. Unbound sources. I don't know. The entry is linked to the genocide category, along with the scholarly language, which reinforces their bias against Israel. I don't think that's just how Wikipedia works. I don't think that it's possible that there are some some biases against Israel on Wikipedia, but oh my god, this has not convinced me so far. Nakba denial. Oh boy, let's see how this one is biased against Israel. Okay. Well, the entry includes the viewpoints of Israeli historians and organizations that criticize Nakba denial. It focuses primarily on critiques of Israeli policies and actions. I would assume that's what a page on the Nakba denial focuses on. A more balanced approach would involve the presentation of a wider range of perspectives. Include the article is about Nakba denial. Okay, I would expect the page on the Nakba to have, like, this probably has the wider perspectives on it. Okay, the Nakba denial one is going to focus specifically on people who deny certain things happen that probably almost certainly did happen. Okay. Terms like exoneration and perpetuation of conflict. May I link an article about Israel-Palestine? Maybe, if it's not totally unhinged. If it's not about the racial spirit of the Jews, are judgmental and non-neutral. Has this to reference to the relationship in terms of victim and perpetrator. The entry makes selective use of sources relying heavily on Palestinian historians, activists, NGOs, and does not include perspectives of Israeli scholars, policy makers, and organizations. I don't know. They would need to provide evidence for that, and then again, I would expect that since there's a page about Nakba denial, it's going to rely on Palestinian sources. It's from arguments about what? Russia? Oh my god. This is from the same unhinged website. Operation Zionist Government is a Soviet strategy of using the Middle East as a conflict. Oh my god. This is unhinged. The Kremlin directs the anti-Zionist movement on behalf of Jewry. Bro, anything that uses the word Jewry, yeah, we're not engaging with that. That is unhinged. Well, I don't know why you think it would not be unhinged. I don't know why on earth you think those were two accessible links to send. Holy shit. You're on really thin ice, man. I think it's cringe. I've already told you not to send shit like that, man. Like, specifically, that stuff. Oh my god, man. Zionism is settler colonialism. The theory of Zionism is settler colonialism is used by opponents of Zionism. However, the title of the entry does not indicate that this is a theory. Okay, whatever. In the description of the entry does not. Yeah, I don't really want to read this. I think that article was biased, guys. See, I'm not that pro-Israel. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Gregor's what? Okay. Greg Orias Striker. Oh, that's what. Well, they just admitted to not knowing
Hamas
whether.
run Gaza ministry.
Shut up. Okay. On October 16th, health ministry told global media that Israeli airstrike was 500 people. Yeah. U.S. media quickly reported on the story and came clear within hours. There was no evidence to support the private airstrike or a death toll close to 500. Soon evidence emerged showing that a rocket fired by Palestinian terrorists was nearly certainly to have caused a blast in the hospital's parking lot. An unclassified U.S. intelligence report on October 18th said that the blast likely caused between 100 to 300 deaths, and it leans towards casualty estimates at the low end of the 100 to 300 spectrum. Yeah. Nevertheless, the health ministry does not identify the individuals who died as a result of Palestinian fire, even though Israeli defense reported that 12% of rockets fired during this conflict during the first month of the war fell inside Gaza, more than 1,000 total misfires. I don't know. I guess we'll fucking keep it. Okay. Gaza, that's what's accurate. Oh my god. The Moss-led Gaza Ministry of Health said on April 6th that it had incomplete data. Fuck, the Telegraph link, really? Can I not download the PDF? Okay, cool. Awesome, man. I love Telegraph. The report, the ministry notes that it considers individual records to be incomplete if any of the... Okay. So we'll... Oh my god, why does it do that? But this doesn't like break down like how many are just due to like the missing date of birth or whatever. How many are just due to things like missing date of birth? Doesn't mean the number itself is inaccurate. The Health Ministry also released a report on April 3rd that acknowledged the presence of incomplete data, but did not define what it meant by incomplete. That earlier report, the ministry acknowledged the incompleteness of 12,000 records. It is unclear why. Just after 3 more dates, the number fell to 11,000, a decrease of more than 900 records. I don't know, I mean, it could be because they found the information. Prior to its admission of incomplete data, the Health Ministry asserted that the information in more than 15,000 fatality records had stemmed from reliable media sources. However, the ministry never identified the sources in question, and Gaza has no independent media. The sudden shifts in the ministry's reporting methods suggested it's scrambling to prevent exposure of shoddy work. For months, U.S. media has taken for granted that the ministry's top-line figures for casualties was reliable enough to include in the daily updates on the war. Even President Biden has cited its numbers. Now we're seeing that a third or more of the ministry's data may be incomplete at best and fictional at worst. It's important to recognize that Hamas is deeply invested in shaping the narrative that emerges from Gaza, particularly regarding the number of casualties in the war. Moreover, this control of the data extends beyond the statistics provided by the Hamas-controlled health ministry, as there is also a deliberate effort to downplay the number of terrorists who have been killed by Israel in a war, potentially numbering more than 10,000. A record of false claims. On October, you read that already. Okay. Health Ministry has made false claims before, specifically about the hospital strike, where it did they just estimate 500 dead? They reported 500 dead. In an Israeli airstrike. When in reality, there was no evidence of an airstrike. And U.S. intelligence suggests a max casualty number of 300. Casualty. Jesus, 300. That leans closer to 100. INF reported that 12% of rockets misfired during it, or 12% of the rockets fired during the first month of the war fell inside of Gaza, more than 1,000 total misfires. Health Ministry not exclude death from, I guess, I don't know, friendly fire. I guess technically that's friendly fire. %, of launches fell short and fell inside the Gaza Strip. Okay. Why is this in here? What is this, Stephen? I don't, who cares? Whatever. This was the paper on it that I haven't actually read fully. It's 5 pages. I don't, I'm fucking tired, man. I've only been streaming 4 hours, 30 minutes, so, oh my god. Okay, we'll get back to it later. Talk about fucking tax policy. Whoa! Let's go! Let's get hype. W to the chat for tax policy. Let's fucking go. Who up taxing the policy right now? I'm not seeing any W's in the chat. Yeah, I'm not seeing no W's. Goddamn. Goddamn. No one wants the tax policy. I get it. Listen, I get it. But I don't. I love tax policy so much. Hold on, I'm gonna load up some music for me. Which means I have to mute my browser for you guys. I guess I should probably. So I didn't really hear what you say. I needed to do something. You're good, man. It was all a joke. Let me play some music for you guys too, I guess. I'm gonna skip to a random part in it because otherwise you guys just hear the same part as you did like last time. All right. He's got a new YouTube comment. That's awesome, guys. Satan and Saul knew Yahweh existed and it didn't violate their free will. I don't know. That's an awesome comment. Hold on. Let me check my YouTube analytics because I'm curious now. Curious if I'm blowing up. I don't know. Still just getting like the same amount of views. All right. Let's get into it. What is the name of this song? Oh, I have no clue what the name of this song is. I don't even hear it because it's just in my OBS. It's just in a chill hot playlist that I downloaded a while ago. Sorry, man. I have no clue. Let's go. Let's go. Tax policy. Woo! Let's get a fucking twerk break in here. Let's go. The fallacious case for abolishing the rich. Arguments for caps on income and wealth are simple, arousing, and wrong. 8-minute read. Okay. Two new books argue for doing away with the rich. Not in the Pol Pot sense of murdering them. For the writers, a Dutch professor of ethics and the director of a left-wing British think tank are impeccably nice. Rather, they favor policies that would make it impossible to have too much money. How much is too much? Ingrid Robbins of University of the Netherlands is the author of Libertarianism. Thinks the state should prevent anyone from accumulating more than 10 million pounds or euros. It is a rough figure. In addition to this hard political limit, she thinks that there should be a much lower ethical limit. In countries where the state pays for healthcare and pensions, no one should amass more than 1 million in savings. That's really low. And society should scorn anyone who does. Okay, so they're an author. Nope, not. I'm never gonna pronounce that. Used for a hard limit on wealth above $10 million. I will just have $10 million, even though technically it's pounds or euros or whatever. And an even lower ethical limit. Society would scorn those with more than 1 million in. What does she mean by in savings? I'm assuming in savings doesn't mean net worth, because it's not like that hard to have a net worth of $1 million. Because like your house alone could be $500,000. Why isn't it? Can Grammarly please fucking function? Luke Hilliard, who runs the High Pay Center in London, and whose book is called Enough, stops short of an absolute cap, but suggests something close to it. No one should earn more than the current threshold for entering the top 1% of taxpayers, he believes. Okay, Luke Hilliard. Enough author. Luke Hilliard. Used for not a cap, but suggests no one should earn more than the current threshold for entering the top 1% of taxpayers. He believes in Britain that was over 180 pounds a year. That's not even that much. In America, it would be about 333,000. Redistributing additional income or wealth beyond this point, or enacting policies so that such riches never accrue in the first place, has no real downsides, he claims. No. The author offers many reasons for loathing the loaded. They are bad for the environment with their private jet and occasional holidays in space. They aggravate housing shortages by owning multiple homes. Some of them by political influence. Some acquired their wealth corruptly. A pragmatist might tackle these problems directly by taxing carbon emissions, allowing more homes to be built, tightening campaign finance laws, or cracking down on corruption. But for these two, everything depends on cutting the rich down to size. Both argue which are bad for the environment, aggravate housing supply, and by political influence. Instead of tackling these issues individually, they argue, Jesus fucking Christ. They argue we should simply I don't know, cap income, even though he wasn't in favor of like a strict cap. One guy wasn't in favor of like a strict cap on income, but whatever. They make the reasonable point that the marginal benefit of an extra $1,000 is greater for the poor than the rich. Base, that's so base. I love progressive taxes for that reason. Yes, thank you. A hungry family could buy food for months. A banker might blow that amount on a single dinner, not including the wine. The authors go further, blaming rising income inequality for a host of ills. A radically more equal society would be less stressed, they argue, no rat race, and more cohesive, less envy. The money hoarded by the rich could be used to uplift the poor and improve public services. That is so true. I love progressive taxes. I love progressive taxes because they're diminishing a marginal utility. They're so based. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate flat tax. Flat tax isn't like always bad, but god, when you have this much inequality and there's this much diminishing marginal utility, you gotta have progressive tax, man. Mr. Haley makes the point more concisely and flashes with that flashes of wit. His riff about how many banknotes it would take to cover every floor in Britain in fivers made this reviewer smile, as it is musing on the relative prices of pointless luxuries. A 1-hour guest appearance at your birthday party by James Corden, a British comedian who likes to sing karaoke in cars with celebrities, is about as costly as a half kilo of cocaine, apparently. When it comes to practicalities, however, both lose their grip. How exactly can one abolish the rich? Hold on, I don't know, write down. Okay, how would they do it? Hillary favors a maximum wage and a hefty wealth tax, among other measures. Robbins says it will require a patchwork of policies, and is irritated by those who try to oversimplify her idea by describing it as a marginal tax rate of 100%. But if she is serious when it comes to saying, when she says that 10 million should be as hard a limit as possible, that implies something very close to a marginal tax rate of 100%. Okay, so it favors a maximum wage and a hefty wealth tax. British you, fuck you. But if she is serious, about a $10 million cap, any policy would essentially be a 100% marginal tax rate. Beyond that, such policy would provoke tax avoidance on an epic scale. I need to there's a study I have on this, but yeah, wealth taxes have some of like the highest avoidance rates. They yeah, they're bad when it comes to avoidance. I'm sorry, but my link wasn't race realist related, so I thought I could send it. I don't know why you thought you could. It very much was race realist related. First of all, yeah, anything that uses jewelry. Holy shit, Gidiox. Oh my god, man. When it comes to practicalities, we read that already. Such policy would provoke tax avoidance on an epic scale. Brainy advisors would strain every synapse. Synapse? Synapse? I don't know how to pronounce this, but this is the fucking shit. This is the gap in between your neurons. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Okay. Every synapse to help rich folk hide their wealth or shift to friendlier jurisdictions. If against the odds the government managed to thwart such tricks, many rich folk would simply immigrate, and if government stopped all similar wealth banning policies and enforcement was tight, as the authors desire, the effects would be even worse. Taxes are cringe? Some taxes are cringe. But some taxes are based. Like a land value tax? Oh my god, a land value tax is so based. Oh my god, a land value tax? How can you even argue against that, man? Taxing economic rent on land is so based. Taxing economic rent on resources is based too. Okay. I don't know if I have the... What is this? Oh, it's just more Micah. I love Micah so much. Guys, I need everyone to follow right now so I can get Micah on my podcast. That's the ultimate goal. I want to talk about Micah. I want to talk about worker co-ops with Micah so much. I want to do it. I think I probably average more than their podcast on Twitch. What the hell is this? Oh, I've watched some of this. Who's Micah? Is this guy? Probably best well known. Well, he's actually best well known as a Twitter liberal economist guy. This is Micah. I've watched some of this, but avoiding a paradox of thrift is so based, GDX. Paul Krugman's so based. Oh my god. The way he did the babysitting co-op? Hold on, where's my Paul Krugman? I love Paul Krugman. I love bailing out the rich. Oh my god, my Paul Krugman books. I love them so much. I love Paul Krugman. Oh, I need to talk to... You know what I would talk to Mike about? Talk to him about NGDP targeting too. Thanks, Shitty Ox, for the productive commentary. Okay, back to this. Oh, this means Twitch Turbo. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at your badge, Nikki. I didn't know what it meant, but it means Twitch Turbo. Go be a base right-wing trad Catholic. Thanks. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the... Fuck, maybe... Dude, okay, I'm gonna watch the Economic Consent. We're not just gonna react to an entire Lex Friedman podcast that I've already seen half of. Oh my god, inflation. So good. I love inflation. Can you please... I've already watched some of it. I don't... It's like I'm pre-watched. I don't... We'll watch his response to this, but I love inflation so much. I'm only being half ironic. And the Fed. you want to here? You want to know the real argument for Keynesianism? Financial Times. I love this graph so much. Financial Times, UK GDP. And then we find the UK slipped into recession in 2023. Look, this is and let's just for comparison, US real GDP. Or we don't even need real GDP. Or change it. Oh, you did change your badge. I mean, I didn't hate your badge or anything. I just didn't know what it meant. Look at this. Isn't this awesome? This is what Keynesianism does, okay? Every time the US is failing, we print more money, more inflation. Fuck yeah, we keep going up. This is what the UK does. Holy shit. Every time the UK went into recession, they cut their budget, okay? They reduce aggregate demand. Do you see this shit? They've totally stagnated. Oh my god. What the hell? Look at this. Totally flat. Look at this. Look at, like, okay. This is what the pre-financial crisis trend is on. 229. What? Oh my god. They're so far below trend. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at this gap. Oh my god. Versus US. 2008. Little dip. Back fucking up, baby. Print more money. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You're gonna tell me that dealing with what? Dealing with like 4% inflation was is bad. I bet is not worth that the benefit of not being the fucking UK. Oops. Libertarians are wrong in foreign policy, but economics are based. Some are based on being anti-abortion, and anti-illegal immigration due to the NAP. And the Fed returned to free banking. I love the Fed. I love the... If you look at the sessions before and after Fed. I love taming the business cycle. Where's the graph? Where's the graph? And it shows all the... Okay. US recessions. This one. And after the Fed was created, in what, like 1913, we've had so many less recessions. Oh my god. They're so based. They're so good at promoting economic stability. That's why every country has a set. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the intelligent commentary. That's why every country has a central bank now. Oh my god. I love the government intervening in market failures. Now $1 is 97% less value. So fucking based. Oh my god, incentivizing spending? Dude, awesome. End the Fed and let free association, be it Bitcoin, true, or gold or free banking. How many cryptos have crashed to 0% of their value versus the dollar? Which is, yeah. I just don't get it. You can say $1 is 97% less valuable. Who gives a fuck? All that matters is that time prices fall. Time price is the amount the average worker has to work to afford a good. All that matters is that that falls. It doesn't. The dollar of the value of the dollar doesn't actually matter. Like it doesn't. Yeah. And it's not even the dollar to value falling is good for U.S. exports too. If the value of the dollar falls, that's good for U.S. exports because then it becomes cheaper for other countries to buy our shit. Okay. So if you want U.S. exports, then we should decrease the value of the value of the dollar. It's also good, again, for incentivizing spending. So we can avoid the paradox of thrift, baby. I hate the paradox of thrift. Haven't you heard the song? Keynes versus Hayek rap. Yeah, here we go. Savings is destruction. That's the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pockets or that growth will never live. God, he's so based. No, it's not all that matters. That is all that matters. In fact, the value of the dollar matters the most. That's not true. What matters is time prices. For the poorest among society to be able to uplift themselves for something stable. It also hurts the rich and middle class because investors and homeowners, what matters is time prices. What matters is the amount the average worker has to work to afford goods falls. That's a way better standard of measuring the the standard of living than just the value of the dollar. Because if you're getting paid more dollars, even if they're less value, all that matters is that you're getting paid more dollars. The amount of time you have to work to afford a good falls. It also hurts the rich and middle class because investors and homeowners get less return. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know anything. Blah, blah, blah. Who gives a fuck? Everyone who has long-term savings. Blah, blah, blah. I am gay. True. Thanks, JDOX. What an intelligent response. Again, savings is destruction. That's the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pockets or that growth will never lift. Because business is driven by the animal spirits. The bull and the bear. And there's reasons to fear it. I know, the whole song, baby. So do you really think 2% inflation a year matters, GDOX? Yeah. Oh, well, Gregorius, GDOX is like basically a Christian nationalist. He'll say he isn't, but he basically is. So he's about as close as you can be to it without, I guess, technically being one. So. I love it. In market failures, the government is always good, man. We gotta tax those externalities. Oh my god, taxing externalities is so base. What else? Like when it comes to credence goods and merit-based goods like healthcare, probably should do that. And adverse selection as well. And monopolies. Austrian economics is the only real economics. Failures are recognizing the subjective nature of everything. What? I'm sorry. Okay. Austrian economics is the only real economic. Austrian economics is the only real economic failure of recognizing the subject. What? Your sentence makes no sense. I'm not just having a stroke. Your sentence doesn't make sense. Austrian economics is the only real economic failures of recognizing the subjective nature of everything. That you're missing at least a comma, right? True. How much is the poverty rate risen in Argentina? Of course it's good. I love incentivizing spending. Oh my god. And we need inflation to pay off our debt. Inflation is good for borrowers, which incentivizes borrowing. The only real way to know how transaction value works is Austrian econ and how central planning is distortionary to subjective value and transaction and long. Okay, you're arguing against central planning. Not all Keynesian economics is central planning. Wait, can we watch the Paul versus Paul? Oh my god, I love the Paul versus Paul. Paul versus Paul. No Chomsky. Well, because no Chomsky is a fucking socialist, dude. Of course he is. Noam Chomsky knows more about the failure of public debt than Paul Krugman despite being a gas bag himself. God, I love deficit spending on infrastructure during economic downturns. You turn the video volume up? Is it? Yeah. Why can't you? You can't really, guys. You guys can't hear. Oh wait, it's because you guys should have told. I forgot. Yeah, of course you can't hear at all. You should have told me earlier. Okay.
A first in television
No, it's not just you.
history, I guess we could say.
It was muted.
Because television government, a hero to the Tea Party, and far on the other side of the spectrum. We want to get right to the core here of your disagreement. We're going to begin with Congressman Paul. Representative Paul, you know where Professor Krugman stands. What would you say is wrong, or what would you disagree with in terms of his view of government?
Music is way too chill based.
From what I read and hear, and I believe in very small government. I emphasize personal liberties. I don't like a managed economy, whether it's through central economic planning or monetary policy, or even Congress doing it. So it's a completely different philosophy that markets are supposed to work, in a natural way. I want a natural rate of interest. I don't want the government or the Federal Reserve fixing the rate of interest. That's a price fixing.
I love fixing the rate of interest.
And wage
oh
and
my
price
God.
controls never work, so pricing the cost of money doesn't work either. And this idea...
Why is all my chat so unhinged when it comes to Austrian economics?
that somebody or some group might know what the proper amount of money should be or what the proper rate of interest should be is sort of presumptuous. I don't know where they get this knowledge, and Hayek called it the pretense of knowledge. They pretend they know, but they really don't. So when we talk about electing a president or a Congress to run the economy better, they're missing the whole point.
Okay.
Governments aren't supposed to run the economy. The people are supposed to run the economy.
What's wrong, Professor Krugman, with leaving the government out of the equation?
Well, there's certain things, you can't leave the government out of monetary policy. If you try to think, we're going to just let it set itself, it doesn't happen. The government is actually always...
I like Ron Paul.
The
I
Federal
hate
Reserve,
the Fed,
central
Israel,
bank
and anything
is always
else.
going to be in the business of managing monetary policy. If you think that you can avoid that, you're living in the world.
And the Fed equal kickball Krugman or sun don't shine. True. Based. Oh,
we
thanks,
have
man.
an economy in which money is not just green pieces of paper with faces of dead presidents on them. Money is the
And Israel. Why are you unhinged on Israel too?
result of the financial system. It includes a variety of assets. We're not even quite sure where the line between money and non-money is. It's kind of a continuum. And look, history tells us that, in fact, a completely unmanaged economy is subject to extreme volatility, subject to extreme downturns. I know there's this legend that people like, probably you, Congressman, have, that the Great Depression was somehow caused by the government, caused by the Federal Reserve, but it's not true. The reality is that was a market economy run amok, which happened repeatedly over the past couple of centuries. You do need, I'm a believer in the market economy.
Yeah,
I'm
you've
a
said
believer
it
in capitalism.
plenty of
I want
times.
the market economy to be left as free as it can be, but there are limits. You do need the government to step in to stabilize. Depressions are a bad thing for capitalism, and it's the role of the government to make sure that they don't happen, or if they do happen, that they don't last too long.
Congressman Paul, we've been talking a lot about inflation here on the set today, and it's a policy that Professor Krugman is really saying that the Fed should put forward. In other words, we need a little inflation.
I mean, money, at the end of the day, all money is just faith-based. Yeah, fiat money is just faith-based. It's just we have faith.
To get things going. What do you say to that?
Well, inflation is theft. You're stealing value
Oh my God.
from people who save money. So if you have a 2% or a 10%, the value of the
I
currency...
love stealing people's money. Until we end the Fed, no freedom of transaction. End of debt tolls, lowering inflation, and stability can happen in voluntary market-based transactions. True. There's no freedom of transaction at all until we end the Fed. The Fed is in control of 3 different interest rates. They're in control of the discount rate, which is just how much, or the interest rate when people borrow from the Fed. They're in control of the interest on reserves, which is the interest rate banks get when they keep reserves at the Fed, and they're in control of the federal funds target rate. which is just the rate for overnight lending between banks. Those are 3, like, not huge things. That's not a substantial, that doesn't affect your freedom of transaction at all, first of all, because you're not a fucking bank and you can't borrow money from the Fed and you can't store money at the Fed. Those are not very substantial when it comes to restricting freedom of transaction.
Is lost, and it really destroys an important feature of the economy, and that is savings. Savings tells us something, and it tells us if capital is available. This notion that capital can come out of the expansion of the money supply is remote. Now, Professor Krugman
nominal rigidity, my
we
guy.
just want to go back 100 years or so. That is not exactly true. We'd like to improve on what was like back then, but he wants to go back 1,000 years or 2,000 years, just as the Romans and the Greeks and all other countries.
I know Chomsky is probably, why would I trust anything Chomsky says in economics? He's a fucking linguist. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's an anarcho-syndicalist. I don't know why I would trust anything Chomsky says on economics.
Debased their currency. They didn't have a computer. This idea that we need a Federal Reserve to run things, well, federal or a central bank, that's just a modern era.
Now
and
Representative
it's
Paul,
never.
Can you clarify what do you mean by go back 1,000 years? Is that fair? Clarify what you mean by that.
What did the Romans do to their currency? The Byzantine Empire had a gold standard for 1,000 years, and they did quite well, and they didn't fight wars. But the Roman Empire eventually destroyed their currency. They put in wage and price controls before they diluted
every
them.
central bank by constitutional amendment. JDox, why do you think, literally, is there a single country today that doesn't have a central bank that isn't like a micronation? About central bank. Andorra, that's a micronation. This is a micronation, isn't it? Appeal to tradition doesn't work. I was just gonna ask you, why do you think no countries tried this? If it's such a good idea. It's not appeal to tradition, it's appeal to right now. Yeah, this is a micronation. This is a micronation. This is a micronation. Everyone is wrong. So being wrong, I'm just asking, like, what is the reason no one has tried this? These are all micronations. I guess Panama is not technically a micronation, but these are because they use the US dollar. Is this a micronation? It is a micronation. I don't know. Bad ideas, movie greed. Maybe political control by Uncle Sam. Every country on Earth is controlled by Uncle Sam. I don't know, it just seems like if it worked, there would be some countries trying it out. It just doesn't seem to work very well. It just doesn't seem like it seems like the Fed has decreased the amount of recessions that we've gone through. It seems like ever since we made the Fed. And the Fed? Do you think the Fed has smoothed out the business cycle? Maybe, I mean, I would hope that you could at least admit the Fed has at least smoothed out the business cycle. Maybe that's at a cost that's too big for you, but I would hope that that'd be a pretty easy thing to grant.
Metals, they inflated. They thought wealth could come by fooling the people. Who would want today, if they had 10 years to send their kid to college, would they put their money in gold coins or a treasury bill making 1 or 2%? They can't keep up with the inflation or the devaluation of the currency. There'd be nothing there. Nobody puts their money in a 10-year bond.
I am not a defender of the economic policies of the Emperor Diocletian. So let's just make that clear. No,
well, you are in a way. You are.
No,
That's exactly what you're defending.
I'm a defender of the economic policies.
Boom and bust cycle is caused by fiat. My brother in Christ. We got rid of the gold standard in what, 1970? How many boom and bust cycles did we go in before that? The boom and bust cycle is not caused only by fiat, at least. You cannot possibly say it's only caused by fiat. Look up anything by Ludwig, Mises, and Econ. I've read some of his shit before. Anyone who's not an objectivist or Austrian economics is wrong by start. My DPI is messed up.
After World War II,
I don't care if you're against the gold standard. I care that you said fiat currency causes the boom and bust. That's just not. There's no way that fiat currency. It's the only thing that causes boom or bust.
Produced the best generation of economic growth that this country has ever experienced. We had a set of policies that provided, there was mild inflation, there was effective government regulation of the financial system so that it didn't go wild the way it did after we lifted those regulations. We had fiscal policy that stimulated the economy when it was needed. We had policies that fostered a strong middle class instead of using the worship of the supposedly ideal forces of the market to lead to plutocracy. I like the America that my parents prospered in. I think we can restore a lot of that.
And there are some reasons for that. Just remember that Friedman...
Paul Krugman is to be put in a nursing home, taken care of and given a rice pudding in a diaper. Oh my God.
Bernanke apologized to Friedman because the Federal Reserve was responsible for prolonging the agony of the Depression. You have to liquidate the debt. After World War II, a lot of the debt was liquidated. But guess what else we did? The troops were coming home. 10 million people came home. Big government liberals wanted to have job programs. They weren't put into place. We cut spending by some 60%. We slashed taxes. Finally, the Depression ends.
Milton Friedman was mostly, I haven't read enough Milton Friedman to know everything that he said, but I don't know. He liked negative income tax. And I like negative income tax.
Yes, there were some things, but it was the liquidation of debt that made it available that we could go back to work again.
I want to say something about Milton Friedman here, because if you actually read what he wrote in his writings for economists, as opposed to some of his slightly loose popular writings, he actually said that the Federal Reserve was responsible for the Great Depression because it didn't do enough. Friedman's complaint was that the Federal Reserve did not print enough money. Now, I know this really. When Ben Bernanke talked about the helicopter, he was taking that metaphor from Milton Friedman. That wasn't his idea. It's really telling that in the state of America right now, Milton Friedman would count as being on the far left of the debate over monetary policy. Yeah. That's something terribly wrong with the way we've gone here.
The point is, the Fed either does too much or too little, and they can't do it. So they don't have
that's so true. We should switch to NGDP targeting, and then they won't.
A very good record. They've ruined 98% of the value of the currency since 1913.
Oh my God.
And that's dishonest. That steals value from people. Why should people get 1% for the money for savings and the banks get it for practically free and they make money? Why did the Federal Reserve bail out the rich? Why didn't they give the money to the mortgage holders? If you care about
You know what? So true. Based, Ron Paul. We should have given money to poor people after 2008. We should have done way more physical policy after 2008. We should have given way more money to poor people after 2008. That's why the recovery from 2008 was so slow, was because we didn't. And that's why the COVID stimulus should have let the banks and poor fail. Oh my God. And that's why the COVID stimulus was so much more effective, because we gave money to everyone. Yeah. Then recovery versus 2020 recovery. Look at this. Oh my God. What is this? What is it? Yeah, great. See how we immediately recovered after COVID, because we gave everyone those sweet stimulus checks. And after 2008, we didn't do that, so it took really long to recover in 2008.
People.
So, Representative Paul,
houses. Why didn't you use helicopters? Why didn't you use helicopters and pass it out to the home builders? That would have been more fair.
Well, what is your prescription then for
recovered? Sure, buddy. The economy's fine. I feel like the economy's doing pretty well.
What should the Fed do? I mean, should we not have a Federal Reserve?
Seems like real wages are rising. Seems like most Americans are getting richer. Seems like inflation is coming down. It's crazy to me how Noam Chomsky is, in a bizarre way, closer to base libertarian critique of fiat the fiat mafia and Paul Krugman. Well, that doesn't seem that crazy to me, because Noam Chomsky is a libertarian. He's just a libertarian socialist. He also, I mean, he's just anti-establishment. Like, he just hates the people in charge. So, like, obviously he's going to hate. Maybe I'm discounting. Listen, I don't mind Noam Chomsky. I like a lot of Noam Chomsky stuff. He's not a libertarian. Noam Chomsky is a libertarian socialist. You can't be a libertarian socialist. That is what people call. You can all make all the fucking arguments of, oh, it's not actually libertarian, whatever. I don't care. What people call what Noam Chomsky is a libertarian socialist.
Reserve? I mean, what should the role of the Fed be? You talked about Milton Friedman. He said, hey, why not replace the Fed with the computer? What is it going to come to?
I'm with him.
You're
well,
with him.
I'll tell you what we could do, and even with my book and the Fed, if you read it, it doesn't call for the end of the Fed, because it would be chaotic if tomorrow we ended the Fed. Too many people dependent. But all I want to do is get rid of the monopoly. I want
libertarian, but bro, what people call the bottom left side of the political compass, which is where Noam Chomsky is a libertarian socialist. Noam Chomsky doesn't want big government. Noam Chomsky wants small government. Okay, he wants your sweet individual rights. Noam Chomsky is a socialist who believes in vax mandates. True.
legalize competition. There's legal competition on currencies around
Vax
the
mandates
world.
equals
Why
socialism.
can't we allow ourselves here the legal competition over gold or silver standard? Why was the Fed so frightened about this? And then, if I'm wrong,
I have no idea what that's about.
Who cares? If I'm right, if you want the paper money and I'm wrong, it doesn't hurt anybody. Just allow me to legalize the currency, get rid of the monopoly, take the taxes off gold and silver, and get rid of the sales tax and capital gains tax, and get in legal tender laws. Don't.
Kind of doesn't matter what Wikipedia says, though, buddy. If I'm describing somebody's ideas, okay, I'm going to use the words that we commonly refer to when we talk about those ideas. And for Noam Chomsky, that's libertarian socialist.
Hide behind a monopoly and force. See, people today, if they use gold and silver.
Who said it? I'm not on either of their sides. I don't know enough about the Candace Owens Ben Shapiro drama, because I don't actually know like why she was fired. But Candace Owens seems to have been talking about unhinged shit. It's almost like humans aren't actually low-dimensional political equations.
Or you can go to jail.
Also, Noam Chomsky would probably despise you if he met you. I disagree with Noam Chomsky on some stuff, but like I don't stand with Candace. She wasn't. I don't know the drama. Wasn't Candace Owens posting like unhinged, borderline anti-Semitic shit? Wasn't that the fucking? I don't. Anti-Semitism. Like I don't. Yeah, she's posting like unhinged shit. I don't know what the post was exactly, but she's criticizing a little bit of Israel. Neutral sentiment is driving the U.S. market. Candace versus Rabbi. I haven't seen that. There are two people, both Jewish. So don't say critiquing the Fed is anti-Semitic. Why would I say critiquing the Fed is anti-Semitic? I want to say that alone is anti-Semitic. But yeah. What is this? Dollar stability. End of the dollar. Just an hour long. We're not going to watch all of this. Biden economy. Dave Smith, being the latest politics, joined by Monetary Metals founder. In fact, libertarianism is disproportionately supported by True. By the way, XNVXNV, I've seen you in Isaac's chat, right? Welcome to the stream, if you're still here.
I really think that people. That's not my understanding of the law. But do you really think that people use dollar bills only because the federal government isn't allowing them to use other stuff? That seems to me to be a very strange point of view. And by the way, we have lots of private money.
You don't have a choice. You go to jail if you use anything else. You go to jail.
That's not what I've heard. You can do barter. You can do barter with all kinds of stuff. No, the fact of the matter is that we actually have too much currency competition, too much money competition, right? This crisis was brought on by an expansion of what amounted to private money in the form of things like repo, which were uncontrolled and turned into an enormous crisis when they collapsed. So, but look, I mean,
if a private company,
Gay go. Thanks,
fraud,
Shitty
they
Ox.
go to jail. If the Federal Reserve commits fraud, they get nothing. I mean, you
Oh my
have to do whatever you want. So the federal, if it's private,
Hold on, wait. I really love that. Fuck. Econoboy. Is the Fed a Ponzi scheme? Part of what makes a Ponzi scheme a scheme is that there's no actual value in investment, whereas offering credit to people, charging an interest rate, and assuming the risk of default provides much value to investors. Ask yourself, are there hundreds of thousands of investors who own and scrutinize the equity, often public, near perfect, transparent, of banks, completely missing the plot? And they have done so for 100 years in a row, across several generations, and every government on the planet. And every government on the planet doesn't realize this and regulate it either. Probably not, if you ask me. It's probably because the fractional. It's probably the case that fractional lending through banks/financial institutions provide real value to investors in the economy. You think I'm a secret CIA? No, I don't. I think you're just an idiot.
If you had private issue of money and you committed fraud, you would go to jail for this.
If you think
but no, government's going to debase a currency.
So I don't think you're an idiot, but I do think you don't have much social awareness. That's all.
And injure a lot of people, cause the business cycle, cause the inflation, cause the unemployment, and they get off scot-free.
I've been pretty harsh on
our understanding.
I've been pretty harsh on Ben Bernanke, but fraud is not one of the things I would charge him with.
Well, Dr. Krugman, if
you want him to print more money faster, believe me, it doesn't
True,
work. We have enough evidence for that.
So, Dr. Krugman, let's try to, and we touched on this earlier, but if we could try to put a number on it. Debt here in this country as a percentage of GDP, right now about 100%, if you add in...
Right, state and local.
State, local plus Social Security. How much higher could we go? And then we start...
Inflation actually does help us pay off our debt.
Put a number on how much higher could we go? And then I want to ask...
Jewish Austrians are smarter than Jewish Keynesians, and Jewish religious neocons like Ben Shapiro are smarter than both.
Your counterpart, Representative Paul, the same.
Neocons are... What do you think neocons are? Neocons are basically Austrians, usually. They're usually lean more Austrian than Keynesian. Like, I don't...
All right. I mean, I don't have a fixed number. But if it takes another 30 points to get us out of this depression, then I'm willing to accept that. I won't claim that there's no risk, but the risk of not doing what it takes to get out of the depression is a clear and present danger. I don't want us to go up to Japanese levels of debt, even though they turn out to be able to carry those levels of debt. But we're not anywhere close to a red line here, is the point. I can't give you a specific number, but we're not
130%. As you just cited, 30%.
Britain was, you know, when John Maynard Keynes was writing, Britain had debt that was on the order of 130% of GDP. That didn't stop fiscal stimulus from actually being the answer. The main point is that trying to reduce that number by slashing spending now actually makes even the debt problem worse. It's one thing to say, I don't like that level of debt, but if you're going to say, and my proposal is to actually destroy the economy so that we can't, in fact, afford to carry the debt we already have, that's not a helpful policy.
Representative Paul, your response? Krugman.
Well, he just ignores the fact that we did better after World War II.
Thanks, Shitty Ox, for the trolling. I'm sure that's the only reason.
One thing I can't agree with him is we don't know the precise date. We don't know whether it's 110, 130. It could be tomorrow on some other event because there is a subjective factor involved. And we are sort of given a leeway because the world still trusts our dollar. I agree with him. But that just means it's a bigger bubble for our bonds and our dollar, so we don't know. But if this were true, as long as if you believe that the world will continue to take our dollars no matter what our debt is, Americans shouldn't have to work anymore because we just print all the money. But the worst part about all this is the facilitation of debt because the Fed is the lender of a resort, not only to their friends on Wall Street and all their banker friends, but also to the politicians who get reelected by running up these debts.
Oh my God,
Fed
true.
Always
so
is
true.
there. They have to be there. So there's no restraints on the Congress to run up debt. So if you love big government and think it can last forever, no, I can understand why you'd love the Fed, but some of us believe in freedom and markets and sound money.
I believe in freedom and
On a
markets.
serious note, I believe it's immoral for a central planner to tell two consenting adults what transactions they can do. We're talking about externalities here. Or currency they can use when they do a micro level. On a micro level, know what's better for them, even if it led to 100% stability. Even if it led to 100% stability. You think that'd be immoral? The problem is the two people in that transaction aren't the only people affected by that transaction. When we talk about transactions, there's other people affected. Like the stability of the economy affects everybody, okay? So there's other people that have to be included in this moral equation. There's externalities to transactions.
I don't believe in monetary policy to perpetuate depression.
U.S. debt.
Thank you.
Fast approaching $16 trillion. Unemployment still above 8%. When you look at the universe right now, what do you see as the bigger threat? Is it unemployment or is it our debt levels?
I don't think you can separate them, but if you want the one number, I think it's the debt.
Freedom means risk. Tough shit. Being a man includes many risks, but the people external to the transaction aren't taking any risk in the transaction, okay? I agree with you, by the way. But on the margin, okay, if we're saying it leads to 100% stability, then it's probably moral. Because, oh my god, there are so many other people affected by the economy. They can't, yeah, obviously.
That does it because it's a cause of unemployment. Because
If it only led to, I don't know, an extra 1% stability, I would probably agree with you. Freedom means risk. The U.S. system isn't built to promote freedom in the first place. It's built to promote military capability.
all the money is going into government spending and paying for the debt. So therefore, it comes out of the marketplace, and that causes the unemployment.
I want to just. And watch some of this as well.
All right, national.
Ron Paul agrees with no Chomsky against the neocons. I know, because they're both anti-establishment. What do you not understand? They're both just anti-establishment. They're both. I know you don't like the word libertarian, but they're both libertarians in the way that they are anti-establishment. Yeah, like the bankers, if they can't make some money on transactions, would lose sleep at night. So would the government. I consent to monetary exchange is key. Oh my God.
But I think it's a lot. The unemployment is a lot worse than 8%.
Like
because
neocons
even,
and
even
Can you? Okay. When I hear neocons, I think of a whole set of things, not just economics. Okay. When I hear Austrians, I only think of economics. Okay. So when you say neocons, I tend to think neocons are basically Austrian economics, but they also have a lot of set of other political beliefs. Okay. So when you say, do you think neocons are more based on Austrians? Where do you think neocons and Austrians disagree economically? Is what I want to ask.
in the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, when they report the people who don't look for work any longer, it's much higher. So we are in a very serious crisis. But it's big government, big spending, like I mentioned earlier. It's this idea that the Fed is always there and can bail the politicians out, and they are the lender of last resort.
I mean, I agree with neocons more than I agree with anti-interventionist libertarians. Okay.
For the politicians and all
yeah.
the big banks and all the things that they do in this atmosphere that we have today.
Well, you know, theoretically, if companies and corporations thought that the Fed was always going to be there to...
I just want to check. You said you agreed with Ben Shapiro, so he's gonna make that point. It still doesn't have my ad revenue, man. Why not? Come on. Why doesn't it have my? It should have my ad.
bail them out, and that things could always...
Okay, I need to pee. Oh fuck, the ads just ended. Well, I need to pee now. Hold on. I should have gone earlier, but I was busy. Alright, I'm back. Should have been fired. What? She defended Palestinians who aren't even a real nation and cozied up to the anti-Semite. Jesus, man. I'll agree with you. She did cozy up to the anti-Semites, but oh my god. Defended the Palestinians who aren't even a real nation. Jesus, that's a little unhinged. And I'm pro-Israel. And I think that's unhinged.
Be good. They might actually be willing to take on a little bit more risk, but we're in an environment right now where CEO after CEO will come on this program and say, you know, they're not feeling confident enough about the future, and they're not feeling confident enough about the rules that will be in place in the future to actually go out and hire.
Well, I think where the real damage being done right now are the politicians. They talk about deficit, and you know, there were about 12 of us that started off in the Republican primary. Nobody else offered a real cut. I think it's so serious, I offered $1 trillion cut in one year. So it's the government that knows the lender of last resort. There will always buy these treasury bills, will always...
Pick up Jordan Peterson. Why? What? Pick up Jordan Peterson, Ludwig von Mises, Ben Shapiro, and drop Paul Krugman, Sam Harris, and Noam Chomsky. I've read Noam Chomsky before, but I don't even agree with Noam Chomsky in a lot of stuff. I don't even agree with Sam Harris on everything. Paul Krugman just focuses on economics. And I don't know. I've read some of Mises' stuff because I've read some of this stuff, which goes over Mises. Yeah. Maybe pick up Nietzsche in Iran. Take someone to save a grain of salt. I'll read more into their philosophy stuff. I need to learn more about that later, so. But defending Israel isn't allowed. What? Americans confuse me. Tiger free speech, but everyone wants to control what others say. Why are you people so afraid of debates? Do you love guns? Do you love guns to avoid debates and discussion? True, absolutely. My bad. Defending Palestine.
keep interest rates lower than the market. If the politicians knew interest rates would go bumped up, if they start hogging up all the credit, they would have to quit. They wouldn't be able to finance the wars. They wouldn't be able to finance runaway.
Defending Palestine, which is Hamas. Palestine, the entirety of Palestine is not Hamas. Hamas Nazi-run fake country, in my view, is as bad or worse than defending female pedophiles.
A welfare that have
so
to
in other
hold
words,
back,
the Fed's to blame.
But politically, it's almost impossible for them to accept that.
The Fed, then, you think, is to blame for basically these huge debt levels, because low interest rates means, you know, it enables Washington to continue spending?
They're an accomplice. It's everybody. The people have an appetite for big government. I mean, in the Republican primary, they want you to go into Iran, and they want you to go into Syria and all these places, even more so than Obama. But the people still have an appetite for welfare, enough for the politicians not to want to cut back. So the people have the appetite. The politicians love to wield power and influence, and that's how they can raise money. And then also the Fed is there to accommodate. It doesn't have to come out of savings. But this is where the distortions come from, and you can get away with it for a while.
Never seen a statement more devoid of facts or actual arguments.
And we've been able to get out of the recessions by spending
about
more
the gold
and printing
standard?
more.
Israel did not promote Hamas in Gaza. Israel, in fact, people, I hate how there's this, pro-Palestinians will say these two opposite things, where they'll say, oh, Israel's responsible for Hamas, but also Israel interfered in the elections to make sure Hamas didn't get elected. Because Israel and the U.S. did plan to interfere in the elections to not allow Hamas to get elected. This base to you?
Schools are supposed to be safe places where children are not.
Math teacher allegedly, what the fuck? Math teacher allegedly raped teen at school. Because you're doing a female pedophilia. Oh my god. How many dead kids is enough, though?
I want to get to gold in a second.
The last link. The last link to gold.
And I want to go there for sure. But first, let me ask you, because you're saying we need to cut all this
Oh,
spending.
no.
Otherwise, we're going to have a huge hangover that generations after generations are going to have to deal with. So suppose we do. How do we prevent ourselves from becoming, say, the next Spain? I mean, you look at the austerity measures that they've put in place.
You don't have to take my word for it. Look at, you can listen to the Israelis. How Israel helped to spawn Hamas. Bring the record, blah, 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 blah. Are you just gonna talk about the money that they let in from Qatar? No. You're just gonna say the blockade was bad? Fine. Over cringe woke BS. Intelligent feet commentary, GDX. Oh my god. Sorry. Don't argue with GDX. GDX is dumb. Okay. The blockade is bad, so bombing hospitals. The blockade is bad, so is bombing hospitals. How's that controversial? So why do we think two things, okay? Why does Egypt also enforce the blockade on Gaza? And why is Gaza under a blockade and the West Bank isn't under as strict of a blockade? The West Bank doesn't have a blockade, at least not nearly to the extent that Gaza has a blockade. Why do we think those things happen? Because Egypt receives money from America. That's the only reason. Is that money from America is like not conditioned on Egypt blockading Gaza. But yeah. I don't know, like that's not a condition of the money, unless you're going to suggest there's some backdoor fucking deals going on that we don't know about. But then also, it's pretty condition of being subservient. True. Okay. Why do you think the West Bank isn't under nearly as strict of a blockade then? They don't really have a blockade. There are some restrictions on the West Bank, but the West Bank isn't under a blockade. Also, that's obviously not the only reason Israel or Egypt blockades Gaza. Okay, Egypt doesn't want to deal with what comes out of Gaza because even Israel's current president has said the West Bank is experiencing deportations. Why do you condone that? That's not. Can you answer my question, my dude? I don't condone deportations in the West Bank. Okay, can you answer why do you think the West Bank is under a lot less restrictions than the Gaza is? I think even Sisi, the current president, Sisi, is literally. Are you kidding me? Why doesn't my bypass paywalls get around this? We condone mass starvation. Bro, can you answer my fucking question? I don't condone mass starvation. But we have been airdropping food into Gaza. Israel just opened more crossings into Gaza to allow humanitarian aid in. Israel only bombs hospitals that Hamas operates out of, or at least that they think Hamas is operating out of. Israel just doesn't arbitrarily bomb hospitals. They just arrested 200 terrorists in Al-Shifa? Unless that's all Israeli Jewish lies. IDF considers every male over the age of 14 Hamas militants. That's not true. I don't get your logic, but can you answer my question? I don't get your logic. The whole world sees what Israel is doing. No one outside of America or Western puppet governments approve. Well, let me use AI, because I'm pretty sure there's a specific statement from Sisi. I don't know if Isaac's in chat right now, but he just DM'd me. You should do the 100 woman challenge. Is he Egypt president? Vote on. Why? You gonna read that? Read what? Oh my god, no. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, GDX, you're so close to being blocked. Or banned, rather. There's a specific quote that I'm pretty sure you said. Oh my god. God damn it, Google. Why didn't you read that, man? What do you mean, why? You know why. What is it about rejecting his placement? I'm pretty sure CC has literally said he knows if he lifts the blockade, Egypt's blockade in Gaza, that he knows the Sinai will probably become the base of Hamas. Hamas will probably operate out of, yeah. That's right, Gideox, please. We all know what you're fucking doing. You know what you're fucking doing. Shut the fuck up. I don't like Jerusalem calling it civilian. His main concern is to prevent refugee crisis that could spill over to its territory. Liquidate. No. Oh my god, Gideox. You know what you're fucking doing. Stop. Egypt doesn't belong really, but a Jewish state wants to resettle, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Cairo also worries that hosting Palestinian refugees could pose a national security threat. Operatives from Hamas and Gazan terrorist groups could infiltrate by posing as refugees and then launching attacks inside Egypt. Indeed, in the past, Hamas has cooperated with the Islamic State to move weapons from Iran and Libya through the peninsula. Previous bloody clashes in Palestinian refugees. Israel is mostly Jews, yet previous bloody crashes in refugees camps such as Jordan and Lebanon don't inspire confidence. In addition, if the Palestinian refugees were attacked Israel from Egypt, it could strain Egyptian-Israel relations. Yeah. Obviously, the only reason... obviously, Egypt blockades Gaza for other reasons than just... I don't even think that guy is here anymore. But obviously, it's for more than just... fucking... Because they're a US puppet.
In Europe after years of spending. Now the austerity is just not working. In fact, it's digging them deeper into trouble. How do we prevent
Gideox, can you just... We're not... Just shut up. Just shut up. Because you don't have to say these things. Because you don't have to say these things, okay? You just don't have to... You know the types of comments I don't like. And you keep saying them. You don't have to. No one is making you.
Well, if you only do the austerity and you don't correct the other problems, then they're probably a little bit further in Europe, a little bit further along in their socialistic welfare programs than we are. So just cutting the spending, if you didn't deal with the tax code.
How does cutting spending work for the UK or like most European countries, man? Austerity just doesn't. This just doesn't work. Austerity just doesn't work.
And the regulatory code and the...
Gideox, you fucking know this. You know what you're doing. Oh my god. There's no fucking way you don't know what you're doing. And if you are totally fucking reckless and incompetent, then I'm just going to ban you anyway. Oh my god.
It's going to be difficult. So it is a major, major task. This is why I want...
Cut spending, cut to debt. Why do you think... Remember that UK GDP graph? How did austerity work for the UK? How did austerity work for the UK? It just doesn't... It just didn't work. It's just like, this is just what happens when you cut spending. Like... And fiat?
To see something and place in something competing with the Federal Reserve, because one day it'll come when the dollar will be deserted. There's no reason in the world for the world to cling to dollars and use the dollar. Already, the other nations are talking about another reserve currency, and there's a lot of talk that the countries that got in the most trouble in the Middle East are the ones who didn't want to use dollars anymore, and they're talking about even selling and buying gold. Now that we put sanctions on Iran, they're talking about buying and selling oil in gold.
They're definitely... The decent argument you're making there is that there are concerns with a moral hazard. You know, the border of Israel is a buffer zone created as a treaty to end the Israel-Egypt war, right? The border with Israel is a buffer zone as part of a treaty to end the Israel-Egypt war. Now, Israel recently bombed one crossing there. Bro, that doesn't answer my question at all. You're not the same person I was talking to earlier. Yeah, that guy's gone. What do you... I mean, Israel gave the Sinai back. They had their new fucking border. I haven't heard... What do you mean? Israel bombed one of the crossings? I haven't heard that. Oh, Israel mistakenly hit Egypt position. The Arab world broke the Yom Kippur War. True.
So one of these days that's going to happen, and there'll be a rush out of the dollar. Interest rates will go up, and this thing will end.
And I know you want to.
Wait, the Yom Kippur War. They didn't provoke it. They started it. It wasn't even just provoked. It was started by them. Yeah, it was a surprise attack against Israel. They didn't just provoke the Yom Kippur War. They just surprise attacked Israel and started it. They provoked the 67 war. Rafah crossing, if you literally just assume it's a mistake because they said so, you're an idiot. If you have evidence for it not being a mistake, why would and I just why is it relevant right now? I just don't know. I don't know what your point is trying to make when you say Israel bombed an Egyptian crossing. What's the statement you're trying to make there? But I would get you would have to point to some motivation Israel had for striking it. I don't know what motivation they would have. Can't handle 3 topics at once. Bro, you're the fucking people bringing up random shit. Okay.
U.S. dollar to gold, correct?
I want the market to decide exactly
Bro,
what to
also
do.
you don't control my stream. Okay. If we're doing econ, we're reading the shit that I have already collected.
But yes, that Constitution still says the dollar should be pegged to gold and or silver, and so that would be better. That would restrain, unless you love big government. If they want the wars and the welfare state, it would
I love
put,
big government
it puts a damper
so
on it.
much.
But that'll all
It
come
basically
to an
limits what the
end.
Fed can do, right? I mean, you can't have as much flexibility on policy if you've got your dollar tied to gold.
Well, that's exactly what the purpose is. You don't want the flexibility. You want the market to send the indicators, because people at the Fed aren't smart enough to know what the supply of money should be. Oh, last week we just created 25 billion new dollars.
This is so true. We should switch to NGDP targeting. What is this? Dude, I don't want to watch this random fucking podcast when I have so much shit that I want to get through, and we barely even fucking started it, man.
And you know, the interest rate should be 1% instead of 3%, because we are so smart. And this will, and because of this confusion, that's one of the reasons the businessman, once the confidence is lost, he doesn't. It's much better for the banks to get money for free and loaning it back to the government at 3%.
Well, if
so
we
they
have
have no incentive to.
Representative Paul, if we have a Bretton Woods 2.0 summit, will you join us?
Well, sure, I would join it, but
So
Bretton Woods was hardly the answer, because it was destined to fail.
All right. Well, I've got you on record for that. But then finally, let me just ask you.
Okay.
I mean, you've been a voice of fiscal conservatism in this race. How much longer do you anticipate staying in?
Until the votes are counted.
Till the votes are counted, and if the votes are counted,
right now, just look at this last week and all this happened at these states. I mean, the news are very favorable to us.
Okay,
I mean,
I don't
if we
really care.
count all the delegates. Oh, it
The
probably
pegged
depends
a
a
bunch
lot
of nonsense. Not even the first time Israel bombed a crossing. They've done it intentionally before. It's perfectly fine if you don't know the situation, but then don't make assumptions like it was an accident. Did I ever even make an assumption? I just read the headline that I saw. It's just not super relevant. I don't know. You can just give me the reason why they intentionally did it. It's possible they intentionally did it, but why? What's the point of it? Why would Egypt want, or why would Israel want to target this tank? Maybe. Isn't it the Israeli military confronting? Did I accidentally hit the Egyptian position near the border to Gaza Strip? I don't know what Israel's intention would be if they intentionally did it. Why, how much longer are you streaming until I get through all this shit? I don't know. They don't advertise their reasoning. Well, we could infer a reasoning. I would hope that you would at least have a reason that you could infer. But it's pretty clear pattern hindering foreign aid, including direct attacks in foreign. Oh my god, don't say the fucking worker kitchen strike that they literally fired 2 people over. World Central Kitchen. Let's end the econ talk because I'm getting very bored. Then go to bed. We're doing econ today. I don't know what to tell you. Wait, did I have a YouTube notification? No, I don't.
National debt, is it a big deal? In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries ordered
We're gonna watch a
substantial
little
deficit
bit of
spending
this.
in order to prop up the economy during lockdowns. Many countries have not quickly tapered this spending down, even in the context of global inflation and an economic recovery. Few countries embody this more than the United States, which issued some of the highest stimulus.
You understand many aid workers are killed before the directive strike you're referring to. I know, but you said there were aid workers killed, but you'd have to point to the intention behind it. I'm sure that there's a lot of aid workers that died because Gaza is an incredibly dangerous place to be. It's just like, it seems like Israel takes all these steps to minimize civilian casualties. They have their phone bank that they run, that they call buildings and tell them to evacuate. They call and text individual people to evacuate. They drop leaflets. They warn the entirety of northern Gaza to evacuate. Yeah.
Relative to the economy size in the world, and which to this day is running significant deficits. Is this a big deal? Are we leaving our children with the burden of paying off this debt? Or are we stimulating the economy during a tumultuous time, leading to full employment, economic growth, and eventual economic sustainability? And so just to prime the audience on the state of the U.S. national debt, of course, a very, very sort of U.S.-focused conversation here. And let me just go kind of source by source on this document and go to the React screen. So if we go to...
Everyone's have to consider that you're an idiot that is automatically giving more weight to one side of the conflict rather than actually investigating the details. I feel like I try to actually investigate the details as much as I can, man. I don't... What do you mean? Why? I just don't understand. If Israel is trying to maximize for civilian casualties, why would they take all these steps to minimize them? Why are they like literally the gold standard for warning? Like when I give a lot of weight to when they do things like that. And like I've literally, like we've read articles with people who have literally worked with the IDF before, who have gone behind the scenes and seen how Israel does its proportionality analysis, seen how Israel does its warning systems. Like you would, yeah.
Let's start with this one, the national deficit, sort of quick facts on the national deficit. We can see this graph over time, U.S. national deficits, and you can see obviously we had this big spike during COVID. The deficit was tapering from the 2008 sort of financial crisis. We did stimulus there as well. The deficit was tapering in recovery up until about 2015, until we start to see these marginal increases in the deficit. Trump continues that trend.
The reason it disguises war crimes is because the international community. What do you mean disguise war crimes? It's because the international community has actually has influence over the conflict, including the U.S. is both supplying and defending Israel. Okay, when you say, what do you mean disguising war crimes? What do you mean? Could you answer my question about like why Israel is trying to take steps to minimize civilian casualties? Why do you think the only reason Israel has phone banks to like call people and warn to evacuate? I think the only reason they do that is to disguise war crimes.
Where before the pandemic he was running about $1 trillion deficit, and then the pandemic hits and the deficit gets blown the fuck up because tax revenues go down substantially because of the lockdowns, and also stimulus goes up substantially, for the same reason, basically the lockdowns and different like government services like vaccine distribution and stuff. You have to spend money on those. That happens again in 2021 as the economy.
Why? But I like econ. What? Econ's
We're
interesting.
not quite out of lockdowns yet. And then we see a pretty big decrease in the deficit because a lot of that stimulus ended up expiring, and we ended up offloading a lot of those programs. But tax receipts haven't recovered to pre-pandemic levels, as far as I'm understanding. That's part of the explanation. And Biden did implement certain programs that did spend a good amount of money. You know, things like the infrastructure bill, the IRA, things like this cost a decent amount of money, and so that's adding to the deficit. The IRA isn't, really realistically speaking, it's not clear that the IRA is deficit neutral like they'll propose, right? So keep that in mind. And then the deficit goes up slightly again in 2023. Just to put that in like broad perspective, this is the deficit as a percent of the economy. Controlling for economic size. We see that, let me turn the chat off real quick so you can see it. You can see that basically deficit as a percentage of the economy. You can see again, World War II destroyed everything in terms of these graphs. So, 26% of the economy as a percentage of the deficit is pretty insane. We see during the Reagan years, we get up to 5% of the economy in the form of a federal deficit because, Reagan didn't believe in balancing the budget. It's a big lie. And then Clinton, because Clinton is so based, he actually balanced the budget, so we have a budget surplus as a percentage of the economy. And then we have these deficits over time. You can see the peak during 2009 was about 10% of the economy. The peak during COVID was about 14%, 15%. And right now we're hovering at about, 5 or 6%.
I'm aware.
Roughly equivalent to like, the
Oh, do you not know Koptanok? You would probably like 3 Walks. Because they do like a good econ podcast every week. But I've been yelling in my chat about so many things that
is Valley under Reagan, for instance. Gross federal debt as a percentage of gross domestic product. So you'll hear a lot of people say, debt as a percentage of GDP, 100%, 200%. Look at Japan, it's at 3%.
I mean, you definitely disagree with them all on the national debt.
So you have a deficit in year 1 that's maybe negative $10. You have a deficit in year 2 that's negative $10. Your national debt at the end of year 2 is going to be $20 because you're accumulating those deficits until you pay them.
There are a diversity of views, even in Israel. True. You can go watch the police beating Jews in the street. Oh my God. For protesting in support of Palestine, the IDF is not a tiny organization, but the government and military leadership has openly advocated for the same war crimes that they're accused of. Oh my God. I just don't understand. I don't understand if literally nothing I can show you would it just seems like with all these people, nothing I could possibly show them could ever convince them Israel isn't genocidal. Because it's like, oh, well, Israel runs all these phone banks and they consult with lawyers every time they do a strike. It's like, oh, that's just all covering up for war crimes. It's like, I don't understand what I could show you that would prove that Israel tries to minimize civilian casualties. Like, what would the war in Gaza look like if Israel tried to minimize civilian casualties? What would it look like to you? What would they be doing different?
And so,
because they already do warnings, they already do warnings and evacuations, and they already drop aid in, and they already let aid convoys in.
Our accumulated deficits over time at this point have reached about 120% of GDP, which is pretty much at a historic high. It's like right around where we were in World War II, which is pretty interesting. And then gross federal debt, people will be interested in this number. The U.S. government as of 2022 is about $30 trillion in debt. I think as of the current debt clock, it might be like $32 trillion. So you just have to look up debtclock.org or something to find that. The big piece that I think Mike is going to talk about, interest payments as a percent of gross domestic product. So how much does it cost to service all this debt? Obviously we have this outstanding amount, this principal balance, but in terms of actually paying the interest on this debt, how much is that? We've had rate increases as well that's caused this number to increase. So we can see that during basically the early 1990s, we had about 3% of the economy based on just interest payments. So about 3% of sort of, interest payments.
I've always done debates on MMT. I think his understanding of it has gotten better with time, but something prevents him from believing it. I think it would contradict too much of what he considered canon and liberal academic econ. I mean, maybe. That guy, is just not at all relevant right now.
On federal debt represented the economy there. And then we see that this goes down substantially in 2015 during the recovery, ends up to be about 1.5%, or 1.25%. And then it ends up peaking today at about 2.4% of sort of interest payments as a percentage of the economy, which is below.
This is the only. Listen, I'm not full MMT. I think interest. I mean, I don't think it actually matters if the U.S. carries a balance, but I do think that interest payments matter. I do think this is the only graph I think really matters.
Historical highs, but obviously Mike and I and everyone will talk about it. Talking a little bit about where this is coming from. So if we go to usaspending.org, FY 2023.
That's just not true. Econ is just awesome, man. You're just wrong.
You can
econ is awesome.
You're see kind of in percentage terms where all this money is coming from. You can see that about 10% of the federal budget is dedicated to just spending interest, about $900 billion a year. About 14% is national defense.
MMTs think interest payments matter. Well, do you though? Well, Sam Harris is a philosophy bro. Okay. But they acknowledge government is controlling interest. Okay. Like one of the things okay. Do MMTers think though that but they don't think that interest payments actually matter, because they don't think interest payments means that we can spend less in the domestic economy, because they will just say, well, we can just monetarily finance stuff. How can you like Sam Harris, a philosophy bro, say econ bros are smarter? Did I ever say they're smarter? I never said they're smarter. I just say I like econ. That's all I said. Okay, anyway, there's a large number of things they would be doing different. We have to recognize the objective has long been to conquer the region. I don't think that's true. I think right now their objective is to get rid of Hamas and to get the hostages back, as many of them that are alive. That's one reason the Egyptian border gets brought up. Many Israelis want to chase Palestinians into Sinai, partially as a symbolism for Jews being expelled there thousands of years ago. Do you like econ more than philosophy? That you use the time to study? Yeah, probably.
Defense 16.7% and 15.4% are Medicare and Social Security. Keep in mind, these programs don't add to the deficit currently. So if people say we can solve the deficit by like cutting Social Security, that doesn't really make sense because Social Security and Medicare currently don't contribute to the deficit.
Guess what? What really? You're Alex. I don't know what point you're trying to make.
Because they have trust funds and things like that are paying out currently. But then we have all this other stuff. We have income security, 9%, health, sort of generic health spending. I'm assuming this includes a lot of Medicaid and things like this. General government spending about $500 billion a year. We spend $300 billion a year on veterans benefits. All of these things sort of accumulate. All the non-Social Security Medicare spending sort of accumulate to add to the deficit over time. And so there's...
Why do you like Sam Harris so much if you don't focus on this shit? Bro, is it impossible for your brain to recognize? I like Sam Harris just because his philosophy is like easy to understand, and I agree with most of his philosophy, so there's that too, I guess. But like, you've literally told me before, like he's a surface level philosopher. The stuff is easy to understand. He writes for people like me. Okay, it's like the basic philosophy shit. That's why I read Sam Harris and not super deep into other philosophical things.
Here's the primer.
I don't understand. You're literally just asking me, why do you like French fries if you like pizza? Why do you like French fries if you like pizza? Do you know you like French fries? What the fuck? Like, it's so dumb.
In general, when we get into like...
You don't have to take my word for it. You can go find Israeli telling you that their methods to rescue hostages make no sense. Their methods to destroy Hamas involves collective punishment while claiming every person that dies as a human shield. They never claim every person that dies as a human shield. But they do claim that the people who die as collateral damage. That doesn't necessarily mean they're human shields. It just means Israel's goal wasn't to kill civilians. Israel's goal was to kill the Hamas combatants there, and the civilians will die as collateral damage. What do you mean by the methods to rescue hostages make no sense? And what would Israel be doing differently than they are now? If they didn't want to collectively punish Gaza? Because some of the stuff, like not letting aid trucks in during the beginning of the war, okay, that can border on collective punishment. Sure. You know what? Sure. I'll give you that. But now that they've opened more crossings and let aid in, what would Israel be doing differently if they weren't collectively punishing Gaza right now? What would they be doing differently?
The main topics of what we're going to talk about today, what can make national debt a problem in general? So speaking just sort of abstractly, what can make a country's national debt a problem? And then we'll get into the U.S. specific discussion later. Micah, what would you say?
So, first, it's for people that like social wealth funds, which I imagine most of the people in our audience are aware of the idea and like it. The good thing about social wealth funds is they raise more revenue for the government every single year because they generate profits. The national debt does the opposite. It means that we have to devote a percentage of our budget just to paying off interest. So that's the one just like wealth-based argument. It reduces our capacity to spend on stuff in the future.
There was a video. Why does it not pop up? Why does it pop up when I search that? Okay. I'm saying you like economics. It's a main pursuit of interest. Sam Harris like philosophy, at least ethics, and to an extent free will. It's a main interest. And knows almost nothing about the Fed or any of the economic shit. So why do you love him? Bro, you're literally just asking, why do I like French fries if I also like pizza? It is possible for people to enjoy two things, okay?
Future, because we have to pay all this interest. But there's other issues as well. If your national debt grows larger and larger over time, it could lead to the interest rates on your bonds going up.
Hold on, Koptenak, you're still here, right? We might want to watch this first because it's just funnier.
Sharing the screen now,
and it's more relevant to your philosophy.
Can see Micah's he's gotten into a fight with the queen of MMT.
Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming every day now, baby. Now that I'm Twitch affiliate.
And I just
12-hour streams every day. I'm not going 12 hours. It's been 6 hours and I'm like already tired. So we're not doing 12 hours every day.
It kind of blows my mind that, you'd figure Stephanie Kelton just simply would have better things to do. I don't know. The thing that's bizarre about this is that
what would a philosophy arc entail? We're probably not going on philosophy arc for a while. We got to do the econ arc, and we're still on the Israel Palestine stuff, and I don't know. At some point, we'll go on the philosophy arc, but yeah. But when we do, it'll be like philosophy or religion at first, at least.
This is part of a long thread She says the debt crisis is always supposedly nipping at our heels. That's when you point out, hey, well, interest payments as a percent of GDP, or as a percentage of our budget, I should say, are actually pretty big.
See you tomorrow, GDX.
Right? Big interest payments, potentially not a good sign, right? And then she actually responds back, says it's a policy choice. Issuing treasuries is an anachronistic policy based on the gold standard. If we don't like it, we can stop any time. And then
that was insane.
Wait, sorry. What did she
policy
say?
choice. Issuing treasuries is
Issuing treasuries. Oh,
an anachronistic policy based on the gold standard. If we don't like it, we can stop any time. And then
that was insane.
Hold on. I don't know, because bizarrely enough, you get into a bit of a back and forth with Stephanie Kelton here. Are you suggesting we just automatically monetary finance all expenditures that are not offset by taxation? And then
pick whatever you think is the strongest point is. Both the military and government advised their Both the military and the government advertised their intention to punish Gaza collectively, including denying all. Oh my god. First of all, the human animals thing is a phrase in Hebrew. There was a these people don't understand MMT. There's quotes that we can look at where people describe the soldiers that came back after fighting the West Bank as human animals. Even if you don't like that quote, nobody thought that the people who said that were calling all Israelis human animals, okay? Human animals is just a phrase in Hebrew that means mean people, okay? Yeah. And you're talking about the complete siege on northern Gaza. The reason there was a complete siege on northern Gaza is because Hamas was stationed in northern Gaza.
And you see, this is where MMTers lose a lot of people. She goes into like the real technical speak. When you understand monetary operations, you know that we...
Koptanok, I also don't understand this shit. By the way, we need to do that fucking podcast at some point, okay? Where you explain MMT to me. And again, a lot of my friends are taking macroeconomics, so they're... I'm sure they would enjoy it.
Already monetary finance.
You need to explain to me this. But not right now. But, well, I mean, you can summarize it right now. But we need to do like a podcast interview, okay? It's going to be awesome.
Expenditures. The bond sales drain the reserves that are added via the deficit, so the burden of paying interest shifts from the Federal Reserve to the Treasury.
I'm blowing up on YouTube right now, though. Hold on, just check my analytics. I guess I'm not blowing up that much, but I got another subscriber. Okay.
So, Micah, for the people at home, can you translate what she's saying? Because this is one of those MMT things where it's like, what are they saying, Micah?
Can you scroll up a little bit to show like her response to my tweet?
That was this.
Her quote.
Dude, it's so tiny you can't even see it, and this is in 1080p too. It's not. I can't make it any better.
Right here.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so right now we fund a certain percentage of the budget with taxes, and the rest we offset by issuing bonds, borrowing money. She says we don't need to do that. We don't. Whenever we don't have enough taxes to cover our current spending, we don't need to issue bonds, and rather, the central bank.
We don't strictly need to. It's a fiat currency. We don't strictly need to.
Can just grant that money to the federal government to spend. Now that is what we call monetary finance. Instead of debt financing your spending, you are financing it with printing new dollars. Monetary financing. Barely any countries in the world actually do this. Venezuela, Zimbabwe, both very famous for having very low inflation. And the UK did this for a short period of time during COVID. Now,
I don't understand these have been... My guy, you have not addressed like any of my arguments at all. You just keep bringing up other points. You understand that these people have been under collective punishment for generations, right? Israel already has control over imports. What, dude? You've never answered why you think Gaza has these restrictions and the West Bank doesn't. It's obviously because Israel is concerned with security coming from Hamas from Gaza. That's the reason why the West Bank doesn't have these same types of restrictions. It's not because Israel hates Palestinians. It's not because Israel wants to collectively punish them. If they did want to collectively punish them, they would do the same thing to the people in the West Bank, okay? Yeah, it's obviously because Israel has security concerning over Hamas's supply of weapons that they use to make rockets they launch in Israel that kills Israeli civilians. I say pick one, you're not picking one. So I'm responding to the thrust of your argument. do you mean pick what? Oh, you said pick one, and then you made one argument.
Argument against my question, which is, are you suggesting that we monetary finance everything? That's a little bit crazy. Is that actually she thinks that we monetary finance all spending and we tax and borrow on the back end.
You list 10 things and complain I didn't respond to one of them. It's called Gish Count. Bro, I've asked, I think, 2 questions this whole time. You've not responded to either one of them. And you are the one that keeps listing 5 other things, okay?
She says, well, technically we do print money to finance all expenditures. And then later we borrow money and tax to offset it. Now, to me, whether you think that we print the money first and we offset it later, or we offset it first and then we spend the money that we offset it with, it doesn't matter. The real question I have is, do you think we should be able to fund a certain percentage of the budget, or, not just be able to fund a certain percentage of the budget with printed dollars? And she thinks the answer to that is yes.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of MMTers will say, and to be fair, I mean, on paper, it's not necessarily like irrational what they're saying, right? Because what they're saying is, hey, we do this process where we call out for bonds in the market, and the market kind of creates money or gives money to the government one way or another, and then the government injects, or what do you call it?
Oh my
the
God.
government gets that money.
Okay, I'm done with this Israel-Palestine stuff. You're not even answering my questions. The apartheid is explosive of plenty of empirical evidence for you to pursue at your leisure. I pursued a lot of the evidence at my leisure. What exactly do you need to answer? The question I asked, I'll give you one chance to answer this before we're moving on from the Israel-Palestine stuff, and we're just focusing on econ, okay? Is why are the people in Gaza under more restrictions than the people in the West Bank?
And returns a bond to those people, and then the government pays back the bond over time. MMTers will just say, well, you can just get rid of this whole bond process and just print the money. Like, the reason you're issuing the bond is because there's a demand for the currency, so you can take that currency and just spend it directly anyway, right? And so, this doesn't have to be a super long topic, but in that world, like, what's the utility of bonds? Is it just that they're a financial instrument? Well, if they're just a financial instrument, do we really need them?
Yeah, I mean, MMTers make a good point, but they hide it with tons of unclear nonsense. The good point is that, hey, maybe using interest rates to manage the amount of demand and the price level is not ideal, right? Because whenever you cut interest rates, people borrow more and they spend more, but they spend more concentrated in certain sectors, right? So you're not increasing demand economy-wide, maybe in the way you'd want to. And similarly, when you raise interest
Tana was correct in that explanation.
rates, you hurt more sectors more than others, which you don't really want that sectorally distorted impact.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I missed half of what he
Because
said.
whenever you cut interest rate, make a good point, but they hide it with tons of unclear nonsense. The good point is that, hey, maybe using interest rates to manage the amount of demand and the price level is not ideal, right? Because whenever you cut interest rates, people borrow more and they spend more.
Interest rates are sectoral.
But they
Yeah,
spend
that makes
more
sense. Yeah.
concentrated in certain sectors, right? So you're not increasing demand economy-wide, maybe in the way you'd want to. And similarly, when you raise interest rates, you hurt more sectors more than others, which you don't really want that sectorally distorted impact. Also, modifying interest rates all the time can affect business investment rates. Having continuously low interest rates is better for businesses because that means they can, a lot of that credit goes to financing capital expenditures and investment.
You're going to Israel to give you multiple answers to your question. I'm sure they would. What I'm asking for is your answer. But one aspect of it is Israel has established more control over the West Bank and are using that control to take more land from Palestinians, using settlers dependent by that. So to be clear, do you think any of it is because... No, not what everyone said, what Econoboy said. Yeah, I figured you were not going to like what he said. Goddamn. Okay, we're done with the Israel-Palestine stuff. Okay. This is the final thing I'll let you say, and then if you talk about Israel-Palestine, I'm timing you out, okay? Do you think that any of it has to do with the fact that there's a greater security threat coming from Gaza than there is from the West Bank?
Investments, which help grow the economy. So maybe we want to keep that low all the time. And so what they say is, well, maybe instead of using interest rate changes to manage demand, we can use tax changes. So whenever we need more demand, we could just print money, give it to the government, and the government can lower taxes or raise spending. And whenever we need to take money out of the economy and reduce demand, we could just charge the government and say, hey, government, you need to cut spending or raise taxes. And I think theoretically that could work. I don't think there's any practical world in which that would ever happen, or we'd give the central bank some independent authority control over how much we tax. But I think like they're on a theoretical level, yeah, that's fine. That seems like a decent idea.
Okay. Okay.
Look,
well,
he agrees with you. On a theoretical level, it's fine. Okay.
there you go. There's Micah's quick spat with the queen of MMT, Stephanie Kelton, on Twitter.
That was
See,
crazy.
all those extra Twitter followers are extending Micah's economic reach. Now he can get in spats with Stephanie Kelton. Eventually he'll be, getting in spats with, I don't know, who's the most famous economist on Twitter? Asimoglu or something? Oh, okay. Krugman, maybe? You're going to get in some back and forths with Krugman on some various topics.
I'll fight with Krugman over his team transitory takes.
Over his free trade nonsense and how we need to close off trade. There you go.
He used to be so pro free trade.
Did you say I used to be for trade?
There you go. Trade nonsense and how we need to close off trade. There you go.
He used to be so pro trade.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he said.
Dramatically.
Fuck. Okay, we need to just read this. Hello. Okay, so now he's admitting he got out. Do you mean Micah? I mean, Micah said theoretically that would work. Oh, what's up, Poland? Good morning. You didn't sleep for very long.
No one redeems Wretch, but I'm sure you could cry about it.
I had the worst sleep ever. That sucks, man. I've been getting bad sleep recently because I've been going to bed like early enough that my family's already awake and like the sun's already up. It's hard to fall asleep. And I drink so much caffeine. Which reminds me, I need to stop drinking caffeine because I'm going to go to bed not that far from now. So. Take that last sip. Are you actually, bro? You slept for like 2 hours. Israel doesn't have as much control over Gaza. Of course, it makes sense that it's less secure for them to implement the same creeping barrage that they're using in the West Bank. President move for timeout makes no sense. I'm just saying I'm gonna time because we're not talking about Israel Palestine right now. We're doing econ right now. I've just responded to what has been brought up. I specifically told you like you can respond to this. It's just after that we're talking about econ. Israel doesn't have much control over Gaza, and of course it makes it less secure for them to implement the same creeping barrage. I'm saying Israel has more of a security threat coming from Gaza. Obviously, the reason the blockade exists on Gaza and not the West Bank is because Hamas is in Gaza, and Hamas doesn't really operate out of the West Bank, and there's greater security threats coming from Gaza than there is from the West Bank. Anyways, I don't understand why Twitch won't show me how much money I made from ads. I want to know how much free money I'm going to make by streaming. It's fine though, because the Mossad pays me. Mossad pays me anyway. Okay. We got so sidetracked from this. See that Palestinian and the West Bank are attacked and killed despite Hamas being there. Oh my god. Because there's still security threats from the West Bank. Okay, but we're done. We're done with Israel Palestine. Okay. We're talking about this now. We're going back to this. We got so sidetracked by so many things. Okay, this is about where we left off. Such a policy would provoke tax avoidance on an epic scale. Brainy advisors would strain every synapse to help rich folk hide their wealth or shift it to friendlier jurisdictions, if against the odds. the government. Hold on, let me increase the lo-fi, hip hop, chill hop. I'm just gonna mute the browsing. Probably makes more sense to do. Okay. You know, this is too loud, but I can't really make it quieter. Maybe shooting fireworks. Checkpoints. Oh my god. Okay, we're done with the Israel-Palestine shit. Nobody talk about it. Nobody. We're all econ. We're econ people now. We love economics here. We love tax policy. We love going over tax policy. We've never even heard of Israel-Palestine. The only reason we've heard of Israel is because it's economics. We focus on that's the only reason we've heard of Israel. Okay. The only reason we've heard of Gaza is because we heard the unemployment rate there is really high. That's the only thing we know about Gaza is they have high unemployment. That's the only thing. Nothing else is going on there. I gotta go. Thanks, Poland, for stopping by. Oh, I hope you get some better sleep. Dang. Oh, Biden's too timid to send legal. Okay, I remember that article. We're done. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my god. Stop it. There's a study that I've seen before that goes over the high avoidance of wealth taxes, but I forget. I don't remember where I put it. Like I don't know. I think it might have been in Uruguay. Wealth taxes have high avoidance rates. And are administratively. Jesus, I can't. I'm sleepy. Okay. Administratively costly to implement. Administratively. Oh my god. There's no way I'm spelling it that wrong. Imagine a world where any gains above 180,000 a year, or 10 million over a lifetime, was forfeit. Highly productive people, such as surgeons and engineers, never mind the world of wizards like J.K. Rowling, would have no financial incentive to keep working after that point was passed. Perhaps some would carry on, toiling out of altruism or love for the job, but many would be tempted to kick back, relax, and deprive the world of their exceptional skills, drive, and imagination. Even if it did work. Imagine a world, or even if it did work, it would disincentivize the most productive people in society from working after reaching the cap. Consider too the incentive such a system would create for entrepreneurs. You have an idea for a better mousetrap. Under the old system, you might mortgage your house and car to raise cash to build a mousetrap factory in hopes of making such a fortune. Under the new system, you must shoulder the same risk, such as losing your home, for a fraction of a small reward. Or for a small fraction of the reward. Also, disincentivizes people from investing. So people must take the same risk with a significantly... What's up? Are you still here, Poland? Significantly lower potential reward. Potentially big ideas would stay small. Even if your mousetrap is so good, the world might reasonably be expected to beat a path to your door. It would be irrational to borrow money to expand production. The financial risk of trying to build a global business fall on you. I'm going to go to... What? Sleep? Bed? Did you fall asleep in your keyboard there, buddy? It's a supermarket company. Starting or expanding the business simply wouldn't make sense. If it meant risking your home or company or maximum their bakery. Well, enjoy your croissant. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know if you're actually leaving, but thanks for watching, man. I love all you guys watching right now. Love it so much. Thank you for making me for justifying me not having a job. Maximum of I think it's like, yeah, $10 million over a lifetime. Driving the world of investment and ideas. Or a politician betting with people's money. Indeed, most ventures require... What? We read this, right? Financial risks are trying to build a global business fall on you. Rewards go to someone else. Only mug would take such a bet. Or a politician. Or a politician betting with other people's money. Indeed, most ventures require a hefty capital upfront, from chip factories to offshore wind farms. The goal is national security. An economic system where people work enough for basic necessities is terrible. You want economic output as high as possible. True. We do want economic output as high as possible. That is true. Indeed, most ventures that require hefty capital upfront, from chip factories to offshore wind farms, would probably have to be owned by or backed by the state. Since the record of state-run industries over the past century has been one of cronyism, sluggishness, and inefficiency, this ought to have given the authors pause. Industries and products, I guess. Industries and products that require large amounts of upfront capital would likely have to be owned or at least backed by the state, creating problems with moral hazards and central planning. Like many on the left, they glossed over the huge fall in global poverty over the past few decades and focused on inequality within countries, which they are sure is rising inarguably thanks to the unfairness of capitalism. There are extra taxes on hospital bill. No, there aren't extra taxes on hospitals in America. No, which makes it rising. Wait, I actually don't know. I actually don't know what hospital bills are taxed at all, but there aren't extra ones. It's like, it's no sales tax hospital bill. Oh, the NC bill would require hospitals to collect sales tax. But I think, yeah. Other taxes on I know, yeah, you can claim a deduction for medical expenses, but I don't think. But I don't know. I don't think there's any tax on the bill you actually pay. I don't think so. But is it in March? Maxim. I don't know how to pronounce that. One reason that it's astronomically high is that if you don't pay the hospital, it claims it as a loss. Oh, well, yeah. Well, they do that even if with insurance, yeah. Economist at Federal Reserve Bank in New York, as authors published new estimates suggesting that global inequality fell dramatically between 1980 and 2019. The inequality within countries had barely budged since the 1990s, though an asset price boom later increased wealth inequality. Wait, when was this released? Oh, watch it. This just came out. Debatable if inequality in the world has actually increased since the 1980s, and published new estimates suggest it hasn't, and that inequality within countries barely budged since the 1990s. And then I will just say inequality of well-being throughout the world has fallen dramatically. Yeah. Hold on. Global inequality of well-being has decreased dramatically. Maybe look at some of the shit, yeah. Childhood survival inequality, that's gone up, but lifespan inequality has gone down. Schooling, I think these are the only two that went up. Everything else went down. Income inequality, even income inequality, went up, gone back down. It's probably going back up again because again, the fucking asset price boom. There may still be a reasonable case for more redistribution, at least in some places, but a study of 27 rich countries in 2017, Jacob Lundberg of Uppsala University in Sweden, found that 5, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden were already on the wrong side of the Lafayette curve. That is, their top tax rates were so high, adding up to about around 70% in Sweden, for example, that the governments would raise more money if they cut them. The idea that governments might find a lot more cash from tax rates higher than Sweden's is delusional. Gene, that person, whatever. Louis, oh my god, whatever, fuck. Financial minister said that the art of taxation consists of plucking the goose as to produce the largest quantity of feathers with the least possible amount of hissing. He did not add, unless there's a big goose, in which case, strangle it. True. Taxing more than these countries. Like in Sweden, adding up to 70%. Will not raise more money. Okay, I want to read this. This seems awesome. Let's talk about it too. Globalization may not have increased income inequality after all. Oh, fuck the British. Alright, okay, there we go. Okay, how long is this? Not even that long. Hell yeah. Okay. Working out who earns what is surprisingly tricky. Both the very rich, who sometimes try to keep their wealth hidden, from the taxman, and the very poor, who are sometimes mistrustful of clipboard wielding officials, are especially hard to pin down. Nevertheless, before the COVID-19 pandemic, household surveys consistently found a fall in the number of people living in poverty. The World Bank counted 659 million living on less than $2.15 a day in 2019, down from the around 2 billion in 1990. Yet this progress came at a cost. Global precariat? Yeah, precariat. I know what precariat is. For social class form of suffering. Precariat, yeah. Merged with members of which were barely out of poverty and perilously exposed to shocks, while the top 1% got rich faster. That is, at least is the received wisdom. World Inequality Database, a project associated with Thomas Piketty and Gabriel Zuckman, two economists, combines tax data with other sources of information to estimate the incomes of the uber rich. They have found that although inequality between countries has fallen, and as the rest have caught up with the West, within countries it may have risen. Chinese and Indian elites have done the best relative to their countrymen. American and European plutocrats who are busy stashing wealth in tax havens have done well too. A new paper by those people, Xavier, Martin, Casey, William Nover, economists at Columbia University and the New York branch of the Federal Reserve, challenged this picture. The research took a new look at how the researchers look at how likely people in different parts of the income distribution are to understate their income. They find that as the poor become richer, they become more likely to do so. Once adjustments are made for this, poverty has fallen faster than previously thought, and inequality within countries has not risen. It may even have fallen slightly. I don't know if I would trust how well they accounted for that. To reach this conclusion, the authors look at the difference between estimates of income inequality, of income from regional household surveys, and gross domestic product in the same area. When surveys imply that a region has less overall income than official figures suggest more income is going unreported. The researchers find that the richer an area is, the larger the gap tends to be. This makes sense, notes Mr. Saliyad Martin. As a subsistence farmer becomes a small business owner or market trader, he develops more complex income streams and has more of an incentive to mislead the taxman. If the finding holds, it changes the history of globalization. Rather than a precariat, the researchers conclude that a true global middle class has emerged. Its members will not be plunged back into poverty by financial crisis or a pandemic. Yet the study will not be the final word. Economists have been arguing that trends in global inequality and the quality of the data that lie beneath them for decades. When it comes down to the world's richest people, new research has more to say about the top 10% than the top 1%, who are widely believed to have done much better than the rest. Like most papers, one relies on assumptions that could be challenged by other researchers. Working out the global income distribution is one thing. Convincing others we have the right answer is quite another. True. Okay, so it's relatively short. Okay, but most current data showed income inequality between countries has risen. New data suggests that as people become richer, they tend to underestimate their income. Adjusting for this, okay. Once it is poverty has fallen faster than I thought, and income inequality has not risen. Poverty has fallen faster than thought, and income equality between countries has not risen. Researchers find that the richer an area, the larger the gap tends to be. Surveys imply that a region has less official figures suggest more is going in forward. I'll just quote this. Why don't they have the name of the paper? It's real long. Definitely. Maybe we'll read it one day. Maybe. Inequality within countries is falling, underreporting robust estimates of world poverty, inequality in the global distribution of income. Abstract. Household surveys suffer from persistent and growing underreporting. We propose a novel procedure to adjust reported surveys income for underreporting by estimating a model misreporting whose main parameter of interest is the elasticity of regional national accounts to income regional survey income. What? Sorry, did I misread that? Okay. What the fuck? We propose a novel procedure to adjust reported survey incomes for underreporting by estimating a model of misreporting whose main parameter of interest is the elasticity of regional national accounts. Elasticity. Regional national accounts income to regional survey income, which is closely related to the elasticity of underreporting with respect to income. We find this elasticity to be substantial, but roughly constant over time, applying a large, relatively constant correction to the survey-deprived inequality estimates. Underreporting of income by the bottom 50% of the world income distribution has become particularly important in recent decades. We reconfirm the findings of literature that global poverty and inequality have declined dramatically between 1980 and we reconfirm the findings of literature that global poverty and inequality have declined dramatically between 1980 and 2019. Finally, we find that within country inequality is falling on average and has largely been constant since the 1990s. Okay, there's no, this is like a 50-page thing, so maybe one day we'll read it, but not now. Yeah, okay. One day we'll read it. Okay. It's 3 a.m. God damn it. Okay. I didn't read as much stuff as I wanted to. This makes me feel like I should read more. But also, I need to fix my sleep. I'm not gonna be able to fall asleep though. Realistically, I'm not gonna be able to fall asleep. Let me check. I'm addicted to checking my analytics. I love it so much. I love the dopamine hit I get every time I see this. Yes, 4 likes. Hell yeah. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I thought this was my brother. Because Jesus fucking Christ. What the? Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god, it's so loud. Oh my god. Yo, hot girl on my TikTok group. That's awesome. Let's go. God, I don't. This guys has to be ironic. Hold on, no, I don't want to do that. Get this fucking woman off my screen. Oh my god. I love getting subscribers. I love it so much. Dude, TikTok killed my channel, man. What happened? What happened? Alright. I don't know. Let's read this. And then we're gonna read this and probably gonna end stream after this. How did I mess up my DPI? Oh, so unless someone donates right now, unless someone donates and says, or subs and says, please don't end stream. Please don't end stream. Non-fun. I love you so much, non-fun. I'm just playing music. Alright, chat. Let's get fucking hype. Tax policy. Let's fucking go. When people refer to income tax, they often actually are talking about 2 distinct taxes. One is a tax on labor income, i.e. the income one receives from wages, tips, bonuses, and so on, And the other tax is capital gains tax, which is a tax levied on the gains people receive when they sell an asset that they have owned for over a year. This asset could be anything from stock to a home to a Pokemon card that is depreciated in value significantly. Well, my music's loud. Income tax can refer to both the taxes on income tax usually refers both taxes on, I don't want to just say income, labor income is what it uses. Labor income and capital gains. A streamer? I am a streamer. That's me right now. You are new to me? Well, I'm new to Twitch. Thanks for stopping by. I love new people. And I love my old people too, but new people are cool. Okay. As of now, the capital gains tax is quite a bit lower than the income tax, maxing out at a top rate of effectively 23.8% compared to the income tax top bracket of 37%. This has made many complain, understandably, that capital income, which disproportionately flows to the richest in society, is being artificially preferenced at the expense of workers. The problem is this is actually not only wrong, but the opposite of true. Often complain, are you a leftist, a right wing, or center? Gotta put on my fake mask. I'm center left, basically. Yeah. I'm your normie Democrat type, you know, semi-moderate Democrat. Basically is what I would say. Sorry, I don't know. I'm relatively progressive on a lot of things, I guess, because I'm young. So, I don't know. God. Screw you, Paul. Okay. 328. I can swear. Oh my god. God, I should make it more expensive, because Jesus, man. Enjoy. Thank you, Paulin. Thank you, Paulin. I don't want to vote in presidential elections. Why not? People also complain that the top effective capital gains tax is 23.8%. Compared to the income top bracket of 37%. Your income. You can't vote Trump. You can't, in good conscience, vote Biden, knowing what you all know. Knowing what you know now. Why not? I think I'm gonna vote for Biden. I think I can, in good conscience, vote for Biden. I love Biden. Gaza, bro. What about it, bro? I think Biden's been pretty effective at pressuring. I think if you care about Palestinian people, you would vote for Biden. I think Biden Biden pressured Netanyahu to delay the invasion into Gaza, which is big. Biden has drawn the red line at invading Rafah, which I think is big. What else? Biden has airdropped food into Gaza. Biden has pressured Israel to open more crossings to allow humanitarian aid in. Biden has pressured Israel to accept ceasefires for like humanitarian pauses to allow more aid in. I think Biden has done a really good job at pressuring Israel. I mean, if you care about Palestinian people, you're going to vote for Biden because he's the one protecting Palestinians. There's no reason to believe Trump would do that. Biden just recently, it's actually the only thing I've written down. Biden just recently called Netanyahu and told him not to retaliate against Iran. And yeah, it's like Israel probably would have struck Iran if Biden didn't do that. I think Biden has been pretty good when it comes to Israeli policy. 37%. Sorry. System which disproportionately flows to the richest in society. I can totally vote for Biden in good conscience. Contrary to popular belief, capital tax already faces a higher effective tax rate than labor income. This is because capital income is already taxed on the front end with an income tax. By taxing someone's income, you reduce the amount they can invest. By the same measure, the amount of money they can make from an investment. What? Capital income is already taxed on the front end with an income tax. By taxing someone's income, you reduce the amount they can invest. By the same measure, the amount they can make on an investment. Okay. This is falsehood, however. Because capital income is already taxed on the front end the labor income tax. By taxing someone's income, reduce the amount they can invest, and consequently, the amount you can make off an investment. And it's actually, that's probably the next thing he's going to say, but it's taxing the rich more because the rich, fucking invest more. Both wage and consumption taxes are temporally neutral. In other words, they treat people the same whether they consume their income directly after receiving it or in a decade. The only difference is one tax is on the front end and the other on the back end. Both wage and consumption taxes. In other words, they treat people the same whether they consume their income directly after receiving it or, okay. Capital gain tax violates the principle of temporal neutrality by adding a new layer of taxation that you only face if you decide to save rather than spend your income immediately. This disproportionately taxes the rich. I shouldn't say disproportionately taxes the rich, but yeah. Public gains tax also isn't temporally neutral. Same way income and consumption taxes are. Those who don't understand what I'm getting at, which is understandable, given that this concept is quite unwieldy, consider the following hypothetical. Do you debate people? Sometimes. You can go to my YouTube channel. You can do exclamation point YouTube in a chat. There's some debates with people on there. This wasn't a debate. It is an interview. This is a debate. This is a debate. That's a debate. This is a debate. I would recommend this Minar debate. It's probably a good one to start on, I guess. I don't know. The further back you go, the worse I do in them. So I'm still new to this. Still honing my debating skills. And then you can also do exclamation point Discord and join my Discord. That's pretty cool. Whenever I debate people, it's over Discord. So if you ever want to debate, I'm saying it. Yeah. There's a Twitch stream on so-called political personal guy. What? The Twitch stream on called political personal guy. Okay. Are you telling me this why? There's no way he's a better streamer than me, because I bet he doesn't have a twerk break. You should debate him. Debate him on what? I don't know. This guy has 29 viewers right now. He seems to be a lot bigger than me. I don't know. I don't know if he'd be willing to just debate it. God, I hate Twitch ads so much. What's his position? So you get big, bro? Far left? Oh boy. Okay. I'm saying, like, I'm not unwilling to debate him. I'm just saying, if he's bigger than me, he might not be willing to talk to me. I'm not going to talk to him tonight, though, because I'm literally going to end stream after I read, like, 2 of these articles. Does he have a Discord or something? But he's leftist? Yeah, I know. But, like, if he has a Discord, I'll join it. And we could set something up if you really want me to. What would we debate on? Imagine a world just giving extra content. Well, thanks for alerting me. Hold on, I'll follow him. I'll keep him on my radar, and if he says some unhinged stuff, oh, this guy was in my chat earlier. He's just reacting to the Young Turks. Okay, well. Thanks for telling me, man. Now follow me as well. And sub to me right now. I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh, you actually follow me. Thanks. Capital gains tax violates the principle of temporal neutrality by adding a new layer of taxation that you only face if you decide to save rather than spend your income immediately. For those who still don't understand what I'm getting at. Okay, wait. Because it's only... I only tax you if you decide to save rather than spend it. Spend your money immediately. Are you building a thing? What do you mean building a thing? I mean, I'm building up my knowledge base, man, because I don't know shit. I don't know shit. I'm dumb and stupid. And there's a bunch of cats in my brains, and they don't know anything. Okay? So we're trying to get them to learn stuff. In ideology. Yeah, sure, I'm building it. I'm building an ideology. The non-fun ideology. Which is just center-left. We're starting the non-fun party. I'm going to run for mayor under the non-fun party brand. Imagine a world, much like our own, where there's a 30% tax on income and a 20% tax on capital gains. In this world, you are trying to determine whether to save a portion of your income for 3 years or spend it now. Now imagine the portion of your income you are considering saving is $5,000. If you decide to save, you will yield a risk-free return of 3.5%, around what the current yield on the U.S. Treasury bond is. In a world without taxation, this would mean you would be left with $5,000 times 103.5% equal to that a total capital gain of $543 to compensate you for deferring your compensations. A total capital gain of $543 to compensate you for deferring your consumption and the loss in the purchasing power of your money due to inflation. I support free housing. Me too. So people can spend all their money. That's awesome. All the money that they waste on rent. People can spend all the money they waste on rent, on taxes, for free healthcare, and then use military budget to educate on education because the military needs special forces. Debunk it. What do you mean? I mean, I support free housing, but I also support free healthcare. I think I think there should be an insurance company owned by the government. I think there should be a public option. They waste on rent for taxes, free healthcare, then use the military budget on education. I think our military budget needs to be pretty high. Just because we've sort of positioned ourselves as the world police, and it doesn't seem in it. Yeah, I do think we need to. I don't know if it needs to be. I'm not necessarily against cutting the military budget, but what we need to do is fucking stop the price gouging by Lockheed Martin and all these other defense contractors. Because holy shit, the way it works right now, Lockheed Martin has all of their like things, all of their like engineering firms stationed in like important congressional districts, and they can lobby Congress to spend more money than we need to, and they do it on like a cost plus basis. So they do it like, so it directly incentivizes them to spend more developing something because they get paid the cost of developing that thing plus 20%. So of course they're going to spend as much money as possible. So these fucking defense contractors are fucking price gouging us. We need to stop that. But I don't know. And our military budget, it's not like that money goes into a void. It goes to American companies. It goes to American jobs. Yeah. Bro decommissioned F-22 but had an alternative. Yeah. I mean, well, shit's fucked. Again, from the price gouging by defense contractors. In the U.S., I mean, at the end of the day, okay, the U.S. has a comparative advantage in military spending. Like, unironically. So, like, it makes more sense. Like, if Finland spends $1 billion on a jet versus if the U.S. is spending $1 billion on a jet, both are spending the same amount of money. But since the U.S. technology is just so much more advanced, the U.S. is getting a way better jet for $1 billion and Finland is getting a jet for $1 billion. So it makes more sense, just economically speaking, for the U.S. to spend $1 billion on a jet and sell it to Finland, because that way Finland's getting a better jet than they would if they spent the $1 billion. Like, literally, we have a competitive advantage in making military equipment. We did commission like 5 to 6 planes in the last 3 years, so something massive is coming. Well, didn't we plan on the, what was it, the F-35? Didn't we plan on this being good? Then it sucked. Yeah. Didn't we? I thought we planned on this taking over the responsibility of a lot of the program, or a lot of the jets we were decommissioning. The F-35 was like, I heard a lot of it being a failure. Like, it cost so much money to develop, and it wasn't even that good. But maybe it's good. I don't know. But my understanding is that this is hi from Italy. From Italy? No way. Thanks for coming all the way from Italy. My understanding was just that, like, this jet was supposed to replace a lot of our other fighting jets. It's not a fighter crash if you let it. Okay. The one jet to do many other things. Like, I thought we were decommissioning our other planes, and then we're going to have the F-35, and the F-35 is going to be like a multi-role aircraft that could do everything the old planes did. So instead of having like specifically like a fighter jet and like this other jet, the F-35 could do both, and it would be, yeah. One jet to do many different things. F-35 is developed by Lockheed Martin or Russia U.S. military. Was supposed to be the jack of all jets, yeah. Versions to do different jobs for the air, yeah. So I am right. I'm always right. Every time. The version that went missing over South Carolina, the F-35B, is used by the U.S. Marine Corps and meant to land vertically like a helicopter and take off in very short distances, according to a fact sheet from Lockheed. Another F-35B crashed in 2018, also in South Carolina. Not really that bad, trust me. I mean, I'm just going by like word of mouth. Like I've just heard that like it wasn't reliable and it was super costly. But I don't know. They're so bad. People want to buy them. Well, I thought, well, again, Lockheed Martin fucking price gouges. This is the first Russian jet developed and introduced to the social media age. Everyone's got an opinion on it. Literally everyone's got issues to development. It's the first time the general public had access to it. This is true. It's expensive to maintain. Yeah. Okay. We're done with that. Back to economics. Okay, back to tax policy. Let's get fucking hyped for tax policy. Who's fucking with me? Okay. In a world of a wage tax without a capital gains tax, this would mean you would be left with $3,500 times. Wait, you're saving $5,000. Why is $3,500? Imagine the portion of income you're considering savings. $5,000 for wage tax without a capital gains tax. Oh, this is without taxation. So this is taxing the wage. Okay, I thought this was just without a capital gains. Okay, this would mean you would be left with $3,500 times that, which total capital gain of $380. This is, as the very astute may notice, exactly 30% less than $543. See how America works is like it's kind of outdated. But only in the sense that in America, when a new thing is released, it automatically becomes outdated because America wants to be, 10 or 20 years ahead of everyone else. That's true. But again, like, because we're so far ahead of everyone else, it makes more sense for us to spend all our money on shit and just, like, give it to our allies. Because, like, why? Like, if our security is, like, really, if, like, our ally security is important, why the fuck would I want our allies spending money, the same amount of money, to get a worse thing? Like, yeah. Why would I want Finland spending $1 billion to get a fucking shitty ass jet when America could spend $1 billion and we get a fucking awesome jet and we can give it to Finland, or just sell it to Finland and we get the money still? And it's even a better deal for us because Finland is spending $1 billion, and Italy's the opposite. We always come 20 years later. Listen, okay, Italy, we got your back. From an American, okay? Russia ever tries to do shit in Italy, we'll come to your defense. We love Italy, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Italy's in NATO, right? Oh yeah, what's Italy? Italy was one of the founding members. Yeah, Italy's one of the founding members. Listen, okay? We got you. Okay, in a world with wage tax, there's that. 30% less than that. So just by... Really lost the people in Ethiopia of tanks. Well, but that was during the... I mean, that's true, but that was... we don't talk about that time in Italy's past. Russian propaganda in Italy is very strong. In case of a war with Russia, I don't think Italy would do its part. Listen, we don't talk about that. We're not talking about that time in Italy. We don't talk about that time. But we just don't talk about that time. Listen, it's probably a good thing that they lost. So, probably a good thing that they lost to Ethiopia, right? Italy during that time was not good. We should all be thankful that they lost. Unless they're favoring America betraying Italy, then Italy betraying us. What the fuck would Italy do, man? We won by using chemical weapons in Ethiopia. Listen, we don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. I want to go to college in Europe, and I was kind of considering Italy for a bit, but not really. But Italy does have these like $1 homes just because there's like abandoned, decrepit Italian cities that they want to incentivize people to move to. Tax policy, don't. True. Yeah, like there's these historic towns that are fucking decrepit and falling apart. And you can buy the homes for $1 or €1, which is like $1.1. They're a scam. You have to pay $4,000. Well, yeah, you have to renew it, but it's just to incentivize you to move there so that you can renew it, and so that the like city gets some economic activity finally. It's just an incentive thing. It's not actually, Okay. We're locking in. One torque break and we're locking in. Can we live like the Roman Road? Yo, cheapest viewers. Yo. Let's go, guys. Yo, Viewbot. Bro. Twitch followers, cheap and fast. I gotta buy some Twitch viewers. 50 viewers for only $1.50, dude. Dude, let's go. Dude, awesome. Streamboo. Dude, that's awesome. Streamboo.com. How do I report them? And so in Sicily, you have to pay some mafia in the cities. Where's the report button? Report. Spam scammer bots. Next. Spam bot, I guess. It's a bot. Bot promoting Twitch bot website. Thank you for reporting. All right. We did a torque break. We're locking in. We gotta read a tax policy. I thank you. We've gotten a lot of new viewers this stream. Okay. Thank everyone. Thank you everyone for being here. I love you guys. I love chatting with you. But we do have to get through this eventually. In the world of capital gains tax, your yield is no longer 3.5% a year. Rather, it is only 80% of that due to the 20% tax, leaving you with a return of 2.8%. This means at the end of the day, you will come up with $3,500 times that. Capital gain of $302, 20% lower than a post-wage tax, resulting in a full 44.4%. Yeah, I understand. The best tax is an inheritance tax completely. I really like inheritance tax, okay? We can agree there, okay? But the best tax, it's just a land value tax. I really like inheritance taxes, you know? But, I mean, a land value tax, pretty cool too. I would say like an inheritance tax is like a 9 out of 10. And like a land value tax like a 10 out of 10. I mean, it depends. Well, we should do it on the margin. So we should, I mean, I'm assuming you probably know how marginal tax brackets work. But I think inheritance tax above, I don't know, I'll make up a number. Like 500,000. 500,000, we should do like 80%. And then like, I don't know, above like 3 million. Above 3 million, 95%, baby. Probably do it on the margin. think on the margin, okay? Like it's real economist. To summarize, in our scenario, when there is a capital gains tax in place, you face a tax rate of 30%. No percentages, well, you were just allowed to get 50k max. But on the, the margin, you're forgetting about the margin, okay? Marginal utility. Always remember, marginal utility. Diminishing marginal utility. DMUD. Remember that. Can we get some subs for that one, chat? Diminishing marginal utility. I think this sub button has some diminishing marginal utility. To summarize, in our scenario, when there's a capital gains tax in place, you face a tax rate of 30% if you decide to consume your income immediately, and 44% if you decide to consume later. If we expanded time horizons, I'm broke because of disinflation. You actually, the way you phrase that is funny, because you said dis, meaning like, you know, a shortening for this, right? But disinflation is actually a good thing. Like disinflation is a decrease in the rate of inflation. So you're if we expand our time horizon of savings, this disparity tax rate would be even more dramatic. One of the most basic assumptions in economics is that people are generally responsive to prices. In a world where inflation is a fact of life, capital gains not only disproportionately punishes savings, it also makes it so that the risk-free return on capital yield may become negative. This can only occur due to monetary policy. Doesn't take a genius to point out the likely result of punishing savings is fewer people choosing the same. So based. I love people spending money. Savings is destruction. That's the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pockets if that growth would never live. Because business is driven by the animal spirits, the bull and the bear, and there's reasons to fear it. Let's do stuff because it makes me feel good. Forget a plan. True. That's what I do. That's why I'm streaming right now. Why would I like get a job and like save for college when I'm going to stream? Because streaming makes me feel good. I love streaming. It doesn't take a genius to point out that the likely result of punishing savings if fewer people choosing to save. This means fewer people investing in bonds and equities. When demand for these drops, the cost of financing new capital expenditure increases. Businesses will now be forced to pay more interest on the bonds that they issue. And will raise... Hedoism is underrated, that is true. I love pleasure. The cost of financing new capital expenditures increases. Businesses will now be forced to pay more interest on the bonds they issue, and will raise less money when they issue new shares. All this would suggest that in the long run, capital gains tax leads to business investments in things like R&D, tools and vehicles, and so on. Leads to, I forgot the word less. Punishing people.
لا تحاولوا تتكاثروا علي ابو غازي قاعد يلعب.
You're so AI automations. You think automation should be illegal in business? Really, man? Bro, Israel's got him, bro. He's fucked. Oh, bro, he's fucked. Bro has Allah on his side. Oh my god. Bro, this was the most effective jihad I've ever seen. Oh my god. I'm not gonna do... Yeah, let's do a Slither.io stream, guys. Hey, what's up, guys? Non-fun here. Today we're playing Slither.io. Did I spell it wrong? Why is it really... Does the .io not work? No, it makes everyone angry. What? What, fucking Slitter.io not loading? What the fuck? Israel and Palestine belong to Turkey, true. Why can't I... Okay, whatever. Gulper.io. What happened to fucking Slitter.io, man? This is for... How do I play Slitter.io? Slitter.io is not available. Gotta wait for it to load. It's not gonna load. I hate to break it to you. I don't think it's gonna load. It's taking a little long. We'll give it some time. How many people for savings? Fewer people save. Increasing the cost of borrowing. I'm sorry, this means fewer people investing in bonds and equities. Increasing the cost of borrowing. Businesses will not be forced to pay more interest in bonds they issue and will raise less money when they issue shares. All this suggests that in the long run, capital gains will lead to less business investment in things like R&D. Kyle, I don't think it's gonna load. I'm not gonna lie. Oops. Anti-free housing people. Like the house. True. I mean, we should and ultimately, I was just in favor of like probably UBI. I don't know necessarily if I would always want the government to provide housing, but I think people have to have enough money for housing. We should subsidize, first of all. We have to change our zoning laws. Because holy fuck, our zoning laws are fucked right now, and they restrict housing supply arbitrarily. That's fucked, okay? We need to change our zoning laws so people can build apartment complexes and we can have more, imagine like, have trailers, but they're driving Ashley Martins. That's a country, true. So we got to change our zoning laws, and then we should probably subsidize housing supply. So the government should probably, if the government's not building this housing itself, I don't really care. But the government should definitely give developers money to build affordable housing rather than fucking luxury homes. Yeah, there should be some subsidies there. Have I been banned from Slitter.io? What the fuck? None of my browsers were loaded. Oh. Yeah, look at it, I can't actually get into a game. I live in a box. I have a sports car and a $3,000 PC. That's base. That's me in 5 years, bro. I'm only gonna Google Slitter.io shut down. Slitter.io is definitely still available to play. What is this? Oh, this is kind of Slitter.io, but it's not. Jesus is fake. Well, I'm not killing Jesus is fake. Uh-oh. I want an atomic car. But once hydrogen cars come around, press T to talk. How does he get close to boost? I gotta get close. What does it mean? Get close. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Damn it. Would you ever pay for any kind of... You would never pay for gas at any kind of atomic car. I mean, what do you mean atomic? Do you just mean nuclear powered? Because that's probably true. But probably have a larger upfront cost. Eventually, we'll have cold fusion, like in Fallout. The degree to which capital gains tax is practically harmful due to this double taxation is certainly a contentious topic. Making a determination would require us to have solid understanding of the elasticity savings have to taxation and the elasticity businesses have to the cost of capital. In both of those areas are cases with widely diverging viewpoints. Some argue the elasticity of taxation in this case is quite low. And since the limiting capital gains taxation will either increase government borrowing or decrease government spending and investment savings, the total effect in investment is negligible or not, or if not net positive. Others argue that the elasticity is sufficiently significant so as to make the negative effects of the tax offset progressivity, which could be replicated by having a slightly higher but more efficient tax with larger government transfers. Diving into the specifics of the argument will need to be a topic of a blog for another time, along with discussions about the other problematic aspects of capital gains tax, from the preferential treatment it affords to stock buybacks to the negative impact of the lock-in effect. The lock-in effect? What the hell is the lock-in effect? The customer is so strongly tied to a company. Draft dodging, bro. The US, like right now, this shit, I don't think Gen Z would ever get drafted. Like, too many people would dodge it that it would just be completely ineffective. Like, like unironically. Preferential treatment of along with discussion of other problematic aspects of capital gain tax, from the preferential treatment it affords to stock buybacks to the negative impacts of the lock-in effect. In the meantime, now you can at least say with some confidence that capital gains tax is double tax. So the thing is though, just assumes people are buying capital gains or buying like assets with their income. For the ultra rich, that's not really true. Because they just own companies that pay them in stock, and that's not taxed. Yeah, it's only like it's a double tax. It's a thing where, like, you know, it doesn't really affect the ultra wealthy because they're getting paid in stock. They never go through this income, like they never collect a wage that's taxed and then spend that wage on stock. They just get paid in stock. So for them, it wouldn't be double tax. Okay. Like, okay. I'm going to quote this entire thing, and I might write down a few bullet points. Okay. My cat doesn't trust me anymore because he knows I'm going to pick him up and shove him in the camera. Oh, speaking of the camera. Oh, there we go. It's back. Ah. Look at him. What's your honest opinion on China? It needs food. Bro, he's already fat enough. Oh, fuck, it's fucked. Oh, it's fixed. Okay. My honest opinion on China. I think China, a lot of times, is cringe. But I think trade with China is generally good. I think the easiest way China becomes not cringe is just through, you know, strengthening diplomatic relations. I don't think the U.S. should be isolationist. Yeah. I think China has a much bigger incentive to become more democratic, to become more or less cringe if they develop a middle class, which, you know, trade with the U.S. helps them do. Like, it seems like as countries develop, they tend to get more democratic. The 9 dash line is super cringe. I'm taking bullet point notes on it right now. It's just so I can have it in front of me while I take bullet point notes in it, okay? Why does it? I don't want it. I don't want this in it. What the hell? Oh, because that wasn't in it at all. Okay. Are you good at PowerPoints? I mean, if you want to see a PowerPoint, it says no. This is program called Notion. Actually, a question I've been long curious about. One problem though, human happiness. Most people just want a job that pays bills. It would be fine working in the middle of the company. If they extracted a fair portion of the wealth it generates. Your thesis, if I understand it, is that these companies would never be competitive based on how they would naturally structure themselves. I'll have to think about this. I'm totally into co-op. They do tend to have higher levels of worker satisfaction. Never learned to code. I learned PowerPoint. Well, if you do exclamation point YouTube in the chat, you can see my channel. You can see this awesome PowerPoint I made when I became a Twitch affiliate. Nonfon's wholesome reaction to becoming a Twitch affiliate. And watch that video after I end stream, which is going to be like in a few minutes. Okay, I'm not responding. Hold on, I don't care enough to respond to it. I mean, I have bullet points for people always get super angry though. You mean they get angry at your bullet points? What? Okay. We don't have great understanding the elasticity of its investment to taxation. These savings, these savings to taxation. And it could be the case, it is relatively low. The war in Russia is responsible for most of these shortages. Where are all the shortages in the Cold War? I don't think the war in Russia is responsible. I mean, it's definitely responsible for some shortages, but it's I mean, it's responsible for like shortages of wheat in Europe. But some of it was COVID, some of it was shortages from the Ukraine war, and some of it was demand side. Some of it was demand side stimulus. Somebody buying US wheat. So what was your question? Where are the shortages in the Cold War when we were enemies with Russia? And Ukraine wasn't even a country, but part of Russia. What do you mean? In the 80s, Soviet bought wheat from America? Okay. What do you mean where are all the shortages? Why would there have been shortages? I'm confused what you're asking. The reason there were shortages with Ukraine was because it affected like Ukraine's ability to export stuff. Like it causes a shortage of wheat. Yeah, global fruit crisis. That was the big concern. We were enemies with It's I mean, it was mostly grain exports that we were concerned about because we relied on Ukraine for a lot of our wheat, especially Europe. But we didn't trade with the Soviet Union back then, so like because they were our enemies, so we were getting wheat from other places. Once the Soviet Union fell and we began trading with Ukraine, Ukraine became our main source for wheat. So that's why there's a huge shortage. If we were trading like there was inflation back then because we weren't trading with Ukraine and the Soviet Union. Wheat was more expensive back then because we weren't. Is this an argument against globalism? No, this is an argument for globalism. If we were like, wheat was more expensive back then because we weren't trading with the Soviet Union, but because we weren't trading it but nobody cared because no one wanted to trade with the Soviet Union. Like it would have been cheaper to trade with the Soviet Union for wheat. It's just that we weren't like trading at all. So very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it just they weren't allowed to. So could be the case that it's relatively low. Since the limiting capital gains tax, would there increase government borrowing? Or decrease government spending? Investments has a negligible total impact. Or could even be a positive. Okay. Well, I think we're done for today. So, like, this is your opinion or someone else's? What do you mean? I mean, I'm just taking notes right now and stuff. The bullet points, I mean. Well, the bullet points is just me summarizing what I read. But this isn't this isn't opinion based. It's just a fact. Like, this just is true. Like this bullet point specifically. Some of that stuff could be a little more opinionated, but what's that? I'm gonna pull a Finkelstein. I only deal in facts, okay? I only deal in facts. I only take notes on facts. That's not true. I take notes on opinionated stuff too, but Maybe it's probably, I mean, this is like a study. Like it, but it's a controversial one, so it leans more opinionated. But, thank you. I think you're the only one here right now, because I streamed so long. It was only, it's not even 8 hours. I didn't really stream that long. I'm going to start streaming 12-hour days. I will start doing it. Maybe I should, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth keeping streaming. I don't think I'm going to be able to fall asleep for a bit still. So, like, that makes me want to keep streaming, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Fuck. But now, if I don't go to sleep, I just realized I'm going to get up late again tomorrow, and then I'm going to do this. Fuck. I think I was the most cringy teenager. Why? Listen. Well, you're not cringe now, because now you're a non-fun fan. Non-fun fans can't be cringe. Little known fact. There are 0 cringe non-fun fans. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. I appreciate everyone watching. I really do. One will be mad. If I say illegal immigrants went to an asylum, we give it to them. Batman. Oh, good one. True. That does kind of make me a cringy teenager. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I really like all you guys, okay? The ads are starting soon. Yeah, I really like that everyone watched. I'm glad people enjoy. I'm glad I got to argue with people, okay? My chat. I enjoyed it. Anyone who's new here right now, drop a follow so you can see me next time I'm live. Anyone wants to give me a sub, we got a sub goal right there. So we can get Prime subs. Use your Prime sub on me. I'm the best person to use your Prime sub on. Listen, okay? You use your Prime sub on Hassan, he's not even going to notice. I will be less cringe next time. I need to sleep. Yeah, don't worry, man. You weren't even cringe. Okay? Hassan won't even notice you use this Prime sub. Okay? Use your Prime sub on me. I will suck your dick. Okay? I will suck your dick for a Prime sub. Just saying. The offer's out there. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'm on stream now. See y'all tomorrow at like 7 p.m. Maybe even earlier.